have no idea where this will lead us, but I have a definite feeling it will be a place both wonderful and strange.
Why, hello there, and welcome to the wonderful and strange Twin Peaks Logcast.
Listener, I'm scared.
I'm Kalil, and
Yep.
with me today is the insightful questioning to my hopefully reliable trivia.
Yes, I guess so. No. What insight do you want? Like, as far as it goes, I'm here just to make some fun jokes and just have a little bit of antics, dance in my chair. I think at the end of the day, we should probably bring my cat, Stella, please come in. Be our insight.
I'm not sure how much I want to say what kind of insight I want. Let's, for right now, keep the cat inside of the bag, Professor.
Oh no. It's more horrifying when you actually talk about an actual cat.
I mean, theoretical Schrodinger's cats also have rights, too. Imaginary rights.
Yeah.
Just like their imaginary paws. So, before it gives you pause for concern...
Too late.
We're going to be doing a Lookback episode today. It's our second one. We haven't done one in a long time.
We have not looked back in so long, but there's so much to look back on.
We've been looking forward the whole time.
Oh yeah. No, I've been looking forward. You've been looking up, down, and all around because you know what is to come, Kalil, for the most part. Anyway.
I am like Janus, the Greek god who has two faces. One peering forward and one peering back. That's where the January month gets its name from.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Which is also one of the 6 months we know that Saturn and Jupiter will align.
It all connects back to Twin Peaks. So today, very, very loose outline of events. We're going to be jumping back and forth between some questions that the professor has gathered up for us.
Yes.
And also then doing some trivia on my end.
And don't forget, we're also going to bring the listener in on this. We have a few listener questions that we managed to gain, so thank you very much, listeners, for whoever participated, and whoever's just listening right now, thank you as well. I am personally very excited.
The trivia I'm going to be bringing up is from a few different sources. I'm going to list them here right now, and you could just assume that everything I say is from one of these, if not multiple. A lot of it's from Brad Dukes' book, Reflections and Oral History of Twin Peaks. It's a great book full of interviews of the cast and crew.
Oh, nice. Who's Brad Duke, by the way?
He's a guy.
He's just a guy?
More specifically, he is a Tennessee Nashville man.
Oh, okay.
He has two poodles, Peggy and Vern. And according to the Amazon About the Author section, he has been a fervent Twin Peaks fan since 1990 and is host of the Brad Dukes Show podcast.
It sounds like you have got the specifics in the information for us to plan a heist on this poor individual. So no, I would like to say, legally speaking, we are not trying to heist you, Brad Duke. But if you have anything that you think is very cool for Twin Peaks belongings, please feel free to send us photos of it at snakeeyedreams1, the numeral 1 for Twitter, or to our email with snakeeyedreams@gmail.com.
Trivia also comes from IMDb, as well as the Twin Peaks Wiki. If you encounter something that I say that doesn't sound factually correct, let us know, either through the means that the professor has articulated or in the replies in the YouTube video for this particular discussion, because I don't know how to verify all these facts. I just take what I'm given, and what I taketh, I shall spitteth back out at you.
As you can tell, everything is good to go as far as that, and if we're wrong, it's the International Media Database's fault, and Brad Duke, the two individuals.
I don't blame
it.
Brad Dukes, actually. Most of what the Brad Dukes book is, it's a collection of interviews.
Yeah.
So the only way in which it could start getting sketchy is if a cast or crew member has, I'll just charitably say, iffy memory about something they worked on 20 years before.
Yeah, or
Memory
less charitably,
slips.
lying.
I forget what I did a week ago.
Yeah.
Let alone 20 years ago.
I forgot what I did mostly this morning. Anyway, beyond my health. So, Kalil, tell me more about the show. Tell me more about Twin Peaks as shown by Brad Duke and or IMDb.
So, some information just kind of for the beginning of Season 2. Mark Frost has said that big difference between Season 1 and Season 2 was that they didn't have the luxury anymore of thinking time. In Season 1, they had pre-recorded all of the episodes before the first episode ever aired. Whereas this one, they had to just keep coming up with new stories fast. And David Lynch wasn't really around as much because he was working on his movie Wild at Heart, which we will soon get to.
Okay.
Well, soon is a relative term.
Soon, quote,
Within
quote.
25 years, we'll get to it.
I mean, we might get to it on the same day, depending on when the listener's listening to this, and might be binging a lot of content.
Very true. The actors then had a lot more leeway to just kind of improv things. Because things were such an on-the-fly sort of process, it wasn't that unusual for something which we later now think of as like a major moment to be just kind of improv. So Harley Peyton, major producer for season 2, said, quote, "What happened over the summer was a lot of the actors decided they wanted to make changes to their characters. And Audrey decided she really didn't want to be a sort of fetishized sex object in bobby socks and saddle shoes. She wanted to be more like Katharine Hepburn." And that's a quote if I remember it. Meanwhile, Laura Flynn Boyle didn't really want to be this perfect and absurd distillation of goodness and sweet girl next door type. She wanted to wear sunglasses and smoke cigarettes. And you get that. You're sympathetic to that. But we only had done 7 episodes, so it was a little too soon for that to be happening. So Harley Peyton kind of explaining here that, yeah, some of the changes we saw were because the actors were pushing for it between seasons 1 and 2. Question I have then for you, Professor, is do you feel that it was too soon for those abrupt changes? Specifically for Donna and Audrey, since those are the ones in the quotes.
I think that as far as that goes, I think that's the actors taking on a position to sort of expand on the characters that they have put themselves in the shoes of. It just reveals quirks about characters and creates more of a collaborative storytelling element to it. I think that, no, if there's anything that I've learned from people, is that you get to see more of these interesting quirks and more bold choices when you are exposed to them more and more over time. And the fact that through things such as improv, as well as just being bold enough to say in production, hey, I want to do this thing. No, I can really respect that. I mean, I kind of respect the overall response from the other people that were a part of this creation.
Because, like, for me, I can feel that for Audrey was generally a benefit, because by the time Audrey was out of One-Eye Jacks and was able to be more independent as a character, it was already a little ways into season 2, so it kind of allowed there to be a buffering period between the Audrey of season 1 and the Audrey of season 2 proper. Again, less comatose. Whereas Donna, it's kind of interesting to me, if it's true that Laura Flynn Boyle behind the scenes wanted to make Donna seem like less of a goody two-shoes, more of a little bit of badness to her. The humor then that you and I, at least I know for sure myself, but I think you also reciprocated this feeling, we kind of took it as like a bit that Donna's character was trying too hard to be like Laura and was almost like over the top being ridiculous about it. We almost took it as like the show's trying to show us that this effort wasn't quite working, that it was over the top. She was constantly entering bad Donna mode. If that was sincerely not trying to be funny and just trying to make her seem more nuanced, I think it kind of backfired. I think it made her seem like more of a joke to us.
I think that even looking forward and back from when Laura Flynn Boyle played the role of Donna, I think that there's an important line found inside of the Twin Peaks movie, Fire Walk With Me, and that's where when Donna's wearing Laura's clothes,
right,
that's when she's upset, and that's also through action. In truth, having the act of wearing
You're referring
her clothes,
to where Laura is screaming in the pink room scene.
Yes.
The power and the glory. She's screaming, Donna, don't wear my clothes.
Yes.
Okay.
And this is a case where we see her wear her clothes more ways than one.
The movie kind of recontextualized it.
It does.
Later, earlier, as the case might be in this situation.
It does, and I think that makes sense. And we may see humor throughout those sort of interactions, but this is something completely serious for the character. And to have that sort of push from the actress as well, I think, it is a fantastic blend in this proverbial blender.
It does make me curious if either Laura Flynn Boyle or the writers were intending Donna's transformation to be Donna trying to be more like Laura or not. Because we interpreted it as her trying to be like Laura. Is that originally what Laura Flynn Boyle wanted? Is that even what the writers at the time meant? I think that's all speculative. It just kind of became that way.
It's as the saying goes, kill the god, right?
What? Did you go to like Nietzschean preschool here and they just taught you baby facts? What are you talking about here, dude?
No, death of the author.
Oh, that's what you're trying to say.
I just couldn't think of the right thing to say.
Oh, so you just went for that. Okay. All right.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, in a sense, yeah, you could think of it that way. Continuing with the idea of improvisation, the part where Albert laughs at Ed's retelling of the story about how Ed had shot out Nadine's eye. Remember when Albert laughed at that?
Yeah.
Supposedly, David Lynch was directing the episode, and he saw Albert's actor, Miguel Ferrer, red in the face like he wanted to laugh, and Lynch told him that, hey, if you want to laugh, you should laugh. And it wasn't actually in the script to do that. Supposedly, that was Ferrer, the actor, wanting to laugh, Lynch rolling with it, and that's why he laughs at Ed's story.
Honestly, that makes, again, it says a lot about Albert. It also kind of like adds a little bit of levity to the moment in the scene. No, I think that was a great decision. I think I've already made myself a big Albert fan by that time.
Sure.
And
that just furthered it for you.
Yeah, looking back, that's when I felt really bad for being the Albert fan in the room.
And again, it might just be the actor and the director kind of cohorting, convening to intervene in this intermingling situation. Also, Richard Bamer shows up a lot in the trivia for either improving or just his awareness on set seems very interesting. I feel like if there was a cast member I would love to read, like, a behind the scenes, Bamer would be the one I'd want to hear it from.
Okay.
Probably among the most. Because, he was always taking photos behind the scenes, but also just he seems to have a lot of funny stories either about him or from his perspective. So...
Now, just so that we can contextualize,
yes.
I don't know if it was mentioned, but Richard Bamer, that is the actor for... Benjamin Horne.
Mm-hmm. And he says that when he was in the scene where they were talking between him and Jerry and Leland, and it was kind of like a rather dark moment. Bamer was starting to loosen his new shoes, and David Lynch asked him about it, and Bamer says that he used to tap dance when he was a kid, and Lynch said, great, we'll use that in the next scene. And that's when they're negotiating a murder, basically. And if you remember that moment where they started like dancing all over Ben's office with Leland there, supposedly the tap dancing element that was brought in with Bamer was partly just on the spot improvised between Lynch and the actor.
Okay. No.
Which, again, another iconic scene for a character.
Honestly, I'm glad to see that these cookies are having a time, Fred and Ginger, dancing.
Dancing, yes.
Yes, no, there's these small quirks that you'll end up finding that may, on the surface level, seem nonsensical, but it adds its own independent charm that you don't really get to see that much. It makes it genuinely Benjamin Horne, Jerry Horne, as well as who else was inside the room at the time? Was that Leland inside there with us? Yes. So making it genuinely this group of goofballs being as threatening as they are, but also taking things pretty light. No, that's great.
A lot of this sort of situation of dark moments given levity, light moments given darkness sort of vibe going on with a lot of these.
The light and the darkness, add milk to your coffee.
Exactly. Regarding episode 12, the director Graham Clifford said, quote, there was very little conversation such as, this is the way we do it. You were able to direct your episode the way you saw it and give it a little personal stamp. I got the feeling sometimes that David let the episodes dictate what was going to be coming in the future. It was very much a stream of mini-movies rather than the customary experience of directing an episode of a well-established series. And no one was there just doing their job. We were all there because we love the series and wanted to be a part of it. Adding on to that, Caleb Deschanel, who's also done some directing for the series, said that unlike most other TV shows, you really could run a new idea by David Lynch, and he'd likely say, yeah, let's do it. So I think there's a few things to jump off with this. We've mentioned this throughout the whole Logcast. Twin Peaks is more than just David Lynch, especially season 2.
Yeah.
And there's multiple ways to approach that. Detractors who dislike season 2 might point to the fact that David Lynch wasn't as involved and say, look, that's the reason why it wasn't as good. But it's a little bit more complicated than that, I think, because Lynch himself was a lot of the reason why other writers and directors had a role. He was kind of having a hands-off approach, even early into season 2 by these couple interviews here, that he let directors and writers just kind of take it their own way, and he was just allowing a lot of things.
Now, that's very intriguing to me because we have David Lynch, who seems to be okay with like letting actors lead the way, letting writers lead the way,
Directors
and having people in those positions make alterations. And yet, from what I recall from one of those tales that you told me, an intern brought around the wrong type of fabric, and that was not a happy day.
Yeah, there's this deleted scene from The Return. I haven't seen it, but I have a friend who's told me a lot about it, about the the plaster of Paris, the material that was being brought in, and
Yeah.
that was not what he was looking for. Lynch is a strange character in that regard, and that's one thing I hope as we watch his films we'll kind of get more of a sense of what he's like.
Okay.
And I'll do my part and look at a lot more behind the scenes stuff as well to give context during those episodes.
Very well.
But it's kind of a weird situation where Lynch himself disowns a lot of season 2 and says like it wasn't very good, but then Lynch also wasn't around as much, and you would just call him up and be like, hey, can we do this? And he'd be like, yep, go ahead. And there's enough people saying that, writers and directors, that I'm like, it's probably true. One of the most consistent things I found in this research was, yeah, David Lynch was just purposefully hands-off. He was like, yeah, guys, you do what you want to do. I'm not that worried about it. And he was making his own movie at the same time. And then at the end, he came back for the last episode in Fire Walk with Me.
Yep.
Which, again, resulted in a very strange season 2 that has its fans and detractors. You and I count ourselves among the fans primarily.
How much of a heads up do you think David Lynch gave in this case? Because when you think about it, just like him being off to the side and just giving permissions, just imagine like you and your staff have just basically built up this nice little castle out of Lincoln Logs and being like, yeah, you know what? This is looking pretty good. Like, there's a lot of things we're out of. And then David Lynch sort of comes through, is like, I see an improvement, and punches it. And everything begins to collapse.
It is a question, how much the other people involved, like especially Harley Payton and Mark Frost, who had been so integral, how much did they know Lynch was going to be absent? How much did Lynch even know he was going to be absent?
Yeah.
I don't know if there's an answer to that. I think that's going to depend on who you ask.
Or, again, how much that David Lynch may have given a heads up on what he wanted on the conclusion, if you will. Just because if they knew things like this would be happening in the future, or if David Lynch came in about a month earlier, maybe a little bit later in production, and again, just said, ha!
Yeah, it's anyone's guess. It's anyone's guess. I have a couple characters I wanted to give some background on. First one is Jean Reno. That's a character you and I both quite enjoy.
Oh, very much so. I think that Jean Reno genuinely is probably the strongest antagonist in Twin Peaks, though Wyndham Earle is someone that easily can gain my favor. It's like a question.
That might be a hot take, but I appreciate it.
No, overall, you have someone very calculated, someone of great status, and has like a heavy beef that we can very much understand, that we see actively happening. And that is where that investment comes in, as opposed to someone like Wyndham Earle. Again, this is this very Joker-like figure, this madman, sort of comes
Can't follow
through.
his own chess rules.
Nope, he can't follow his own chess rules. His words are inconsistent, and we are just to assume that everything happened with his wife.
Yeah, weirdly enough, the gambling man is more predictable than the chess man. You'd think it'd be flipped around, right? So Michael Parks, who is Jean Reno's actor, hadn't watched Twin Peaks when he was asked to play the character. He had not watched the show. It was getting to do the French-Canadian accent that seemed to appeal to him the most. He just wanted to do this accent. And when he found out that Jean Reno's two brothers hadn't had an accent like that, they hadn't had the French-Canadian dialect, he said, this is according to the Brad Dukes book, quote, "That's their effing problem." He didn't say effing, I'll say effing. The episode's director apologized and went to go check with David Lynch. It's like, hey, is it okay if Jean Reno has an accent when the other guys didn't? And Lynch said he could do whatever he wanted.
I think that, again, the accent is something that really helps kind of add to the character. I think that there is a nice candor he brings to the table that makes him seem very much slimy but suave. And at the same time, like, I can't excuse the rest of One-Eyed Jacks, but considering that Bernard as well as Jacques are mainly in Twin Peaks, it seems like, and they are catching dialect from other people, I think it's enough to say that maybe it's just something that they may have lost over time.
Yeah, I think it's again complicated.
Wait a second. Did Bernard even have a spoken line?
He did. He had a couple, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Huh.
I know, right? He and Joey Paulson had about the same amount of lines. But it's interesting because you and I both, I would say, like the accent that Jean Reno goes for. Yet, at the same time, if I was the director of the episode and all of a sudden the actor was just like, hey, I didn't realize this guy doesn't have an accent. Too bad the other ones didn't. That's their effing problem. I'm doing this voice. I'm going to do it. I definitely could see that being a little confrontational. To be told by the actor, like, this is how I'm doing it. Sucks that it doesn't fit the continuity of your show. It's an interesting approach. And that's reflected in how the directors have spoken about Michael Parks. So I have two different situations I'll present to you. One is from Todd Holland. He was the episode 11 and episode 20 director. He said, Quote, Michael Parks insisted on speaking so slowly with that French-Canadian accent. Nothing I could say to him changed anything in his performance. I just could not get him to speak more quickly. He actually ended up forcing our cutting pattern in post because we had to cut away simply to tighten up the dialogue. He's a very intense man who chose to be very intense when he met me. He's the only person on the entire crew that really came at me with a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah, I'm curious. We are going to be exploring the deleted scenes. I'm a big advocate on checking those out.
For whatever's available.
For whatever is available, yes. So it makes me wonder, like, how much we'll see Jean Reno just for the sake of being like, we couldn't keep it all in.
I'd be curious how many deleted scenes there really are. Have you checked to see that there are some on those Blu-rays? Because
oh yeah, there's deleted scenes on the Blu-rays. Yeah,
I'd be curious because usually with a TV show, you would think there'd be less kept than a movie. So I'd again be wondering how much was actually preserved.
If there's something very unconventional already about Twin Peaks that looking at some of the special features, I can't help but be excited for.
Sure. Returning to Jean Reno, we have an opposite situation from Todd Holland with the other director, Graham Clifford, who said, quote, Michael was great fun to work with. He relished his role and was full of ideas. I loved his accent. He loved it too and used it when he was not on camera. I would say, Michael, can I talk to you about this? And he would say in his best French accent, oui, mon cher, what would you like? And he'd be sort of jokingly in character all the time, as far as the accent went anyway. And then Mark Frost said he never worked with anyone more professionally prepared as an actor in all of his life. And he said that he was picture perfect on take in every scene he ever did with him. So there seems to be a weird contrast between, Todd Holland's experience with the actor as well as others, given that it seems to be a strong personality.
I think that the strong personality can definitely come through, not only because of the role that he is coming up and playing, but the fact that it's very easy for people to tense up and become very combative when they are told no to something that they are very passionate in.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and I think it especially shows in these bits of dialogue. I don't sense that there was many points in which, like, say, for example, these other directors wanted, hey, could you please talk faster? Or, hey, can we rework it? It seems that they kind of went with the flow with Jean Reno, and and that does show with the overall both professional as well as friendly behaviors had with those individuals. So
I would also theorize that Todd Holland, being that he was the episode 11 director, there's a good chance that he was the first one to really work with Jean Reno.
Okay.
So he was in a position of trying to navigate this new character and wanting this character to be a certain way, helping to co-create it.
Yeah.
Whereas other directors and writers, they didn't get him until later when the character was already developed. You wouldn't expect the Jean Reno character to change suddenly when just because you're in charge.
Yeah.
So I feel like the guy who gets him first has to deal with the fact that the actor already had ideas cemented in place. Everyone after the fact would probably just take it for granted that, oh, this is what the character's like. So I think that Todd Holland had the more difficult job of working with an actor who had a lot of passions and ideas going into a character and having to navigate that with him for the character's first appearance.
yeah.
The other character I wanted to give some information about is Harold Smith.
Okay.
So Lenny Von Dolan, who is Harold Smith's actor, said that he changed a line in his audition that made it way into the episode that he'd first appear in.
Okay.
So during the audition, he changed a line, and then that got kept in. And it was when Donna says to him, she'll be back. The original version said, great, I'll look forward to it. But when he did his audition, and then later in the actual script, Von Dolan changed it to, I'll be here. Which I like that change.
It's more cryptic. It's something in which it's hard to necessarily read something from the character, but it still is very... I'd almost say that the character would hold it as something endearing and close to his own chest.
Well, it's just the idea that there's nowhere else he could be. You know, it sort of puts the emphasis less on his emotion of expectancy and more on the fact of, I'm going to be here. There's nowhere else I could go. I think there's a bit of tragedy in that delivery.
There's definitely tragedy in it, but there's also probably a little bit of hope for Harold that, hey, there's actually someone giving me company,
right?
Especially retrospectively after like all that time spent with Laura Palmer.
Von Dolan says, with regards to playing the character, quote, it was a completely insular world for me. I didn't know anything about what was going on beyond Harold Smith's world, and I didn't really want to know. I liked the hermetically sealed world because that was Harold's environment, and so I didn't know much else about what was going on. At this time, Laura Flynn Boyle, Donna's actress, was dating Kyle MacLachlan, Dale Cooper's actor. So there were moments where she was shooting sexually suggestive scenes with Harold's actor, where between takes, she'd run over and jump into Kyle MacLachlan's arms as if to say, I'm just acting. And Von Dolan said that they tried to make the scenes between Donald and Harold, quote unquote, pretty hot. Which is something I've never thought of during those scenes. But hey, more power to them for that. I think the idea that the Harold Smith actor would purposefully not want to know about what's going on the rest of the episode was really good. I think that's like a good move on the actor's part to just not know, given his specific character. There's something to that, I think, that rings true for me.
Yeah.
Originally, the script for the episode where Harold is kind of more intimidating with like the garden rake. Originally, it called for Harold to go after Donna and Maddie, like chase after them. But the actor said that he objected because he didn't believe there was a violent bone in Harold's body. After this objection, there was a last-minute script change. And so instead of chasing after them, he turned the violence in on himself. And that was kind of more from the actor's side. So if this is to be believed, the reason that Harold Smith doesn't chase the girls, but instead hurts himself with the garden rake, is because the actor said that Harold doesn't have any violence in him. What do you think of that sort of interpretation by the actor?
I mean, as far as, like, Harold not having a violent bone in his body, we know only so much about Harold, but at the same time, Harold has only been around Harold this whole time. So maybe we have seen every bit that Harold is willing to give forward.
Yeah, Von Dolan's interpretation of Harold is that he is nonviolent.
Yeah. I don't know how I'd react if I saw him chase him down, personally. I think that there would be probably more credence to something being possessive over him. I'm pretty sure that I could see myself arguing, no, this is like a resident, a leech, if you will, locked on to Harold. But I do think that I do agree that Harold himself is meek, if anything.
Yeah, I think the fact that he would turn it himself, it contributes to the idea of him being more meek, non-violent, more passive as a role, as a character. But then it also, to me, kind of adds more mystery to the idea of him suddenly dying shortly after, because the fact that he did turn that violence inward would lead you to believe that that might have been death by suicide. However, if he had chased after them, I think that almost would have led it to believe that maybe he wouldn't have done that. It's hard to say. I think it adds a little bit more credence that this is someone who did turn the harm on himself. It's complicated. I think it just adds more to the tragedy of the character too.
It does.
I think if he would have been a raving lunatic chasing them out of the house, it would have just felt cheap for the character that had been developed for me. I think it would have lessened the character.
It may have lessened the character, but it kind of would have leaned into, again, those soap opera vibes, if you will.
Yeah.
A twist on the character, if you will, a dramatic moment.
I agree. I think that what we got instead was equally dramatic. It's unfortunate then that there was that, I think you even noticed when we watched the episode, the blood lands on his face before the rake even touches it because it like drips off the thing. So it's unfortunate in the production side it wasn't quite top notch, but there's some charm in that too.
I mean, it just means that there's something even more mystical about Harold in which he bleeds before he's bled.
Perhaps so. The actor also said that he knew all along that his character was going to be temporary. He knew that his character wasn't going to last the whole rest of the series.
Okay.
So he had focused his energy on creating the character within those short-lived parameters. After Harold died, the actor Von Dolan went into a mourning period and didn't keep up with the show afterward. He just stopped. I don't know if he ever later checked into it, but he apparently went through a period of just grieving over the character and moving on from it. Again, from what I can tell, Von Dolan seems like the right actor for the character, not just in how he portrayed him, but he took this role in a certain way internally that I think is just very interesting to read about and hear about.
There is an amount of immersion through things such as this form of professionalism that I can really respect from the actor.
What we can't respect, though, are production errors, right, Professor?
No, I respect those too.
We hate imperfections.
I love them.
We want a robotic, automated future where everything is streamlined into perfection.
Give me my bat quilt. Give me my black turtles, please.
What? Is that reference to something?
Black Turtles is a reference. If anyone has not seen Over the Garden Wall, check out Over the Garden Wall. It's basically where I ended up first hearing from the director the idea of an imperfect tapestry.
Is this a show?
It is a fantastic cartoon, limited series. I think it's like 6 episodes or so. If you guys like fairy tale antics, I absolutely recommend it.
So episode 8 had a rather lengthy list of production errors on the Twin Peaks wiki. So I chose to highlight a few of those. So there's a moment where Leland falls on the floor. I don't know exactly where it is in the episode. And Leland falls on the floor, and there's electrical equipment apparently from the set that can be seen in the shot where he falls.
Okay.
I think recontextualizing that with the idea of electricity, I think that's very funny. At the time, that was just a genuine error. But because Leland, Bob, electricity is now a thing, I feel like that works.
Yes.
In a different way, you can tell me if you think this one works or not. When he arrives, Albert Rosenfeld could be seen taking off his sunglasses 3 times.
I mean,
In different shots. He's shown taking his sunglasses off 3 times, which would imply that in between the shots, he's quickly putting them back on and then taking them off again. Does that gel for you?
Absolutely. No,
Okay.
he has to just make sure that he's seeing all the angles in both the light and the darkness.
That makes sense.
Kingdom Hearts.
Perfection. Then this one's kind of curious, and I guess it makes sense. Like, I never really thought about it, but now that it's been stated, like, yeah, okay. There's a couple things with the enveloped letter that Audrey gave Cooper that was kind of pivotal at the end of season 1 going into season 2. It originally said, "My special agent" on the outside of the envelope, and then when we see it later, it is shown to be saying Agent Cooper. Just Agent Cooper on there, which I think "My special agent" was more personalized. And then also, it was last seen on the table, but then later we see it under the bed.
Yeah.
So we don't know how it got there.
Oh, I thought that it got knocked over at one point.
Never shown.
I could have sworn.
Don't swear.
I will.
That's a bad, naughty word.
The swear?
No,
There's the bad, naughty word?
The act of swearing is a bad, naughty word.
I mean, it could be more than one. I could give you a whole entire tapestry of them.
Please do not tape the street with them.
I think that with the changes on the text, mystical nature, things are not what they seem. As far as the under the bed thing, I suppose that the show fooled me well enough with it then.
That's good. I mean, we never thought about bringing it up, so, like, it obviously wasn't a big deal to us. And I think most fans aren't going to, like, think about that, because if you think about the way season 2 overall begins, it's got enough weird stuff going on that you're probably not thinking about the logistics of where envelopes are located.
Uh-huh.
Considering you have rings just straight up disappearing off people's hands. So, who is to know?
Who is to know? Now, Kalil, I think I've heard enough of you talking.
That's fair.
And I think I've heard enough of me talking.
I've heard enough of you listening.
So, I think that using my voice, the listeners will now call out to you.
My laptop is, like, firing up right now in anticipation of what you're saying. It's going to take off.
We asked for audience questions, and our audience answered. So, please.
They answered with questions?
Yes.
Good.
No, that legitimately is the case.
Yes, good.
Now, we have to answer these questions ourselves. Like, we have to do the legwork now. So be prepared for our first question. Now,
and we apologize if we say anyone's name wrong. We are bad at pronouncing things sometimes.
Very bad at
We'll do our
pronouncing
best.
things. Know that we do really appreciate you guys coming forward. Brave souls, as we may very well butcher your names.
And some of you guys have been waiting for these answers since, like, April or, like, March. So, like, thanks for being patient with us.
So, first, we have Burger Halverson with a Twitter handle at Burger Bowie. Burger spelled not with a U, but an I. Asked, what story threads does he, being the Unplugged Professor, think will be picked up again in the sequel show? Now, answer for me.
Oh, this is spicy. Okay. So I think the Unplugged Professor thinks that Cooper's storyline will be continued. I would think if I were
Cooper will return.
If
in
I was the
25
professor,
years.
I would assume that we're going to get more context on what happened to Agent Cooper after season 2. Along with that, probably more context with Annie, because that's connected. It's the last line of season 2. I would also probably expect the police department people, Sheriff Truman, Andy, Lucy, right? I would expect...
No. Could you go further? Because what story thread is that? Just the concept that there will be a law system?
25 years later, Andy and Lucy, are they still together? What's their relationship status?
Please, and is that all?
Hawk, has he taken over the entire department by this point, or is he still just a deputy?
We know that's going to be the case, and if it's not the case officially, unofficially.
Okay, fair enough.
Sorry, there.
I would also probably... You've mentioned before during, I believe, the Fire Walk with Me, or maybe it's the Missing Pieces ones, that you wanted to see more Sarah Palmer. So I don't know if you think Sarah Palmer's story will be continued or not, but you've wanted it.
Sarah Palmer ended off talking in someone else's voice.
So So as far as the main ones, I would, if I was a professor, I would probably assume Cooper, Annie, and the main people of the department, the police department. Maybe Bobby. Bobby seems to be kind of important. James and Donna, probably.
Now,
those are the ones I'm assuming you would assume to be assumptive.
Now, the story threads, I'm assuming, are just their overall relationships.
Yeah, story threads I take to be relationships, character arcs.
Okay.
Just plot threads in general. So, like, now that I've answered, how accurate was my answer to the answer you would answer with this question?
We may never know.
Professor, Berger Halverson wants to know.
Very well. So, thank you. Thank you very much for the question. I'm glad that's just directed at me. This is very exciting. The story threads that I would...
You think will be picked up. Not that you want to, just the ones you think will actually be picked up.
I think that we're going to be picking up again on more... I think that since we have such... What I would call, if I'm not misinterpreting it, fun antics exploring the Black Lodge or the Red Room or so on.
So you would expect the threads of the Black Lodge Red Room to be continued.
They would be continued, possibly expanded, but...
Would the White Lodge be expanded?
I think so, but unconventionally.
Okay.
I think that it's going to be a case in which I might have more questions.
Has anything with the lodges
answers.
been that conventional?
It might get more unconventional.
Okay.
We have 25 years worth of ammunition that could happen.
That's a lot.
That's
more than the NRA.
Hey, look, the return could be like a whole entire like documentary series for all that I know.
Okay.
So
your first assumption would be probably going to have Black Lodge, Red Room, maybe some White Lodge.
yes, basically the fun mystical nature. I think that we're going to continue on the line of... I think a Dugpa will be introduced.
A Dugpa will be introduced.
A Dugpa, if not more, because I think that having people
I like to believe his
connected-
name is A Dugpa, like A stands for something like Albert Dugpa.
Albert Dugpa. His name is Rosenfeld, so I don't think it's that Albert.
Okay.
So I think that we're going to be introduced to someone who does actively want to channel or be a part of this mystical nature, if you will, willingly. I think that we're going to probably see a little bit of Cooper or the remnants of Cooper. I think that we're going to be continuing a storyline that features Truman, and here's a bold take. I don't think Truman will be a police officer.
Okay.
I think that for everything that he had been through between losing Josie and losing Cooper inside these moments, I don't know how he would take a stand for himself.
So you'll have like an aged Truman, 20-some years he's been off the force, what he's doing now.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That's my bold take. I think that we're going to see... I hope we see Sarah Palmer. Okay. I hope that something happened with Sarah Palmer that might be for the better. I don't think it's going to be for the better.
Okay.
But I am pretty positive that we are not done with the Palmer household, and that's the only member we
unless
have
they pull out a new Palmer.
Yes. Which would be very strange, just like a good old Uncle Palmer.
I know the Palmer's like the front of my hand. Wait, that's a new palm.
I think that we're going to get more Catherine content, where we're going to see, because she's ended up, like, there has been no contradictions. She won Benjamin Horne's overall estate.
Yeah, she came out on top for the most part.
Yeah, so I can't imagine that Benjamin Horne will be alone, if anything, and maybe they may be working closely together yet again. And I think that another one that I'm going to bring up, I think we're going to be seeing more Wyndham Earl despite his death. I think that there's still plenty to play with the character.
Sure.
As is, especially with the soul being stricken and taken, that will either play more into the Black Lodge itself or play more with other people willing to come into Twin Peaks looking for either Cooper or Wyndham Earl.
I had brought up in my expectations for your expectations that you might expect Bobby Briggs. I didn't hear him pop up in yours. Do you think he's not going to be in there or not going to be very much? Or
he might be inside there. I don't know if we're going to explore more of his growth and character. I think
James Donna?
I believe that stuff will happen with James and Donna. Yeah.
So you do expect that those threads will be picked up?
I believe that there's going to be some threads picked up with James and Donna. I fear those threads. Bobby Briggs and Shelley Johnson. I mean, the fact that Shelley Johnson shared a scene with Gordon Cole, I can see content with Shelley Johnson. But Bobby Briggs, unless there's some sort of legacy that he brings forward with his father, I don't know what else we can do with Bobby
I
Briggs.
think a lot of fans would be thinking at the end of season 2 that Bobby would come back mainly because of the Major's prediction for Bobby's future. That the Major had said he pictures Bobby with that veranda on the vast estate and things being good for Bobby.
I mean, that's kind of what happened towards the end of season 2. Maybe not like a physical.
Oh, so you're thinking
space.
it already happened?
I think that already, like, Bobby Briggs is in a very content spot right now, compared to especially most of Twin Peaks.
That's fair.
I think that he is at peace, and I think that them at the diner with also Major Briggs also at the diner, this genuinely could have been a form of it.
Okay. All right. Beautifully answered by both of us. I like the fact that we took this question and our first gut way was for me to predict what you would predict.
You know the return, so
I like this. I like this. And I hope I have given no spoiler any way or the other. I'm keeping a straight face as you're talking about these things. You could be right. You could be wrong. I'm going to be neutral.
it's kind of impressive. It genuinely is. But yes, thank you again, Burger Halverson. Excellent question. Now, next up, we have Guy Dudeman at G Dudeman.
What's the G stand for?
Guy.
Probably, yeah.
Pretty confident on that one, actually.
Probably. We don't know for sure.
What does this mean by Twin Peaks? Are the two? Yes, there are. And Guy Dudeman is actually one of the hosts of the It's Happy Hour in France Twin Peaks podcast.
A fellow inmate stuck with us in this eternal penitentiary of
Welcome.
Twin Peaks.
Enjoy. I hear it has great food here. All the cream corn.
Professor,
you
I
could
know
want.
that you can't really check out other podcasters lest there be any potential spoilers.
I am forbidden to Google.
I do
don't
not let
think
him on the internet
podcasts-
anymore. It's really actually quite intense. The
I am
regimen.
fed only cherry pie at this point. As
That's
I,
unrelated. I just force him to eat cherry pie. It's an experiment. See what happens. But
I don't remember today, Kalil. I think the experiment hasn't gone so well.
I have legitimately fallen behind in all my podcasts that I like to listen to. So I will say I've only listened to a few episodes of the It's Happy Hour in France Twin Peaks podcast, but I remember quite liking what I had heard. So if you're interested in Twin Peaks podcasting, I'd say give him a check out.
Now, we asked for questions, and Guy Dudeman provided. Because we have two questions here, Kalil.
Woo!
Yep, that was a woo sound, and
Woo!
also another woo.
Woo.
Indeed. Did Twin Peaks live up to the hype?
So for me, I never had it hyped really for me. I happened to see it at a situation where I hadn't really heard of it. A friend told me it existed, and then we watched it. It wasn't something that I had heard of prior, so I didn't really have hype. And then as far as the hype I've heard since, it has a cult classic sort of status, a cult following sort of status. I feel like the thing that overall gets really hyped in the public domain for what I encounter is David Lynch as a person. In Twin Peaks is just like one of the most accessible and popular forms of what people conceive as David Lynch, even though, again, Twin Peaks is more than just him. So in terms of did Twin Peaks live up to the hype, for me, again, I didn't really have a lot of hype. And then in terms of meeting my expectations of David Lynch, I think that overall David Lynch has lived up to the hype for me. I do really enjoy, he's still probably my favorite director.
As far for me, I kind of have the same similar situation because Twin Peaks is something in which I had only known because of some of my favorite directors or people who are influenced by their art sort of like credit Twin Peaks as a big form of their expression, like something in which did inspire them.
Big influence.
And I can definitely see it. This is something that genuinely feels very unique to other bits of media. We can put together things it certainly feels like, but I don't think I know many things that are like Twin Peaks alone. And that is impressive. It really is.
You said there was a second question, right?
Oh, yes.
What is the second question, Professor? Do not hold me back from my Guy Dudeman content.
Now, second question. Be prepared. Do you find its reputation as the grandfather of prestige television true?
So, again, having not heard of it prior, I didn't have that expectation going in. And it really wasn't until afterward, I believe, that I saw much that would constitute prestige television. If you count it, I had seen Lost when I was young, like when it first came out. And then I don't remember when I first saw Breaking Bad, but I hadn't seen The Sopranos, for example, until rather recently. I can't remember if it was this year or late last year I saw The Sopranos. Probably somewhere in between. Maybe it crossed over the January Janus two-headed god spectrum. So my experiences with Prestige television are not complete. And I also would say that I don't know if there's anything prior to Twin Peaks that meets that criteria. However, all those qualifiers out of the way, I would say overall, yes. I would say that when I watch Twin Peaks, I do sense like, yeah, this was really weird for the time. It would be really weird for the time now. And I can see how shows like The Sopranos would see Twin Peaks and be like, all right, we can do something like this. We can put forward a little more bold, risky ideas. We can have more kind of weird scenarios and absurd characters. And we can also more confidently put film techniques into our TV shows. I think one of the biggest contributions that Twin Peaks made, especially the Lynch episodes, is how much episodes of Twin Peaks could feel more film-like than your standard TV show, because it aired opposite Cheers for a while. And I think about Cheers versus Twin Peaks are drastically different experiences.
What are you talking about? It's the same show.
And not to
it's the same show.
And not to diss Cheers. I'm not a Cheers hater. It's just one of those situations where, yeah, I think it was doing something very different, even among the soap opera model, that I can imagine being extremely influential for prestige television.
Yeah, don't diss Cheers. It has so many spin-offs, likely for reasons. So, as far as my take is that, as I mentioned before, I've seen people very inspired by the work enough in which having a legacy, if you will, and then putting this person as the grandfather of what I would assume to be prestige television. No, I think I can agree with that sentiment. I don't know how qualified I am for that because I think that Kalil can speak up for me that my repertoire on what I watch for television is very mostly random.
Yeah.
You can usually catch me for about 90% of it being animated shows because I love animated mediums.
Have you seen anything else that would qualify as prestige television? Like, usually my mind goes to things like The Sopranos. Again, if you count it, Lost. I think like Boardwalk Empire, Mad Men, those sort of more recent examples, Breaking Bad, they often get qualified as that. There are a lot of dramas usually.
I think that, again, my main area is inside of animation, and I adore animation. I look forward to any chances when I get to see more adult animation, but otherwise, I'm in love with the art form that I can see any sort of aged content and probably fall in love with it. I think that the biggest identifiers for prestige, and when I think of something like a prestige show, it's something that is very well highly regarded. It's something memorable, and you'll see pieces of it sort of sprinkle into other forms of media just because of how influential it was alone. And the two shows that immediately come to mind for me are probably Avatar: The Last Airbender and Gravity Falls.
So you're taking the prestige title very loosely then.
I take it in the...
You're not talking about the genre of prestige television. You're talking about
I don't know what that means.
Okay,
so
yeah.
Yes, I am taking it loosely with the idea of what prestige, I think, means, in which it is something heavily influential. It is something that is put onto a little bit of a pedestal, and possibly for good reasons. I do think that these two examples are for good reasons as well. One being an ongoing narrative that sort of expands for so long for a story-based show is impressive for something with Avatar. And as far as Gravity Falls, not only does like bits of the general like humor that kind of gets outlandish kind of like seeps through, but the overall... It's definitely a feeling. It's definitely a feeling that you kind of like sit down with and say, no, this is very consistent with its own show. I feel fully immersed in this.
Listeners, if there's any show you can think of that came out before Twin Peaks that you think sets up these sort of trends in long-form narrative television, please let us know. I imagine soap operas are the main thing you would point to.
Yeah.
But soap operas were still kind of limited by their genre.
I think
whereas Twin Peaks just blew the genre up to what it could potentially be without needing to be super conformed.
Yeah.
My laptop's taking off again, boys. Earlier, Professor, when you said you were seeking out adult animation, I was going to make a joke like, ooh la la. Because usually when I hear like adult animation or adult film, I think of a specific type of product.
So what
but
you're
I know
saying,
that's not what you meant.
So what you're saying, though, Kalil, is that you're a coward for humor.
I am a courage the cowardly humor. No, when I heard that, I want to make a joke, but then I realized, like, no, I get what you mean. I think the way you're using adult is actually pretty similar to what the term prestige television means.
Okay.
prestige television, because you mentioned you weren't quite sure, and maybe a listener isn't sure either, it's a loose term that is often applied to television that feels more long form and scripted as a narrative, like a book or a movie usually is. It's not as episodic. It's a lot more serious, which is why a lot of prestige television is drama. Again, Breaking Bad, Sopranos kind of stuff. A lot of crime dramas especially.
Yes.
But you chose Avatar The Last Airbender as an example. That's actually not that far, I would say, from prestige. It's just probably people would roll their eyes at it because it's a kid's cartoon. And there are episodic elements, but at the same time, does it have a long-form narrative that develops themes over the course of multiple seasons? Yeah, it does.
Yeah, no, I think that as far as the medium goes, I think that just discounting things that are generally for a different audience than yourself is a little bit too hand-wavy for my personal
prestige television as a term, I think a lot of people mean well with it, but if you're really limited in that sort of terminology, it can get a little gatekeepy. Because if prestige television just means like good shows, then I think we need to start including animated shows that do the same thing.
Yeah, I hope so.
It's just a loose genre convention for more serialized, season-based programming rather than episodic sort of situations. So yeah, just thought I'd clarify that.
Hey man, if it is good, this is good. That is the only qualifier I'm looking for.
So clarify this for me, Professor. Do we have any more audience questions?
We don't have an audience question remaining, but we have an audience comment that you have placed into this format.
And by comment, you mean several, not just one. There's actually more comments than there are questions.
So, listener, just so you know, when you press like the scroll bar, when you're like inside of a Google document, you find out that there's more.
There's more on the next page.
There's more in there.
Yeah, no, just for full transparency, I sent the professor some of these questions and comments in advance. So these are some things that we acquired. A lot of these are from YouTube comments now. Again, if you ever have a question or comment, you don't have to wait for the next look back. Feel free to drop them. Some of these comments from YouTube, I've already replied to them too. I just wanted to highlight some that I thought, hey, maybe people who don't check out our YouTube comments section should hear about it.
So, again, as far as you individuals go, I do apologize if everything is mispronounced in now this new section of comments. But for a little bit of insight, let's go over to The Secret Diary Part 1's comment from Robert Maiolo. Robert states, "As one who ran a bookstore at the time, I recall no concerns over carrying the book referring to The Secret Diary of Laura Palmer. Lots of talks about Satanic Verses and American Psycho, but not The Secret Diary."
So, yeah, Robert Maiolo pointing out here that at least his experience, literally as someone running a bookstore at the time, a context that the professor and I do not have. I think that's great that someone who actually ran a bookstore at the time commented.
Yes.
At least for his situation, there were no real controversies he encountered.
Which is, honestly, like, maybe I haven't read enough books. Maybe I need to read more books to know that these are actually very common.
There's people who really believe that reading books is a good thing for some reason. There's readers out there. Strange.
Yeah, I mean, like, scripts already do enough. I can make my own voices. Like,
yeah. But yeah, anyway, I get what you're saying. I kind of assumed it'd be controversial, but when they brought up American Psycho as a comparison, yeah, the 90s were a gritty time. The late 80s into the 90s, like after Reagan, there were some artistic sentiments that got a little intense. And it's like, this is the era of like Marilyn Manson sort of aesthetic, which I hate to bring up his name given recent controversies. But again, in the 90s, he was kind of the face of that sort of anti-conservative, anti-Christian sentiment, kind of in the underbelly of American subculture and counterculture, that I can see where the diary wouldn't seem as hardcore as maybe it does now. And it maybe seems more hardcore because it's based on a generally safe TV show, that the book just seems more intense. But there definitely were other books that would have been equally, if not more, graphic at the time that probably garnered more attention and controversy. We just grew up in an age where Harry Potter is getting boycotted, so we think that this book would be, more boycotted.
Well, that's also the distinguishing factor of the content of inside the book as opposed towards the content the author puts forward.
Yeah.
So, but yes, thank you very much, Robert. Now, next up is Matthew Hearn. We have two comments from Matthew Hearn, the first one being from The Secret Diary Part 1. "The weirdness you sensed in David Lynch's foreword, where he doesn't seem to want to give his daughter credit for the writing, That's not just Twin Peaks. That's how he views every idea anyone has ever had, artistic or practical, because he views all consciousness as being a single, non-dualistic ultimate truth of which we're only sometimes aware of glimpses. And, as is often the case for people who put that much thought into a spiritual philosophy, it does seem to come at the expense of how he treats those closest to him.
Yeah, I thought Matthew Hearn pointed out something that rings true for my experiences of Lynch media.
Yeah.
And we'll probably see more as we look at more behind-the-scenes footage, is that Lynch has a pretty positive reputation among a lot of actors. A lot of actors continue to work with him for multiple projects over the course of decades. They speak highly of him. They love him. But his commitment to the art sometimes can read as a little callous. And I think that this is a good way of articulating it, is that David Lynch is an artist first and foremost, and he's also a spiritual artist, and that he's someone who deeply cares about sort of transcendental meditation and the values that come with that.
Okay.
So a lot of times Lynch, even in the foreword, he talked about almost as a wind, you know, the vibe in the room is the sort of energy. He's willing to go with actors and other writers and directors coming up with their ideas, but if something's moving in a direction, you gotta go in that direction. So he doesn't often attribute greatness or talent or credit potentially to the people involved so much as how they're able to channel that energy.
Yeah.
So I think that maybe in Lynch's worldview, this is again speculation, that Lynch is someone who might, instead of crediting the writer of the book, sort of speak to the energy or ideas or wave that the author just channeled into. Again, almost to use the electricity idea, you picked up a signal.
Yes, I think that David Lynch, from what I see, definitely goes with the flow in the extreme sense, or at the very least, from my overall sensibilities on, say, for example, make sure to credit your overall individual that's worked so hard inside the works.
But he's not a full-on hippie, though. I mean, he definitely, he has some priorities that he will not let go freely.
Okay.
He has to have Final Cut in his films, for example. He doesn't want that vision to get sullied by corporate interests, for example.
Honestly, it's what Judas Booth would have wanted.
It is what. Have we mentioned that in the pod yet?
Just in case, and in case it's been enough time between podcasts, if you guys haven't heard.
I don't remember what we said and didn't.
So here's a little fun fact. We'll even probably bring it up again later on.
Right.
But David Lynch with the Dune movie.
Yeah.
It turns out that
he famously hated that movie.
Famously hated it, and it seems that the studio wanted to make a special little cut.
Yeah, an extended cut for, I think it was made for TV, I think.
Yep. And it seems David Lynch was not really okay with the idea. It seems that he agreed, but on the terms that if this is going to be the case, he wants the director role to be renamed, if you will.
Yeah, and so I think it was on the script is where it changed it. So instead of saying it was a screenplay by David Lynch, it would say it was by Judas Booth.
Yep, combining potentially. I could be wrong here, but I am pretty certain.
This is the most on-the-nose thing David Lynch has ever done. There's a lot of room for speculation. This is not one of those things.
It combines both the betrayer, Judas as well
Iscariot.
As another betrayer, John Wilkes Booth, which is, I think, very fascinating because it's as if to say David Lynch himself is the ultimate betrayer, as opposed towards him being ultimately betrayed.
It's a strange. At least he didn't go for the alternative of Jesus Lincoln. I think that would have been maybe more alarming.
What's better, Jesus Lincoln or Abraham Jesus?
Abraham Christ. Christ is not the last name I know, but that's the closest thing we're going to get
Apparently my
here.
mind just assumed it was just Jesus. It was Jesus.
Abraham of Nazareth? I don't know. Abraham's already a biblical name, so I don't know how that would follow through.
The timeline's a little wonky.
So yeah, wait, that's a funny story. Hey, did we reply to that comment? Yeah, I think we were. Did you have anything else to say about Matthew Hearn's first comment?
Overall, I do appreciate the general insight on it. It makes me, on one hand, fascinated.
I know a word you never say.
Never. Because we are looking into an individual that is, again, not usually on the wavelength that you and I possibly tout. And just seeing, maybe I might be going too far onto this, but saying an extreme personality. I want to see more from him because I want to learn more about what he's all about. Yeah. But there's also that other bit of concern, again, with my end of, be kind to the people who make these things. Make sure to give the credits. Make sure to give the pats. Applause at the end. And if they have to break a leg for the curtains, break it.
And I want to be clear that, we're making these sort of quick comments about someone we never met. We only
Nope.
know superficially.
This is
And
the first content.
Professor definitely doesn't know anything about David Lynch yet.
yeah.
Yet. He will.
Yet.
He soon.
Soon.
But what I will say also is that, I would need to do a lot more research to find out how true a lot of what I've been saying is. Because even with regards to the actors, Lynch is known to praise his actors when he thinks they're doing a great job.
Yeah.
When we get to Inland Empire, I'll probably bring up it again, but there's this whole campaign he did for Laura Dern to get awards nominations that was hilarious and very endearing to the idea that, Lynch legitimately has trust and also pride in his actors and what they're capable of doing. And he seeks out the people who are able to tap into that sort of signal the way he does. And he spoke, actually, right before this pod, we were talking about and listening to Lynch talk about Angelo Badalamenti a little bit.
Yes.
And he talked about how Angelo Badalamenti could tap into things the way he could.
Yeah,
so he
through
looks for those
conversation.
people.
Like he's like David Lynch would start talking, and Angelo Badalamenti would translate that into music. And
So-
if there's a point in which, say for example, like he says something, and Angelo Badalamenti does something David Lynch doesn't agree with, it's not like a sense of like do it again. No, David Lynch instead rewords it and tries to find a better structure. He takes on more burden on himself in order for them to come to a better understanding and make music out of it. And that is honestly, like, that's a fantastic like use of like trying to create art together.
If I may do a double meaning of the term here, I think it's something I'm probably going to refer to it from now on. I think David Lynch is a conductor, and I think he looks for fellow conductors, both in the sense of the one who orchestrates a musical movement, as well as someone who conducts electricity. I think he meets both of those factors. Thank you.
Now, Matthew Hearn has more to say as far as a comment in our Fire Walk With Me, Part 1.
Mm-hmm.
As you have written down on this document as FOOM.
Yeah, as of right now, the most recent video is Fire Walk With Me Part 2. So if Matthew Hearn or anyone else leaves some amazing comments in the next couple weeks or so, they won't make it in this particular video, but thank you for what you've done so far.
Matthew Hearn states, "To me, the Lil scene isn't about metaphor. It's about code. Metaphor can be figured out by someone looking at it without context. Code requires someone to give you the key to understand it. David Lynch is telling us that there is a key to the code, not metaphor, of this movie, but that we don't necessarily have all of it."
So I think this is a really interesting thought that we had brought up in the Fire Walk With Me pods, the idea that there are sort of key metaphors and motifs working through here, and that the Lil scene is to be interpreted metaphorically.
Okay.
And I think Matthew Hearn is drawing a distinction then between metaphor and code. So my question for you, Professor, after kind of mulling this over, do you think that Fire Walk With Me uses metaphor, code, a mix of both, and what does that kind of mean for us trying to understand it?
I think that as far as the words go, we use metaphor because obviously we're trying to gander some meanings from different scenes. But I do think that the way that Matthew Hearn describes it, it's very much is an end of code. Now, mind you, that usually gets into the mindset for me visually because my mind gets wild at times, that we're sitting down hunkered through trying to translate things wildly as if our lives are on the line, which actually isn't too far off in general. We are constantly like digging through. I think that I mentioned before, looking back, that you had sat and suffered with me going piece by piece through the Tibet scene as I was trying to write everything down and translate it through. So trying to break the code of these moments, I think that is a good way to put it.
Do you think, again, going with what Hearn said here, do you think that we do have all of the pieces we need for the code? Like, first question of this is, do you think with base Fire Walk With Me, did we have all of the information we needed to crack the code? And then the second part is, did we have everything once missing pieces came out?
I think that Twin Peaks, and especially Fire Walk With Me, we're not given a conventional key. We're given a set of lockpicks. Mm-hmm. And we'll finagle around and we'll try to work through things, and sometimes these little lockpicks will end up breaking. But it's only going to be unlocked when we're satisfied enough with it. And I think that makes Twin Peaks to have a very unique code in which it's more so about your personal satisfaction looking through these strange moments, whether it is going to be something that someone will just sort of accept, be like, okay, well, that was a fun, weird moment, or such as with you and I, in which we're trying to find the deeper meanings to them.
There are some people who are like the Rolling Stones song, and they just can't get no satisfaction.
And no belly action, but they try.
What?
And they try. Isn't that how it goes? I can't get no... I can't get no belly action.
Belly action? Is that a thing?
I'm pretty sure it's belly action.
What?
The snake.
No, it just repeats the can't get no satisfaction. There's no belly action. What did you think that meant? Like belly dancers?
Maybe. I mean, have you seen?
I've seen Mick Jagger do his thing.
We got literal belly dancing in Twin Peaks.
Okay, but that doesn't mean it's in the Rolling Stones song. Anyway.
It is something in which I was very confident on. But
so do you going back to my question, do you think with the missing pieces, without the missing pieces, do we have enough for our manufactured lockpicks set that we were given to crack the code?
To crack a code for self-satisfaction, yes. To
but not
find
the code.
The code. I don't think that it's a question of the code. I think it's the answer. Mm-hmm. I think that you have enough to play around with, and I think that there's certain ends that you might even take certain leaps while working things out. But I do not believe in the answer. I believe in the intention. But it seems that David Lynch's directing style is wild enough that I think that maybe it's a question of whether the answer is just a feeling.
Would you agree? I'm going to make a statement. Tell me if you agree or disagree or want to qualify it.
Disagree.
My statement is Fire Walk with Me on its own is complete.
Yes, I agree.
Without the missing pieces.
I agree.
Okay.
I think that the missing pieces, though, are also complete.
On their own.
Yes.
Separately.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
It's the strings of thoughts and feelings that didn't necessarily fit entirely, but that's also like the little... It's like the little crumbs that you get at the bottom of your French fries. Mm-hmm. Like, they're still nice, crunchy, tasty, and salty, and you can enjoy them on your own.
Yeah. I know that feeling.
I do.
Dude, now I'm hungry for some of those.
Just the bits.
And then I believe we have some more comments from one more individual.
Yes.
Our probably most prolific commenter on YouTube.
Potentially. Overall, I appreciate their comments, but on the same token, I'm not allowed to look at them, so I couldn't answer that question. Regardless, I appreciate all you guys leaving comments. I appreciate the conversations that you guys have been brought up, and the stuff that Kalil has basically fed me through a large hamster water tube.
Again, only cherry pie is all I feed him.
Through
Keeping
the tube,
the continuity here.
Through the tube.
Tube pie.
Tube pie. But we got some comments from MacGuffin. Mm-hmm. MacGuffin commented from Secret Diary Part 1, I don't think Coop thinks Twin Peaks is perfect. Lynch always had this thing about either going through the bad to get to the good and understanding the dark underbelly while appreciating the good and mundane.
So this is one where I'm going to agree and disagree. I feel like when we present it sometimes that Cooper thinks Twin Peaks is perfect, that definitely is our interpretation, and it is not the only interpretation that's valid. I think that reading it a little less clear-cut as we sometimes portray it is fair. On the other side, I do think that the way Cooper embellishes Twin Peaks, I don't have direct quotes off the top of my head, admittedly, but there are moments throughout the series, especially season 2, where he's looking to buy property there, that I really feel like he does think the place is purer and good and all these sort of things, and ignores some of the darkness. I feel like he doesn't recognize it.
That's the citizens in general too. We've had like situations where people like talk about like how darkness is coming into Twin Peaks when in truth it just seems like it's always been there, surrounded.
And it's like I agree that Cooper and David Lynch both appreciate the good and the mundane that is there in Twin Peaks.
Yes.
The question is, does Cooper understand the dark underbelly?
I think that Cooper sort of recognizes the dark underbelly. I think that Twin Peaks, in a better word, is ideal. It is something that overall he finds a lot of levity for himself, and he's got a lot of investment for. Mm-hmm. But his job is literally to deal with the bad. I don't think that there's many things in which like you get the good congratulatory call to the FBI.
Yeah.
I think that the bad is the mundane.
He doesn't become jaded by it the way like Albert does.
Yeah. Well,
for
we
example.
don't know if Albert was jaded by that or he was just always jaded.
He was born that way.
He was just born. He just like came out of the body, and that's when he criticized his mother on the act of birth.
Yeah, I mean, as far as Cooper goes, I think it's, again, a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, to use a phrasing that you like to use, Professor. I feel like in some ways, yes, he does understand the darkness. He has to. He works with this. He fights against the darkness. But I think there's still a fundamental way in which he seems to idealize Twin Peaks beyond what it maybe truly is.
Yes. But yes, going forward into Secret Diary Part 2, we have another comment from MacGuffin. I don't see it as conflating BDSM and bisexuality as predatory any more than it conflates sex itself with being predatory. Her sexual relationship with Ronette is no more abusive than the one with Bobby.
I really like this point. When we brought up in the diary discussion, we were talking about how the story portrays a lot of the characters who are bisexual or in some way involved with BDSM as typically being some of the more unsavory characters, mainly Jacques Renault, Leo Johnson, that sort of grouping, and that a lot of times their parties and get-togethers were totally complicit in minors being involved. And in that sort of sense, a lot of times serving as a gateway for underage kids to be involved in activities they shouldn't be around and to be receiving drugs, like hard drugs. So a lot of times, and in main Twin Peaks, we have like characters like Blackie and also Josie kind of involved in the diary as well, characters who are also examples of the sort of bisexuality in a negative light. So when we talked about those, I think we brought up valid points. I think those are all still true in the book. But I think that we're brought up here with MacGuffin. He brings up a really good counterpoint with Bobby, that if we're going to point out these sort of negative connotations that are brought upon characters like Josie and characters like Blackie, we should acknowledge then that Ronette is portrayed generally positive and that the relationship with Bobby is one that is very much, at least from Laura's side, one-sided. I mean, that they're not really on equal terms. It does lean into manipulation.
I think that after Firewalk with Me, perhaps putting Ronette into more positive light. But as far as like Ronette being generally treated or handled throughout the series,
the diary is probably the most positive Ronette we get.
It is. It genuinely
that's where Ronette is like really caring for Laura. So I do think that there's a fair point to be made here that of the sexual partners that Laura's been known to have, Ronette might be the most supportive in the diary.
May very well be, but we also have to consider also the reliability of the individual leading the diary itself, as well as the fact that there's still positives brought in with the means of sexuality with people like Leo Johnson, as well as Jacques Renault, which, as we've seen from a lot of context, that may have been what Laura saw.
I don't know. What do you think overall of MacGuffin's point here that it's less about BDSM and bisexuality being portrayed in a negative light, more so that sexuality in Laura Palmer's life within the diary is always portrayed as something that's a power struggle?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great point, especially with Leland Palmer and Sarah Palmer with their romance just at this point.
Romance or lack thereof.
Yes, exactly. A lack of. It is something that's almost painful, if you will, and even the object that Leland Palmer has on his person also looks like it has been rough. I don't think that there's really any positive sexual examples throughout Twin Peaks, other than, I would almost call it neutral because we don't get to know them as much, but between Cooper and Annie, with their romance scene.
That's a fair point. I mean, I guess that if we're going to the main Twin Peaks series, I think that you do have examples of that being portrayed more positively. Not necessarily sex specifically, but relationships that are implied to also have sexuality. Like, we have the situation with Audrey and John Justice Wheeler. Seems to be portrayed within season 2 as completely positive for both characters.
Yes, but I'm still...
Within season 2. Like, if there's something else, maybe, but within season 2, yeah.
I'm looking at you, John Justice Wheeler. I don't trust...
His name's Justice. What could possibly go wrong?
He's going off to help a friend who died in Brazil.
Yeah.
Yep. And
that's what friends do.
He's involved with Benjamin Horn.
Professor, if you died in Brazil, I'd help.
Don't. Just know I've gone too far then.
Also, bringing up another example, just popped into my head. The diary portrays Laura's relations with Harold to be not consensual.
Yeah, and
so again, looking at examples of sexuality in general being a lot of times about power dynamics in a very unhealthy way.
Yeah.
And more fuel to the fire that MacGuffin started.
Mm-hmm. So is love enough? Well, we're not seeing many good contexts with love. Though, Kalil, we actually do have a question after these comments. I've made a sandwich, you see, because of the format of
the format that I made that I gave you.
The formats that you gave me. You gave me a sandwich,
I gave you the bread, the middle ingredients, and another slice of bread. I handed it to you. All you did was just put it together the way it was already laid out.
Exactly. So
You did make the sandwich.
I made the sandwich, and I'm giving it back.
But I conducted that sandwich.
Yes, the conducting a sandwich. That is exactly the metaphor we're going for.
Question time.
MacGuffin commented in Fire Walk With Me Part 2, overall asking if we are going to be watching and talking about The Return.
And I figured I would share this reply that I made on the YouTube comment with you guys. I feel like we said it before a little bit, but it bears repeating. We're going to be, after this Lookback episode, talking more about David Lynch films, going in order through his filmography. This will touch upon some of the short films, but not like every project. Like there's some side projects that we're just going to save for like the future if we ever want to. But the big ones, all the feature-length films. While we're doing that, we're also going to jump back and forth to some other Twin Peaks side content.
You guys came up for some nice little Twin Peaks, so we're going to be sprinkling some of those sweet, sweet spices. Right now, we have things planned, such as a lot of these special features found throughout the Z to A collection. We are looking, if not all, I'd like to do all.
So like interviews, deleted scenes, commentaries, whatever we can find.
Yes. We are also going to be looking into other books. So if you've ever looked at that nice cover for the Welcome to Twin Peaks, in which gives a little bit more insight and what Dougie does on Halloween, please tune in for that episode because I think that's just going to be a fun book to look through.
My Life, My Tapes?
My Life, My Tapes, as well as Diane, both Cooper-based content. One
might be canon.
Maybe. Might be canon, maybe. Hey,
you
again,
decide.
Scott Frost, Mark Frost, Jennifer Lynch, David Lynch. Overall, this content, it goes over Dale Cooper and his overall life in a very unique format. It goes all the way back to when we actually had a child Dale with his very first recorder, and some overall content of him talking to Diane.
Followed by that, we're going to look at The Secret History of Twin Peaks by Mark Frost, which came out, I believe, a few months before The Return aired. And then we're going to look at said Return in what'll be at least 18 parts, because that's how long The Return is. And then we will afterward be looking at the final dossier. At this moment, we're talking about stuff that's probably not going to drop on your podcasting source of choice, whether it's YouTube, Spotify, whatevs, wherever you're hearing this. It's probably not going to drop for a long time. By the time we get to the final dossier, we're talking advanced future, super future.
Yep, super future. We're all going to have cool glasses.
So what I will say, and we're going to have flying shoes.
Flying shoes?
Anyway, so by the time that happens, we might decide after the final dossier that we're done, or we might decide at that point to look into more things. We got more things we could do. I am keeping a list, and I'm checking it twice, because there's some great fan works, some great nonfiction books, but we got enough to fill our plate more than full of Garmonbosia until that time. And we hope that you will take your own spoon or spork and grab some Garmonbosia off our plates. Help yourselves.
But yes, and again, thank you very much, MacGuffin. I don't recall if I did before, but I'm also going to say thank you, Matthew Hearn. And I'm going to say, again, thank you to Robert Maiolo, to Guy Dudeman, to Berger Halverson. It's been great hearing from you guys, so thank you very much for all that. We do actually have another listener question.
We do?
We do. We actually do.
Wow. That sounds spicy.
Yes, yes.
How did you find this when I couldn't look at it?
It's something which I'm sure that we all have questions, but I don't have answers for you right now. Now, this question comes from the Unplugged Professor with the Twitter handle Unplugged Prof, which I imagine is short for Professor.
That sounds like a terrible username.
It sounds
what
like...
What does that even mean?
It's all in code. It's all in code, but I'm going to give you the keys.
Is this some like joke because Twin Peaks is about electricity?
It's a joke because overall I think I'm hilarious. And the Unplugged Professor writes... We have pop figures, stickers, posters. If you could craft a bit of Twin Peaks merchandise, what would it be?
So you gave me this question in advance. Again,
Yes.
I don't like lying to the people. But you asked for one answer, so I wrote 4.
Yes,
Is
excellent.
that cool with you?
No, I'm
well,
excited.
technically I wrote 5.
So this is like a tentative page of Twin Peaks merchandise. I will say right now,
Yeah.
and you can yell at me, but I say, hey guys, if you want to take this bits of inspiration and sell off things on an Etsy page or anything like that with any of these items and give yourself all that sweet, sweet profit for yourself, by all means. This is going to be a fun time, I think. So,
Assuming you have the rights to do the things we're going to say.
the rights to do the things. of
Officially,
course.
unofficially.
Unofficially, officially, Etsy. Anyway, please.
So the first answer is a joke answer. I think it'd be really funny if Showtime, which currently does a lot of the merchandising, or in the past, whoever was doing the merchandising before, like David Lynch's direct website, I don't care, if they would have sold a log.
Just a full. Now, I must ask: is it going to be made of log?
Yeah, it's going to be just a log.
It's gonna be a
not
log.
like a plastic log or like a log pillow. I've seen those kind of things.
No.
I'm talking about in the packaging, you'll have little log shavings from the log that's literally being mailed to you.
Yes. So
It's going to weigh the amount of a log, so shipping might get pretty expensive.
yes. So if I'm getting this correct, you will have someone be sent their own log. Now,
Yes.
How will this be packaged? How will this be
In a box.
advertised? Now, will it be inside of its own marketing box in which we can put the log onto, say, for example, store shelves, or is it something in which like you
Online
just
orders only.
Just order online only. It's sent from someone just called the
Yep.
log lady, and you just buy logs.
Yeah.
Okay.
It has no marking or any indication, so if you put it up for display, it will look no different than a log you could just go out and buy or get anywhere they sell logs.
Ingenious.
It's perfect. My other idea along the same line is that they would sell an item on their store called Garmonbosia, but it's just a can of cream corn.
Mm-hmm.
Like if they could just sell like Del Monte brand cream corn or Green Giant, doesn't matter which brand.
No, I
it's
think-
just cream corn,
I'm
but it's
pretty-
labeled Garmonbosia.
I mean, we know that there are stores in which will sell cans without labels.
I want the
So-
label to be like normal. I don't want it to be like a Twin Peaks brand. I want it to be the kind of can you would go to a supermarket and you would just get it, but you paid for it as Garmonbosia officially.
I think that I would much rather have like the mystery of like there's just this very suspicious can that when you do open it, you do find cream corn, but at the same time, the fact that there's no label on it and you just got the can alone should be enough to tell you I should probably not have this, but hopefully
I also
it's
like the
safe.
idea of someone keeping a can of cream corn for like a decade,
Yeah.
and it's just festering inside that can. Like I'm sure
Yep.
it'll preserve for a long time.
Yep.
Cream corn, I'm assuming, doesn't die very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. But at the same time, for years and years and years, it's just festering in there.
That's why you got to get the pain and suffering while it's hot.
So my other options here are much more feasible. My next one, and then that they're not jokes. My next one is dashboard hula Jacoby. So like they have those hula girls you put on the dashboard of a car and they kind of bob when you drive. I want that, but it's Jacoby wearing a hula skirt.
I'd look at that and I think I would feel a little gross.
Like he's wearing like the glasses and he's got the little lei around his neck and he's just bobbing.
The sheer amount of Jacoby content that we have gotten over time has made it very difficult to bear Jacoby, even on like memorabilia forums. He's a striking man, and I can see where people enjoy him, but Twin Peaks has done barely any justice for
It's
this
kind of
man.
strange with Twin Peaks though, because you almost have to do a little bit of doublethink to enjoy the merchandising, because so much of the merchandising involves like Laura Palmer or Bob.
Yeah, Laura
And it's
Palmer is
like-
literally in the pop figure. It's her dead body wrapped in
And, like,
plastic.
It's weird because when you get to things like The Secret Diary of Laura Palmer, it's clearly taken very seriously. This is like a girl who suffered and died, and then Bob is this horrifying like entity. It goes beyond just like, oh, he's a villain from like a movie or comic book. No, like the things Bob does are actually really awful.
Yeah.
So to have like a shirt with Bob on it, you wouldn't normally go and wear like a shirt of like a mass murderer or a serial R-wordist. I'm not going to say it in case that word gets blocked somewhere. But like that's what I'm saying is that that's a really weird thing to be the main merchandising figure of your brand.
I think also when we're looking at these items, I'm just thinking to myself, how would I interact with this object? Am I going to go into my car and like sit down and just look at Jacoby and is my day made? Probably not for me. I think I'll sit down, look at Jacoby and say like, what are you going to do, Jacoby? What, you're just going to, yeah, this is basically the most action that you're going to do on the situation. This is you to a T.
My next
Thanks
one,
for nothing, Jacoby.
My next one is a Josie drawer pull or drawer knob or doorknob. So what you would do is you wouldn't get a shelf, but they would send you a custom doorknob that you could attach to a door or a drawer.
Now,
and what it would be is it'd be wood, and the front of it would have that CG like face that's twisted in pain.
Okay.
That was from the episode. So it's a doorknob with this horrifying like CG face on it that you would just put on something and use.
Just imagine, like, this is a weird scenario I accepted, but just imagine being like a blind person going to visit someone's home. And then just like knocking on the door. It's like, come in, and they feel the face.
They feel the face. Oh no. Oh no. And then my last one, this one's a little bit more verging into material you'd have to like write as like an original concept. I said before that if I could have like another continuation, I'd probably want like an Annie book. This one is kind of that, but I feel like it's still eligible for this question. I would enjoy as a piece of merchandise Harriet Hayward's poetry book. Harriet Hayward, who was in the show for 2 episodes.
Yep.
We know she writes poems. I would like a book of poems by Harriet Hayward. I want them to be not very well written. I want them to read like they're written by an average middle school poet.
Yep, I'm sure it'll end as she writes about poetry, about being stuck in the basement after her family has basically locked her and her sister down there because they had to make room for their one child.
I do not know Leland's plans, but I know my father has chainsaw hands. The basement down here is very dank. If someone lets me out, I would thank. Thanks for the snaps. So, what was your answer? What would be your merchandise of choice? I gave 5, so you can give at least 1.
If I could have something, I think that like usually you get a figure of a character, you get a figure of just like a moment, but usually again contextualized into a person. I think that I would want basically a model of a slice of cherry pie.
I'm sure this exists for like play food that like kids will use.
But
when
I
they're
want
pretending
Twin
to be kitchen.
Peaks brand cherry pie.
I want
on
the bottom of the slice or what?
I want to see what people would do to remake a cherry pie that says Twin Peaks. So, and there's also one other bit of merchandise that I would really want. So, you know, like those little like training programs you get inside of high school, you know, like Taibo or anything like that, that's kind of like flirts with the idea of defensive martial arts.
I flirt with martial arts all the time.
I would like to see a Nadine version of a defense
like
program.
A pamphlet?
No, like a DVD.
Oh,
where Nadine
a
leads
whole
you,
DVD program
leads you on with these overall tactics that she does. But at the same time, there will be points at which she does something that you cannot feasibly as a human do, like bend steel. No, well, I suppose.
Well, we already know someone who can bend cable, so
bend people. Just bend people.
Yeah, thank goodness for Sheriff Cable that Nadine hadn't been the one he was fighting. He would have been bended.
There would be, like, he would be loose like a cable.
The thing is with Twin Peaks content for merchandising, it's either A, already been done, B, like, not feasible, or C, it's just an ordinary object. Like, I love Hank, but I don't want official Hank dominoes. I could just go buy a domino.
Why don't you just, it could be, like, it has, instead of the dot, it just has an imprint on Hank's face. There's other Hank possibilities here. You can get, like Hank with Kung Fu action.
Can I get a Hank Hanky?
A Hank Hanky? Yes, it's like the character, very disappointing.
So when I like to blow the character out of my nose the way he was blown out of the storyline, I can use that hanky?
But the material is too frail, so it'll likely break by the end.
Speaking of violence, I'm going to hit you with some more trivia.
Oh. Hit me, baby, one more time.
Actually, it's going to be several more times. I got a lot of trivia, dude.
Hit
me. A lot of trivia, dude.
Hit me, baby, a lot.
So Todd Holland, one of the directors you've talked about, he directed episode 11. That one has the opening scene where it's like repeating Laura's name a bunch with like the Waldo voice, and it's coming out from like the tile.
Okay.
It was a great opening. I remember we talked about that when the episode happened.
Okay.
Todd Holland said of that opening, quote, "Leland Palmer was being interrogated by Sheriff Truman, and that's all it said. The script was very plain spoken. So the stages were available to me, and I sat on that jail set, and I looked around and thought, how does this show begin? I sat in Leland Palmer's chair, and I just looked forward at this acoustic tile, and I got the idea that the whole thing starts in Leland's head. You're deep inside, it's black, there are voices, you're turning in a cave, and as it pulled back, it revealed you were in the acoustic tile. I came up with all of it on my own, and I thought, that's how this episode starts. In Leland's mind." I want to remind you before you say anything, Professor, this is before he would have known that Leland Palmer was the killer. This is before he would have known that Bob was inside of him. When he says about being inside the darkness of Leland's mind like it's a cave and you're near acoustic, which acoustic tiles affect sound waves, electricity waves, he did that without having any of that context.
I think we did get other bits of context, though, and I think that is very
This is, white hair Leland at this point, so...
This is white hair Leland at this point. We also had moments inside of the early series where Leland was absolutely broken up.
Yeah.
And just very,
we knew
very
it was a
sad of
dark
man.
place in his mind, but more out of grief than malice and lechery and whatever else we find out Bob's instigating.
There was never going to be something neutral for this character that was just going to be like, okay, well, I'm here now. Yeah. So having not only Ray Wise's performance of just like looking out into that absent void, replicating likely the emotions on point with what the director wanted. No, I think that it is a brilliant scene that is going to likely stick inside my mind for how very haunting it is.
Mm-hmm. I have a few things kind of for background information on how actors and crew members related to the reveal of the killer.
Okay.
Because very famously, few people knew that Bob was going to be inside of Leland as the killer. It was really just David Lynch and maybe Mark Frost, and then Jennifer Lynch has made a comment that she was one of 3 living mammals who knew the answer, so she might be the third. If we look at that situation, assuming that Mark Frost is a mammal.
Assumedly, yes.
Assumedly. So Dana Ashbrook, the actor for Bobby, said, "One day I just came to the set to hang out and David said, 'Oh, we'll put you in here.' I was just hanging out and suddenly I got sent to makeup and then I'm just sitting at the bar." So this is the bar scene in the episode where it's revealed that Leland's the killer. And he just told me to act really sad. I had no idea at that moment what was happening. That her father was doing these kind of things. I'm just going to paraphrase a little bit because it gets into some stuff. I had zero idea. The only people that knew were David, Mark, and Ray and Cheryl. Ray being Ray Wise, Leland's actor. Cheryl being Cheryl Lee, Laura's actor. It was a very few select that knew what the F, he didn't use the F, I'm using the F, what was going on. So Dana Ashbrook just kind of was on the set. David Lynch was like, "Oh, Dana Ashbrook, you should be in this scene at the bar. Look really sad." And he has no clue that it's this moment, which I think it's interesting that he wasn't originally scripted to be there, because for me, I think it's pretty significant that Bobby was one of the people at the Roadhouse on that night, since he's so clearly connected to Laura's story. But again, I guess a lot of that comes from Fire Walk With Me in the Diary, where that's kind of after the fact. It felt more like that. Prior to that, I don't know if we would have assumed that James should have been there, because James wasn't at the bar that night.
Oh, James, you are so sad.
Like, after the fact, I still feel like Bobby's more integral to Laura's story than James.
Agreed.
So for me, Bobby being there the night that Maddie is killed, the moment we learn who the killer is, that feels right.
Yeah.
Whereas James being there would feel optional.
Yeah, no.
So I'm glad that Dana Ashbrook was available on set that day. Miguel Ferrer, the actor for Albert, said, "I don't know if the other guys have told you about the phony scripts they gave us. We got scripts marked,
excuse me,
top secret. This is the conclusion of the show. Here's the killer. For your eyes only. Don't share this with your friend. Destroy after. Don't leave it anywhere."
Destroy after? Like, what if you get a line wrong?
Every page of every script was stamped with a number that corresponded to a certain member of the cast and crew, so that if a storyline or page was leaked, it could be traced back to the source. Anyway, we were handed the end of the story that day, the morning we go to work. They said, "Okay, give us those pages. Here are the real pages." They gave us BS pages, and the morning we shot the scene, we found out who the real killer was. It was just like what I think you'd imagine. It was like, this is it. Here's what it's all been building up to. But, it was everything you'd expect it to be. It was very emotionally charged, and everybody felt it was the end of something special. Mm-hmm. So, again, just the extent of giving fake scripts.
That's bold. That's bold.
It's very interesting, the atmosphere that would create.
Yeah, no, it probably would make people thoroughly upset, being just like, okay, I'm ready, I'm good to go. Wait, what? Why? Like, I already am curious on the ideas of, like, when people make last-second changes. Mm-hmm. This seems like a little bit more drastic.
Well, this was not really a change so much as a subterfuge. And, like, Mark Frost and David Lynch would have already known who the real killer is. They're just going to mislead everyone until the moment where they can't anymore, where they literally have to say it. Which, again, if any of them would have leaked, they would have known there was a traitor in the midst. But thankfully, no one leaked. It would have been very awkward if someone had leaked. They all just look at Hawk's actor like, "What are you doing?" Anyway,
What are you talking about? Why would no Hawk's got this? He's a cool character.
Pausing the interviews for one production error. I thought this was very funny in lieu of our conversation from Fire Walk With Me and the Missing Pieces.
Yeah.
Apparently, and I kind of remember this now that's being said, when Leland was pulled over with the whole golfing in the car scene, you know, with the golf clubs in the back, when he was pulled over, a palm tree can be seen, which is a production error because I don't know if you know this, but palm trees are not typically native to Washington, the state in which this story takes place. You look at the flora and fauna of Twin Peaks and the nearby locales, you don't quite get palm tree climate.
Jacoby personally went to the town hall and demanded that at least one palm tree to be planted inside of this town.
It's almost like maybe this show was actually largely shot in other places sometimes.
No.
Like California.
It was only shot in Twin Peaks, Kalil. Like,
but
Twin
the fact
Peaks,
that,
the idea.
The fact that a palm tree was shown as Leland Palm Treer.
Yep, palm treer.
Was being pulled over. I thought it was funny.
Yes.
Speaking of Leland, Ray Wise, the character actor, said, quote, "My favorite moment comes in the Great Northern, in the lobby, and I believe Cooper has told me they've arrested Ben Horn for the murder of my daughter. Then I walk into the next room with a golf club in hand, and Cooper and the sheriff follow me, and they have some more words with me. I'm looking at the camera, not looking at them, and I make that transition from weepy Leland to maniacally giggling Bob, and that's my favorite moment of all of Twin Peaks."
It's
a great moment.
A great moment.
If I was Ray Wise, that'd be my favorite moment probably too, because I'd be dang proud of the fact that I was able to pull that off the way I did. If I was Ray Wise,
and then like switch right back, if you will, and just like it could be like a nervous sweaty instead of being like ho 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 ha ha.
It's
sweaty.
one thing when he switches between cuts because there'd be time in real life for those emotions to change over. It's when he changes so much and dynamically and layeredly within one shot, within one particular moment in time. Also, Ray Wise said, quote, "I played Leland, at least in my mind, as not responsible for any part of it, as being completely possessed by Bob. And that's the way it goes in my mind. To me, Leland is totally innocent, and he was taken over by that malevolent spirit of Bob and did all those horrific things. I think that he was basically an intelligent, caring, considerate, kind man.
Yes.
That's the way I played it. The grief-stricken who loved his daughter dearly and could not bear her loss. He just obsessed over it, and his grief took a variety of forms, and he was just overcome and overwhelmed with the loss of his daughter, and I could identify with that. And Bob was just something that came out of the woods." What are your thoughts on Ray Wise's interpretation of Leland?
His interpretation of Leland is pure emotion. And I think that fits with a lot of the themes throughout Twin Peaks, whether you take the overall structure of Twin Peaks like a soap opera, but also on what emotion means to all the characters and what that also means for when they have to process themselves in either a metaphorical or real Black Lodge. I think that Leland going wild with these emotions, whether it being dreading, laughing, or just pure confusion on his part, I think that Ray Wise hits it out of the park.
More to the idea, though, what do you think of his interpretation of Leland's culpability?
I think that as far as it goes, like, I think that it's fully engaged in emotion whenever I consider something like grief, if you will, in something of guilt. It is something that a character must go through in a sense of a journey, even though they may not arrive at a destination. And I think that describes Leland very well and how Ray Wise was able to bring that out.
Do you agree with Ray Wise then saying that Leland is essentially a completely innocent character?
I think that he believes he is.
So Leland believes Leland is innocent.
I think that Leland believes it because Leland is caught inside of a tornado of emotions that was stirred by something that we are unable to be aware of, where even Bob began with them, but we can assume happened in childhood from what happened with flicked matches.
But in actuality, you don't think Leland is all that innocent.
It's all dependent on what you believe Bob is. And even when there's a point of someone losing control, and to the point that Bob is even suppressing memories down to it, there is still something that exists in Leland that sort of even gets brought to light in something like Fire Walk With Me.
Yeah, I'd be curious because this interview would have taken place, years after Fire Walk With Me, from what I understand. And I feel like Fire Walk With Me, Leland portrays much more clearly the idea that Leland has culpability here.
Leland has culpability.
He's seeking out extramarital affairs. He seems to be in some way knowing what's going on with Bob, even if he doesn't fully acknowledge it all the time.
Yeah.
It's a little murkier of waters.
Now, let's add in a little bit of the missing pieces. It looks like genuinely, unless he's just very, very good, nicely two-faced, more than we already know,
right,
is that he loves his family, it seems.
Mm-hmm.
It seems that he's very engaged, excited to be with his family. He's engaged with his overall work. He is something of an excited man in all sorts of ways. But whenever he taps into sort of his desires and keeps it hidden, maybe there's an acceptance that, like, this is something that he needs and doesn't want to hurt anyone else. Someone could put up an angle onto that it can be a level of purity, or that can be a sense of, like, I don't want anyone else hurt by my actions, but I need this. And it seems that things are not working out, at the very least in sexual nature, seen from something like the diary. I don't commend him for this behavior. I absolutely disagree with his tactics and what he's done to try to keep this ideal situation good for his family and himself.
I'm glad we both agree that Leland/Bob doesn't do good things. I'm glad we're agreeing on that one here.
It's just, again, I think that Ray Wise does well with saying that Leland is innocent, but only by the subjective terms of Leland, as I interpret it. Leland thinks that he's doing what is best, and he does have genuine feelings about it. Bob blocks out some of the memories of probably his worst takes.
Yeah, I think I get what you're saying, is that we may not agree that at the end of the day, Leland himself is actually totally innocent, but that playing Leland like Leland thinks he's innocent is good.
Yes.
It works obviously very, very well in the performance. I just think, again, it's curious that when Ray Wise is acting, he does believe Leland is totally innocent, in his own words.
I mean, we've seen how well Ray Wise portrays this character and the flips onto the character. I think that there is a level in acting that you kind of go through with the mindset of the character, and the character might even convince you on a few things.
He really does probably think he's playing two characters.
Yeah.
Which I think that's debatable. Or is there a clear line of separation between Leland and Bob? We've debated that.
Yes.
Whether or not there isn't something in between sometimes. Grace Zabriskie, the actor behind Sarah Palmer, said, quote, "The inhabiting spirit of Bob I see as part and parcel of a lot of what Twin Peaks might have been about. A metaphor for the half of life that is true, the half that is false, and the half that is truer than true."
That's three halves.
Well, if it's truer than true, that makes up for it, right? It's a super half. The half of life that is true, the half of life that is false, and the half that is truer than true.
Kalil, if I told you about my three halves and then you just saw my torso peek through the closet, I think that both of us would be concerned with my three halves.
Fair enough. Aside from that numerical quandary, what do you think of Zabriskie's thoughts?
I mean, I certainly agree with the first two halves, because there is enough that we've commented multiple times about the wool that people put over their eyes, just because the fluff of that and the overall coloration is oftentimes the pure white of it. The things that people want to see.
Rose-tinted glasses. Blue rose-tinted glasses.
Red and blue tinted glasses.
Jacoby.
But truer than true, I think, does lean into the spiritual feeling of Twin Peaks, though I cannot comment on what I can imagine to be truer than true with Twin Peaks itself. I'd be thoroughly interested to hear the comments on examples, if you will.
Yeah, I wonder if the Log Lady's quotes would be often truer than true or not.
Yeah.
Because she seems the most spiritual guide sort of vibe. Also, some context on Leland's death. When he is dying kind of like on that wet floor from the prison area, we get Cooper leaning over him, and what Cooper is saying are a series of quotes from the Tibetan Book of the Dead.
Okay.
Harley Payton says that was actually Mark Frost's idea, and it had been one of the last times that he and David Lynch had worked together that whole season. So two things that are of note of that, I would say. One is that it was Mark Frost, which usually people would associate probably the Buddhist aspects more with Lynch, I would think, because of the meditation angle that's so big in Lynch.
Okay.
But Frost is also kind of, just whether correctly or not, known for the one who incorporates more of the mythology. So I think they meet in the middle with the spirituality that gets a little bit of both.
Okay.
It gets the vague meditation sense, but it also gets the sort of rooted in lore. So I could see where Mark Frost would want to bring that in. And then this is being cited as one of the last times that Lynch and Frost had worked together. You know how much of the show remained after Leland died.
Mm-hmm.
That's the end point where Lynch was no longer as involved, if you want to follow that.
Okay.
And Lynch comes back again around the time he comes back to Twin Peaks in the last, 3 episodes.
So basically, between then is the Wild West of Twin Peaks.
Little Nicky is the Wild Wild West. The Evelyn arc's the Wild Wild West. Most of Nadine is the Wild Wild West. And then lastly, Michael Horse, who is the actor behind Hawk, said, quote, "We were all in that room, and I knew we were calling on evil. When Bob was going to come out of Ray Wise, the director said someone would go for help, and I said, I'll go. I didn't want to be in that room when they were calling on that evil. It had become that real to me. I had a chance to get out of that room, and I took it. It was uncomfortable." Wow. I just thought that was interesting. Perspective.
That's again, it seems that a lot of the actors have put a lot of themselves into these roles, and I think that certainly says something, especially on the general mood on set.
Yes.
I wonder if there was also a script incident around that. But jokes aside, no. Man, that is fantastic to hear. Well, it's bad to hear.
It's bad to hear.
But it's also fantastic in the most proper use of the word
fantastical, right.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of forces of darkness, Tojimura. I got some notes on Tojimura.
Why?
Yeah, because we can't be done with that character quite yet.
So I know this is a look back and we're looking back in moments, but
listeners,
sometimes
nobody tell Professor about how big Tojimura is in The Return. Nobody tell him.
Oh no!
It's The Return of Tojimura. Don't tell him that, though.
You're saying that, but that could actually be...
Could be.
It's the hard thing.
It could be multiple layers of subterfuge right now.
I need to find a way to, find your breaking spot.
My breaking spot? I'm not a boss battle. I don't have a glowing weak point.
You're acting like one right now.
What? Okay. So Piper Laurie, Catherine's actor, said, quote, "David called me at home and told me the plan of Catherine's disguise and that no one was to know, no cast or crew, not even my own family, and gave me the choice of what kind of foreigner I would like to be. Side note on this, off quote, yeesh, if you're asked what kind of foreigner you would like to be,
we were certainly in a different time.
It was a different time. It wasn't right.
Not excusable.
No,
yeah.
I'm just pointing out that if that's the way it went down, yikes. Anyway, continuing with the quote.
Pick your poison.
With the quote, "I thought at that point a Japanese businessman would be less predictable. The hardest part was when things were so funny and I couldn't laugh or I would give it away.
Yeah.
Even if I went to a private place, I could split the prosthetics that had been glued on me, which took 4 hours in the morning. If I laughed, the makeup would be ruined, and there was no time to start from scratch. It was very harsh on my skin, all that glue, and the painful hour of peeling it off at night. They gave me a few days off to heal in between. I never actually asked for it." So, a lot to dissect here. One is that if this is all true, according to the actor, Piper Laurie was the one who came up with the Japanese businessman angle, that she had a whole host of options, and this is what she chose.
You already know me with everything restored. For Twin Peaks. I'm wondering about the cast and crew that actively saw and interacted with Tojimura.
We'll get to them. We're going to get to them in a moment here.
Oh, boy!
And then just how painful this was, because she couldn't emote very much or would start to peel off. And it would take 4 hours to put on in the morning, 1 hour to take off at the end. It would be like painfully peeling glue off yourself.
Gods.
It wasn't like a one episode thing. Tojimura's in a few episodes.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
So...
there's still problems, but I'm sorry.
Continuing more with the other people's response. The first scene Tojimura appears in, it's where Ben sees him, the character, her in actuality, and bows. And the actor, Richard Bamer, had no idea that this was Catherine, that this was Piper Laurie. They rehearsed, they did the scene, and when the director, Todd Holland, kind of waited to see if Bamer noticed anything, since he'd worked with her a lot. I mean, Bamer had worked with Piper Laurie more than anyone else because Ben and Catherine are always together. Bamer just looked back at the director and said, "What's up?" Like when he was being looked at, like, "What's up? Something going on?" He didn't pick it up. So supposedly Bamer says that he figured it out a day or two afterwards. A lot of people started to figure out that it was happening. The gag was up. But she stayed in character the whole rest of the time, even though everyone, knew after a few days.
Okay.
Piper Laurie says that Pete's actor, Jack Nance, bought the fake story about this character probably more than anyone else in the whole entire cast.
Yes.
Which I'd like to believe that Pete would be the one, right? That Jack Nance would be the one to believe it. Apparently, Nance had gone up to David Lynch and Mark Frost and said, boy, this new actor is weird. Which, yeah, kind of is a kind of three kids in a trench coat kind of vibe, isn't it?
It is. Like, again, Tojimura is built like a box.
So that was my trivia section. It's a lot shorter and sweeter than the last one.
Yeah, it
But,
is.
hey, just as valuable.
No,
valuable? I was going to say valid and valuable at the same time.
I mean, there's more trivia to come. So
Yes.
overall, but I think it's about time that we had a little bit of time of more listener questions. Now,
What? I've already sent you all the questions.
so the listener, this time it is the Unplugged Professor.
Again. That nerd.
Yep. Just bringing in the hot takes, the hot quest states here as we dive into Toad.
I'm waiting for someone to, this is their first time ever listening to us, so they don't quite know you're the Unplugged Professor, so they just think I'm just berating this actual fan.
Even though we have mentioned multiple times Professor, Unplugged Professor.
I can still see it happening.
So, do you have any thoughts on Toad?
You want to give me, a more specific question, or just...
Do you have... I think I'm going to keep this open at first, and I'll go deeper into it, but I give you the tools, and you be the artist.
I like the gag of having a background character who never has lines, who's just there to exist at a diner as a recurring customer. I think it's a funny gag that if someone knows who Toad is, I think that's one of the clearest signs of entry into the Twin Peaks fandom.
Yeah.
Because if you just kind of casually watch Twin Peaks and you like the show, you're not going to know who Toad is. Because it's not said in the show hardly. They might say Toad's name once in the whole show. But if you know who Toad is, you've probably dug enough into discussions and trivia that you're kind of caught at that point. And I'm not trying to gatekeep. I'm not saying you're not a true fan. I'm just saying if someone knows who Toad is, they've been around long enough to dig into some of the side stuff and some of the trivia and some of the weird stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the best part about Toad is that Toad is a character that does not need to exist. Could be cut out
He serves
entirely.
no narrative purpose.
We could put in someone new, an extra, if you will, that kind of just sits around and does some mild interactions.
Like Nigel Thornberry.
Yeah. It could just be a rando. And I think that the only place that tests that is probably the chess scene. But overall, no, Toad is a regular that sits sort of in the background that people look out and recognize. It makes Twin Peaks feel more like a community when you have people around the background, which is a friendly face, that there is not much to really generally say about. He's not any point important to a narrative enough that we bring him out and this is the story of Toad. Toad exists in Twin Peaks, and I find that great.
I think one of the things, if I was going to remark on thoughts on Toad, is to be more specific, which Toad are we talking about?
Excuse me?
There are two Toads.
What?
Everything has a dual element in Twin Peaks. You thought there was only one Toad?
2 lodges, 2 peaks, 2 toads.
I didn't mention this on the Fire Walk With Me or Missing Pieces, but there is a Toad in Fire Walk With Me and Missing Pieces.
What?
It is not the Toad in the series, but he is credited as Toad.
Tell me, where's Waldo?
So I'm gonna give you a scene. I'm gonna see if you can guess who Toad is in this. Okay.
Okay.
You're in Fire Walk With Me and you're in the Missing Pieces. It's in both.
Help me.
You're at the Double R Diner.
Okay.
Where's Toad? Who's Toad in the Double R Diner of Missing Pieces or the movie?
What? But,
think about who was in the Double R Diner.
I mean, there's literally, Heidi who's bleeding out off to the side.
Heidi's still Heidi. She's not Toad.
There is that Shelley Johnson.
Shelley Johnson is not Toad.
There's Norma Jennings.
Norma's not Toad.
Guest starring Ed and
Nadine. They occasionally show up. They're not Toad. There's someone else who is Toad.
I'm pretty sure I saw this guy not being Toad, but the cook?
Yeah.
Why is the cook now Toad?
He is a cook at the Double R Diner. And I can confirm that in 1989, Toad was the cook of the Double R Diner.
Excuse me?
Now, that being said, I do
Why
not know...
are there 2 people named Toad?
We don't... Again, we don't know if I haven't looked at the credits to see if he's credited as Toad in Fire Walk With Me, but I'm going to assume yes.
Okay. No, but this has to be a second Toad because you can pull wool over my eyes with Donna. But there's no way I am confirming that both are the same Toad.
I do have a source for some information here.
Okay.
So, per the Twin Peaks wiki article on Toad the Cook, but also cited in the citations here is an interview that was conducted with Sabrina Sutherland.
Okay.
For Twin Peaks Unwrapped.
Sabrina Sutherland being
the producer for the second season of Twin Peaks, as well as The Missing Pieces, and executive producer for The Return.
Okay.
Anyway, so the information that is communicated here with Sabrina Sutherland is that this cook is unrelated to the customer Toad. The similarity in name may come from the fact that Lynch forgot about the previous character while making the movie. That is per Sabrina Sutherland, who has worked with David Lynch for decades.
So remember that comment you said before about like fans of like Twin Peaks that get engaged and not passively watch Twin Peaks?
Lynch isn't as big of a fan of Twin Peaks, I think, as a lot of fans are. Yeah. And I don't even think I'm exaggerating when I say that. I think Lynch might have forgotten, but then it's also a question of like, why Toad? Why did you think of the same name twice? I don't know. Names are, and that's the thing with David Lynch, those names are so confusing. Like the Mike and Bobby situation we've speculated, it could mean nothing.
It could mean nothing, but now that there's twin Toads, it might mean everything.
So thoughts on Toad? Narrow it down. Anything more specific you want to ask me now that I've ripped open the Pandora's box that is the second Toad? Toad 1989.
Overall, I think that we will return to Toad when the time is necessary. Either Toad at this point.
Will Toad return to us, though?
Oh, actually, maybe there'll be...
Will there be two Toads in the return?
It'll be the third half of Toad. Okay. But, speaking of have and haves, I'd like to know, overall, your thoughts on coffee and milk. You see, coffee and milk have been great things that we've been able to talk about in Twin Peaks and just in general, especially when you compare characters to the way that they drink, like Cooper with like the way that he has the habit of like coffee in the morning or just coffee through his job and a nice bit of milk off to the side. Or when we look at Sam Stanley and Chet Desmond and how well Sam Stanley does have some with milk and then reacts fully. Meanwhile, Chet Desmond is passively enjoying his coffee, likely very similar to Cooper. How do you think... I'm going to give you a list. I'm going to give you characters, actually. How do you think these characters take their coffee? And if they are not coffee drinkers, what is their beverage of choice? Okay,
and I will
this is going to be like, as far as it goes, like...
I'm going to rapid fire these.
Oh, you're going to rapid fire?
You tell me if you need me to elaborate on anyone.
That's it. It might be tempting all over, but we'll see how this goes. So, I want you to tell me the beverage for Benjamin Horne.
I think for Benjamin Horne, it's really about getting the right kind of beans. I think that he's going to be someone who imports only the finest quality beans. Just
from all over, from wherever like Jerry sort of like brings coffee in.
I think he has a refined taste. I think that also along with that, he has someone at the Great Northern who grinds the beans themselves. I don't think he does like pre-ground. So I think that it's more important for him that he gets high quality beans. I do think he puts a little bit of cream and sugar in his.
Okay. I don't see much cream and sugar inside of it. I think it's just the variety of beans between the light roast and the dark roast, if you will.
I think there's going to be
try and mix flavors.
A perfect balance of just a little bit of sweetness. Because I think that Ben is a gluttony for those little sweet things in life, those little pleasures. So I don't think you'd want his coffee straight black, but I definitely don't think you'd want it too sweet. You gotta have he's probably fired people at the Great Northern for preparing his coffee wrong.
Or maybe even just like, instead of like, we're thinking sweeteners, maybe a little bit bitter with a little bit of spice whenever I'm thinking about it. Like, pour a little bit of sweet cinnamon inside of that.
No.
Maybe stir that in.
He does not do that.
No, he does not do that, apparently.
Okay, next one.
Norma Jennings.
It'd be funny if she never drank coffee, but I think that she is someone who takes the most like standard, just coffee with 2 sugars and some cream, standard stuff. I don't see her as being like especially dark or especially light. I think she just drinks her coffee pretty normal, but I feel like she's surprisingly not as big of a coffee drinker as you'd expect. I think she's so used to like the smell of coffee and giving it to customers that she does it now and then, but it's not like her favorite thing.
I feel like Norma Jennings is someone who would actually, it depends on the day. If it's something in which like she is feeling happy and elated, she'll go in for something that's far more sweeter. It's going to be a nice little creamy coffee that will be mostly milk. But when it comes to having to deal with Hank Jennings, then that it's just out of the coffee pot. Just going to go like straight
or she reaches for the alcohol on the shelf.
Speaking about the alcohol on the shelf, Hank Jennings.
Hank Jennings, he does not drink coffee. He does not drink milk. He just drinks oil.
Brilliant. I think that Hank does drink coffee, but it's got some whiskey in it.
Okay, is that the thing people do?
That's what Hank does.
Okay, that's what Hank does, yeah. He
It's
mixes a little bit.
canon now.
I believe that, yeah.
Leo Johnson.
Let the record show I'm thinking about this one. We're cutting out some of my thinking time here. What's espresso again?
Espresso is like a type of bean sort of fluid that...
Coffee is bean fluid, I agree.
This is more potent. This is basically to make sure that you're more alert. So basically think of like a small dosage of it is a huge amount of caffeine.
Okay, he takes espresso with like 1 milligram of cocaine. Stir it in there.
Wait, that's too much energy. I think that he's actually very particular about his coffee, and I don't know if like cocaine would go into it. I think that he would want exactly...
This is what we drink, Shelley.
This is what we drink, Shelley. Oh, what's the full line again?
I don't memorize the whole thing.
It's about having the right attitude. That includes
Yeah.
with your coffee. So it has to be like exactly half a packet of sugar, but which is like cocaine, but not. But mostly is that like use of double shot of espresso, being that he's a trucker and constantly is moving out and about. Jacques Renault.
Not a coffee drinker.
Is
Loves strawberry milk.
loves just like a cup of bullets.
I
Bite
could
the
see
bullet,
Jacques
baby.
Renault with like a nice like glass of strawberry milk and a bendy straw, just having a good time.
I think he's a frap guy.
He's a frap?
I think he's
could
a frap
see him
guy.
being a frap guy.
It's overall something in which he is very much indulging
I'm
in.
seeing a sweeter side though. I'm definitely getting sweeter more than like a richer flavor.
Yeah, I think it's just because, again, he's a character that definitely relishes.
No relish in it.
relish
That'd be
in his
gross.
coffee.
Pickles?
Delicious.
Ew.
John Renault.
Straight black.
Straight black?
Straight black.
No, I think that it's another imported situation, but specifically from France. I think
Okay.
that overall it's a nice little cup. It's got a nice little spoon. He might not even put anything inside of it. It's just like has like a nice decorum. It's got a little bit of like that little cafe art on top. And he's just someone who speaks slowly and just enjoys.
I still think he takes it straight black though. I don't think he adds any like cream or sugars to it.
I think he needs the flair, if anything, for the aesthetic. Toad. And I'm speaking
I think
about the
Toad-
Toad that we see more often.
I don't know what's like the most common way that the Double R serves their coffee, but I feel like he defines that. Like he drinks the Double R coffee the way that the average Double R coffee consumer would take
I
it.
think that there's just a point that Toad is so familiar with the place, though he may not work there. He just prepares the coffee. That's the
They
damn
just
fine
let him.
cup
They
of
just let him
coffee
back
is
there.
from Toad.
They just let him back there, and he just does his own thing.
Yeah.
I could see it. I could see it.
Lil Nicky.
He just does those milkshakes.
Just milkshakes?
We saw him eat the milkshakes with Dick and Tremaine.
No coffee?
Dick and Tremaine.
Dick and Tremaine.
I forgot Andy. Yeah, Andy and Dick. He eats the milkshakes with. I think that's what he does.
I think it would work out better than Dick and Jane.
I don't
as
think he's ever
Dick
had
and
coffee.
Tremaine.
I think if he ever had coffee, it was one time and it was like, it was gross, icky. And like he was just told that when he's older, he'll grow into it. But he doesn't like coffee.
Dr. Jacoby.
Dr. Jacoby, I think he just drinks things with like those Hawaiian umbrellas, those little umbrellas in there. Usually you see like margaritas and stuff. So I think whatever you give him, as long as it has one of those umbrellas, I think he'll drink it.
I think it's got to have an umbrella as well as be served in a pineapple or coconut.
I feel like it's definitely his drink of choice is something fruity. I don't think it's coffee as his main
Beans
go-to.
are a fruit. The
You
more
know-
you
oh,
eat,
you
the
know
more
what
you
I
toot.
mean. You
the
know
more you
what I
toot,
mean.
the better you feel.
That is not
Eat
what...
beans for every meal.
Beans are good, but that's not what I mean. Continue, next.
Dwayne Milford.
Coffee burns his mouth. He just drinks orange juice.
I think that's how he gets his voice in the morning. I think that he does have a little bit of coffee, but you hear his cries from his office going, "Eeeh!"
So yeah, whatever he's drinking, it's way too hot.
Dougie Milford.
He doesn't drink anymore. He's dead.
But when he was alive,
Bourbon.
just bourbon.
That's all he ever drank.
Just bourbon.
Bourbon for breakfast. Bourbon for lunch. Bourbon for supper.
Lana Milford.
Lana's tough because like we see a lot of how she acts is outwardly to manipulate those around her. So like I feel like she'll do whatever she thinks is going to impress the people that she's trying to impress and entice them. That being said, I feel like she's a woman of culture, so she likes the white Monster beverage.
I think
The
that
Zero Ultra like berry flavored one that's real good. Not sponsored, but hey,
that is-
Monster.
Yeah, that's a wild choice. I think that
Could you imagine, like, welcome to the Twin Peaks Wonderful and Strange Logcast, brought to you by Monster Energy.
I think that it's got to be it's less about the coffee inside, but more so the aesthetic of what's being carried with the coffee. And I think that it will be just like a fine, round black cup.
What's like a famous aphrodisiac? Like chocolate's an aphrodisiac.
It is? I don't know.
People will say chocolate's anything to make it sound like you should eat more of it. But like, what are some famous aphrodisiacs? Like, I think mussels, like certain shellfish. But I feel like whatever she's drinking, it's like an aphrodisiac. That fits her character.
Well, of course, you've got chocolate, but we've also got asparagus, artichokes, figs, oysters, spicy chili peppers, strawberries, and watermelon.
I like the idea of like a spicy fig. Like a spicy pepper fig coffee.
For just the sheer concept of like the spiciness. And last,
Sultry.
but to you, certainly not least, Dick Tremaine.
Dick Tremaine. Dude. I mean, he's primarily got wine in his heart, which is very unhealthy for his heart. He should get that checked out. But I feel like it's mainly, wine and make sure it's properly
2 to 3
vinted,
glasses.
where it's vinted, the age of the wine, those things all matter.
Yeah.
Those subtle hints of banana. But I would say, as far as coffee goes, it's similar to Ben. He's going to be very picky about where his beans are located.
He has discount Ben.
He definitely wants them ground himself. He definitely is not a Folgers guy. I feel like he would want to impress people by taking his coffee black, but in actuality, he would much prefer to douse it in sugar and cream. He's actually not into the flavor of coffee, but he drinks it to impress people.
I think that he'll actually prepare it the way that he likes, that he's going to be snooty about it. It's like,
Yes.
yes, this is how the French drink it.
Just dumping sugar in it. Clearly not how the French drink it.
They call this the du sucre method, if you will.
That's just French for sugar?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, at least I know sucre. All right, well, thank you very much, Professor, for those lovely questions.
Yes, thank you, Unplugged Professor.
Whoever you may be.
Whoever you may be out there, you beautiful, beautiful soul, you're doing a great job.
A lot of times in Twin Peaks, it's really hard to get a sense of time. Do you know what time it is right now, Professor?
No.
Trivia time! Hitting you with some more of that.
Oh, boy.
So this section I called Cooper Audrey Regrets. Anyway, in that section, I got something here with Mark Frost and Harley Payton, two of the big boys behind the Twin Peaks. They both confirmed that after the primary storyline, after the killer's reveal, the next main thing was going to be to romantically link Agent Cooper and Audrey Horne. This is from Harley Payton and Mark Frost.
Okay.
You cannot get probably more official for a source of that than those two.
Okay.
But the arc was vetoed by Kyle MacLachlan, Cooper's actor. Harley Payton explains, quote, Kyle had very specific objections. He thought his character would never do that. He thought she was too young. Whether or not the fact that he was dating Laura Flynn Boyle, Donna, had any impact on that, we all had our questions. Now, Sherilyn Fenn, who plays Audrey, has a lot to say on this. Quote, I remember David Lynch and I had dinner. He said, Sherilyn Fenn, are you in love with Kyle? And I said, God, no, David. I said, but Audrey loves him. The characters work. I don't like Kyle at all. And that was the truth. They made a big effing mistake. Because of that, the show got really effed up. Really. They needed a more pivotal story, and I would have been part of it. It would have been so great. Then they brought in Heather Graham, Annie, who was years younger than me, which made it even funnier. And then the last thing on this to kind of feed your thought process,
Okay.
Another Harley Payton quote, obviously Kyle was so important to the success of the show. I mean, God, Agent Cooper. So it did not surprise me in the end when David said, okay, if you don't want to do it, then let's not do it. So his character ended up falling in love with a woman as equally as young from a convent. It was unfortunate, but it is what it is.
I think...
So they got a lot of voices here in the mix.
Yes.
Harley Payton obviously regrets that they didn't go this direction. Audrey's actor, Sherilyn Fenn, obviously regrets this lack of Audrey-Cooper relationship. Mark Frost, I don't really know either way what his opinion is. David Lynch just kind of went to what Kyle MacLachlan requested. And Kyle MacLachlan's stated reasons are supposedly the age difference between the characters, even though in real life, Heather Graham was 5 years younger than Sherilyn Fenn, even if the characters were stated to be different ages.
Yeah, I think it's still important with the overall fiction on what is already implied. And as far as it goes, she is actively in high school Dale Cooper, I don't know what determined age he is inside the fiction, but he has grown. He has had a full relationship with someone who was grown. I would attest this. One of my favorite scenes in Twin Peaks is absolutely the point where Cooper sits down with Audrey and just kind of like lays it onto her straight, saying like, let's just have some burgers and fries and a milkshake and let's talk. Like, and that's when he prepares room service. It's a very pure moment that does not only emphasize the character and what values he has, but it's something in which I can see someone being very tempted to kind of like push that romance, if you will. I think that the introduction of Justice Wheeler as well as Annie as romantic interests separately for these characters, despite how kind of similar they are to other characters that we sort of know to mention, I think they come and go so quickly that it doesn't connect as much as I could imagine, say, for example, this moment. But what I would attest is that I almost kind of wish the directors would then be challenged that the relationship isn't a fully romantic one, that a sense of fondness can be more than just like we love each other at the end of the day. Like when you were making the argument for someone such as Truman, in which like a friend-like love, overall, I can imagine almost like maybe even a near mentor sort of figure between Cooper and Audrey. It's something I'm still thankful for what I've got. But I think that a natural progression that would go against like an idea of it has to be romantic love, why not lead Audrey into becoming part of the FBI and becoming Agent Cooper's partner?
I really like this. This is good.
Like, because that way it's sort of a kinship, a sort of fondness, and a sense of love that comes through partnership that still doesn't betray the characters' feelings themselves, but it matures and moves into something in which both characters, I believe, could overall agree with.
But maybe to say this is rather rare to hear from you, because oftentimes you are not as big on the hypotheticals of what could have been. A lot of times you kind of like I said, you appreciate what you were given. But this is one of those cases where I'm hearing a little bit of they had other options.
I think that I don't know if it was a perceived option. I think that for what they were going for and what they wanted from it, maybe this was just not thought of.
I really think,
But I do feel strongly onto this. I know this sounds contrarian for myself, going against myself. I still love what we got. I still love the performances that went through and the strange feeling that comes through, even if it feels incomplete.
Yeah.
I still partake onto this train ride fully indulging and having a great time. But I do think to myself that if this was the case and this was the structure, there was a very missed opportunity, and maybe that's just because of what media was at the time.
Yeah, it really feels like they hadn't known what to do if they didn't make him romantic.
Yeah.
That feels like an oversight that, now that you've pointed it out, you swayed me pretty quickly to your side. I've been more on the side of against the relationship. I know that a lot of fans wanted them to get together, and I know that obviously many of the cast and crew wanted them to be together, but I still feel like the Agent Cooper that was developed at the time, it would have been very jarring for him to suddenly date a high school girl. Yeah. So I was against that relationship, but I never really quite considered it the way you're expressing it, that no, they could have still had a relationship, but not a romantic one. Mm-hmm. I think that would have been good for their characters, and I think that Audrey, she wasn't handled badly by the rest of season 2, but I do think she was largely disappointing. Because she came out of One-Eyed Jacks with this heavy amount of knowledge about her father that kind of fizzled out. Like, when Ben went into Civil War mode, she just kind of was there on the side with Bobby. The whole Bobby subplot happened with her. Yeah. And then the John Justice Wheeler subplot, which I'm not opposed to John Justice Wheeler. I like Billy Zane. I think it's an interesting situation. Yeah. But at the same time, if I could have a situation where instead of Audrey being second fiddle to Bobby in her dad's Civil War thing, and then being given suddenly out of nowhere kind of a rushed romance interest, and instead had been given a more sustained mentor-type relationship with Cooper, I'd like to see what that would have looked like.
I would like to see, like, Audrey Horne going against kind of, like, the messed up family life that she has been into, and maybe trying to find a better path for herself.
Yeah, interesting thoughts. It is, again, notable the amount of power that Kyle MacLachlan just had with that situation. That if it hadn't been for Kyle MacLachlan's veto, that would have probably been the direction of the show. which we both are against that direction.
Yep.
So, and of course, hindsight's 2020. If we would have watched it and it would have been the intended way without Kyle MacLachlan's veto, I still think you and I would have disliked that element. I still think you and I'd be coming out saying how we wished it hadn't gone romantic.
I think that I would be able to immerse myself enough with it and excuse it, but I still feel fine with
it. It would definitely color your feelings on Cooper a lot. It would change that feeling.
It would sway, but at the same time, I think that this overall Twin Peaks challenges the overall idea of the singular character element.
Yeah. Continuing the trend of cast complaints and concerns and regrets, Kyle MacLachlan said, as much as Cooper loved Twin Peaks, I wish I had kept him more firmly on the FBI side as opposed to the Twin Peaks side. That is just me looking back and imagining what it would have been like keeping him in the suit and really more as an observer of Twin Peaks as opposed to trying to integrate into the town. Mm-hmm. Whether or not that would have been a more interesting choice, I don't know. So MacLachlan kind of regretting the direction Cooper took for a lot of season 2, I think.
Okay.
Up to Jean Reno part that he wanted to move there. He put on the flannel, right? He put on the plaid, putting on the plaid.
Yeah.
What do you think of MacLachlan's stance years later, that he wished Cooper wouldn't have had that sort of flirtation with Twin Peaks and would have stayed more in the FBI as an outsider?
I think that, no. As far as, Agent Cooper went, he was fully flirting with Twin Peaks almost upon entry. You could say that there is a respectable distance that the character may have put for a bit, but I feel that if it weren't for some of the more horrifying stuff that happened at the end, can I imagine Cooper sticking around with Twin Peaks and actually finding that point of either vacationing or finding a point of retiring towards it? Absolutely. I think it is a reflection of character progression, and how it ends up eventually being reeled back is important.
I agree with you. Kyle MacLachlan, you got 1 for 1. You got one thing we liked and one thing we didn't like about your stances. Good on you for rejecting the Audrey romance. But I'm also glad that you got to live in Twin Peaks for a little bit.
Well, dealing with the 3 halves, I think that it's still negative.
Halves.
I think it's still somewhat negative onto my end, generally, with Kyle's takes. I think, again, he portrays the character fantastically. But the relationship angles, again, it does not have to be romantic.
It doesn't have to be romantic. There's always a third option.
Yes.
More than 3 options. More than 3 halves. There's many halves. Where there is one, there are many. Isn't that right, Log Lady? And just to kind of clarify, I really like interrogating Cooper's ideas that Twin Peaks was either an ideal place or at the very least Cooper focused more on the positives. Mm-hmm. I like to critique that idea because I actually find the idea of Cooper being wrong about the town interesting. Mm-hmm. I don't think it is a flaw in the show or a flaw in writing. I think it's a character flaw that makes him feel more believable.
Yeah.
I think that his enamored state about the town and how much he gets absorbed into it, and the sort of flights of fancy he can enter into, show a potential weakness in his personality that I like. So to me, it makes him more nuanced that he would have that period where he tried to live in the town more, and that maybe he did underestimate the darkness that was there.
Okay.
So I don't know about you, but I like that element. I just wish the show had maybe a little bit more acknowledged that Cooper was wrong. Mm-hmm. It feels like the show sometimes also indulges in that feeling that Twin Peaks is a perfect community, and it's not until The Secret Dire and Fire Walk With Me that we just rip the plank off and find the gum underneath.
You gotta put your pitch somewhere else, Slog Lady. This is getting
Slog
bad.
Lady? Did you call her the Slog Lady?
I don't think so, but I guess I'll go with it. Yeah, no, Slog Lady.
Okay. Tina Rathburn, episode 17 director, said, quote, Laura's funeral scene was a really huge emotional well, whereas Leland's wake I felt was pretty incidental emotionally. So to me, the two of them aren't in the same realm. The death of Leland carries the same weight as Laura Palmer, yet her funeral was not played up for any humor. The old brothers fighting in the wake sticks out to me as strange, which is a precursor to a lot of the over-the-top humor. It feels like one of the moments where Twin Peaks changes. So, although her tone's fairly neutral in this quote, I'm definitely getting a sense that she doesn't quite like that the script that perhaps she was given as the director did lean so much into the humor. Mm-hmm. I don't know if there's more she could have done. I'm assuming Tina is a she here. I don't know if there's more that Tina could have done to fight against that direction if she had that stance as a director. If this was Michael Parks, Jean Reno, he would have put his foot down maybe. But I think it's a really interesting point because, yeah, you and I have also commented how the death of Leland was really weirdly handled because at the funeral it's kind of treated with a lot of jokes and a lot of nonsense stuff. And then afterward, no one really talks about Leland being dead, and it's really unclear who in the town even knows that Leland was the killer.
Yeah.
I do think the mistakes were made. I really do think mistakes were made. I think you can retroactively make it work, though, if you articulate somehow the idea, preferably in the fiction, not outside the fiction, that the town's failure to address Leland was almost them putting a Band-Aid over an open gashing wound. I almost think of it like they're suppressing the thoughts of it. They don't want to think about Leland anymore. We're going to move on.
I think that it's the difference between what Leland is to the community as versus with Laura Palmer, as well as the constant comment that we've made where Twin Peaks is an illusion of good. So, looking at the death of Laura Palmer, that was an outright tragedy. Laura Palmer has been involved in so many people's lives. She had been involved with efforts such as the Meals on Wheels program. Most I know about Leland, especially amongst his overall friends and everything, he was involved with some things that he probably kept very hidden and shady, may have been aloof and caused a little bit of joy for people, but no one outright has really interacted with Leland outside of his family as well as inside the office. I think that it's still important for the community to gather together and still express that sense of like, we're in this together. So having those little points of joy, I don't think is so dissonant for how people handle Twin Peaks.
I take a middle road. I wouldn't want it to be treated equally as Laura's, but I do think that more sincerity would have made sense. Like a little less of the hokey humor and a little bit more of realizing. But again, where I think I'm okay with is if the narrative would have treated it as less important and then everyone kind of just forgets about Leland, but then done something with that forgetting. Like thematically, there's this idea we mentioned before with like Ronette and Sarah Palmer, how the town just forgets about the survivors. Like it doesn't care about them. The show just straight up drops Ronette and Sarah Palmer for episodes and episodes and episodes. So to me, if you look at it and you're willing to interrogate that sort of failure on the town's part, I think it's interesting. The problem is that I think it's not just a failure on the town's part. I think it's a failure on the show's part. I don't think the show was purposefully not doing anything with Sarah Palmer. I think they just kind of didn't know what to do and they just moved on from her, which I think was an oversight.
I would feel more about that probably if it wasn't for the Bobby Briggs speech at Laura Palmer's funeral, in which the town's neglect still continues to live on.
Season 1, baby. Different time.
It's only after, like, someone has died in which, like, there's even some interaction with the idea, and it's only because of just this ideal of Laura Palmer, which I don't think anyone had an ideal of Leland Palmer, unless... No, I don't believe it.
I think he had garnered a lot of sympathy following Laura's death, though. In the months prior to Leland dying, I think the town had rallied behind him a little bit. I don't think it was overwhelming support, but I do think that even like the Haywards should have had more of a reaction out of this, you know, like especially if not for Leland, for knowing that Leland had been the one to do this to Laura. We should have got a reaction out of a lot of people, but we didn't.
I think that I kind of enjoy the amount that we didn't get, mainly because it lingers into that question. Like, how much does the town even know? Or even is accepting
I think it ends it. If you end up enjoying it, it's a very murky kind of accepting that the show didn't portray things as in quote unquote should, right? In a normal situation, people should be reacting and processing the sort of darkness that Leland was.
But that's the fun part.
That's how it should go.
Twin Peaks is a dream. Twin Peaks is means of ideals. And when the ideal person goes away, of course, that's a tragedy. And we remember all those sort of good portions. But when someone who has done something inconceivably bad, that gets swept away because we need that image. Twin Peaks has yet to be fully challenged, if you will. Because I don't even believe, like, after the incidents, what happened with Miss Twin Peaks, that'll even be talked about that much. I believe
we just next year we treat it as the 30th anniversary again.
Yep.
It was 30. Right?
It was the 30th, I believe. Like we're going into the 31st now, and we're just not going to talk about.
We're just going to go back to 30 again. We just erase the 30th.
I don't think that there's going to be further precautions. I think that maybe there may be, but even maybe is like emphasized with like a underline.
I would like to believe,
like someone make a comment, but no, I do not believe that this town sticks to like the tragedies that long.
Professor, hey, I would like to believe, as an American, that if our society ever had to face some sort of obstacle where we needed to band together, and maybe we failed at banding together, that we would learn from it and take future precautions so it wouldn't happen again. I believe that as an American.
Mm-hmm.
Look, for the record, I've said nothing political on this podcast.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just stating my own beliefs
You
as
just
an
state-
American
Yep.
in the year 2021
Yep.
about future precautions.
And as an American, I'm looking at you in a certain way for
Hey,
probably no particular
you're looking
reason.
at me the same way that Dick Tremaine and Andy Brennan looked at Little Nicky. Like I'm the devil. Speaking of Little Nicky Needleman's actor, Joshua Harris, was a fan of Twin Peaks because his older sister was a fan of Twin Peaks. He watched most of the episodes by the time he was on the show, even though he was 10. He was trying to figure who the killer was and everything, and he was excited to be able to audition for it. Notice that Michael Parks, the guy who plays Jean Renault, didn't watch it. Little Nicky's actor, the
Nicky
10-year-old,
did.
watched it.
Oh, I love that.
It's interesting. Again, generally would not recommend the show for 10-year-olds, especially
No.
the darker content that happens later. But everyone's different. There are some very mature 10-year-olds who can mentally handle things that we don't underestimate them. But
Yeah.
generally not recommended for most.
We could see that I, as an adult in his mid to late 20s, could hardly survive
You're
the
pacing
film.
after Fire Walk with Me, yeah. The actor who played Evelyn, Annette McCarthy, said, quote, "It actually was a one-time kind of deal. I was supposed to do something naughty or tawdry on the show or something, and they just kept writing, and I was very pleased. Kissing James was like, actually, I have to tell you, it was the real deal. He gave me that kiss, and I went to Mars. I knew him for a little bit afterwards, and he's a very good man. I remember watching our episodes together."
That's sweet.
And then James Marshall, the actor behind James Hurley,
Okay.
said, quote, also, we've never acknowledged it. I love the fact that James is played by James.
Yes,
It
I
feels
do
right
enjoy
for
that.
that character.
It does.
So James Marshall said, quote, "At the time, I expected Donna and James to continue their romance because I felt there was a lot left to explore there. James and Donna didn't need to get married, but they should have been together and worked through the pain to figure out everything that happened.
Yes. Let's do something with the characters. I agree, James.
To hold up a level of innocence in their characters." You know, the innocence that they have, the purity, you know? But the writers felt different. So I was taken aback once the James and Evelyn story began and Donna went off trying to be this hoochie girl. As an actor, I focused on what was cool about the situation. It was a beautiful romance and sexy in a way with a younger guy and a bold woman. It was actually fun working with Annette, though. She was really cool. She was really fun and a really good actress, aside from being an incredible kisser.
I am glad that they both
They
had a
both
great
enjoyed
time.
that kiss.
That's great.
Those
No,
kisses.
Again, the Evelyn arc is the best thing to ever happen to James. It is. And
You're going to die on that hill.
I'm going to die
and
here.
many fans would kill you on that hill.
I will die because people are actively killing me. Yes, but no, as far as James goes, we need to explore the character. We need to explore the flaws. I am sick and tired of hearing how sweet and kind and pure James is. Let's do something else other than brooding and driving. Please. So, no, I agree with you, James. I thoroughly agree with you. There's a little bit that I disagree with, but I thoroughly agree with you.
The things you agree with thoroughly. The things you disagree with disagree with thoroughly.
Yes.
It's a coffee and milk kind of situation.
Yes. How would James Hurley enjoy his coffee?
Injection. He would inject it straight into his vein.
I think it'd be an old cup of coffee that he says that he's going to drink, but it kind of sits around for a long freaking time until just finally he just sort of drinks it in the moment.
I'm not
And
sure
the
James
flavor
gets
is sort
coffee.
of faded.
I'm not sure James gets coffee. I feel like he would just take any coffee you hand him. He would drink it. I don't know if he understands flavor profiles.
So you're the one who says he'll just drink it. I'm saying he just leaves it out until eventually
I'm just saying he
gets
doesn't
to it.
care about his coffee. We both agree about that.
Yes.
Whether he ends up never drinking it, taking forever to drink it, or he'll just take what anyone ever gives him, he's not picky about his coffee.
We're good.
Moving on to other side characters, smaller time characters. Denise Bryson. A little bit more on that one.
Denise Bryson playing.
That's the character, Denise Bryson.
Oh,
The agent?
Right. Oh, yes.
Played by David Duchovny.
Yes. Okay, we're good.
Okay. Whew. Been a long time since Denise was brought up,
It's
huh?
been a while.
So Kimmy Robertson, the actor who plays Lucy, quote, I would run into actors who were desperate to be on the show. One of them being David Duchovny, who went so far as to ask me out and date me, basically. All the time we were dating and talking on the phone, I thought it was because he liked me, and it wasn't until this year, and the interview was done in 2013, that I realized he was just doing that to get on the show. I didn't know anyone had that amount of fortitude to put up with me for that long. How smart was he? It's amazing. I like how she's taking the situation to be how fortitude, how good he is. It's like, he was using you to get on a show.
Not only that.
That's really not
but
good.
Lucy, like, you're even saying, like, putting up with... Are you okay?
Yeah, that's sad. Michael Horse, the actor who plays Hawk, said, I love David Duchovny. He just said, I love David. It's to David Duchovny, just to clarify. He's one of the smartest guys I've ever met. He was so funny. He came on as the transsexual. That's the word he used. And some of the crew guys were looking like they were a little uncomfortable. I was going, come on, he's playing a character. I had my picture taken with him in drag. I did an episode of X-Files, and I was in the makeup truck. I said, yeah, I used to date David's sister. I showed them the picture, and they didn't really say anything. David came in, and they showed him the picture, asking about his sister, and he said, that's me, you idiots.
That is a series of events.
Things. It's an emotional roller coaster.
It is.
Some good, some bad, some ugly.
I mean, that you're not wrong. The three halves.
The three halves. Yeah, I don't know if we want to say anything about that one or just let it be.
Yeah, I don't really think I think that the quote speaks for itself.
All right, cool. Let's return to an old favorite then, Ben Horn.
Oh, boy.
So there's a scene in episode 18, if I did my notes correctly, where Richard Bamer said of that scene, quote, the scene was supposed to end when Hank came in. He says, Ben, you're out. Then he turns and leaves, and that's it. I believe, don't quote me on this, I believe this is the scene where it's around the time that Ben was like looking at that old footage of himself, because it's like when Hank shows up to kind of intimidate him. This is before the Civil War era, but like not too far before.
Okay.
So the scene was supposed to end when Hank would say, Ben, you're out, it would be cut. But he didn't say cut. So I kept repeating that and found myself walking to the desk, throwing things, sitting on the desk, making shadows on the screen, right? It was all just him letting it roll. Maybe he detected that I was in a particular mood that day, so he wanted to see what was going to happen. He could have left it on longer. I would have just kept doing stuff. For me, Dwayne was one of the finest directors in the show. That's referring to Dwayne Dunham. So I don't know, I just thought that was kind of a cute little story in the behind the scenes, that Ben's temper tantrum in that moment after Hank. But I like that moment because I remember how that felt where Hank had been like, Ben, you're out. And then Hank just kind of like repeats that, grumbles it a bit, and then starts throwing stuff like a baby, like a temper tantrum. I really like that was kept in.
Agreed.
I think that's really shows what Ben was willing to do when no one was looking. Mm-hmm. Good. Sarah Markowitz, the costume designer, or one of the costume designers, said, Richard Bamer and I had an ongoing wager. Richard was convinced in television that rarely was an actor's feet shown, and in fact, he could wear bunny slippers and no one would ever know. So he wore off-camera shoes unless his feet were going to be seen, and the deal was neither he nor I could say anything to the director or the cameraman about putting his feet in a shot. Honestly, he's mostly right. I don't think he ever paid me. Again, can you kind of see why I'd want like a behind the scenes with Richard Bamer? He's like a fun guy.
Thoroughly. I just want to know how many people would go into work with bunny shoes if they had the chance.
It doesn't seem like it was off-camera shoes a lot. I don't think it was explicitly bunny all the time.
I imagine it's the bunny.
All about the bunny. James Marshall. This is again referring to Ben. This is an intersecting of one of our least favorite characters with one of my favorite characters.
Yep.
Do you like Ben a lot too?
Ben is a good character.
Not one of your favorites.
I'd need some time to think of that.
He might be, but not guaranteed.
He may very well be. I almost said he was a good guy, but that's a lie.
Maybe by the end, depending on how you interpret him.
I'm still trying to interpret what happened with the fireplace.
Fair enough. So James Marshall said, quote, every few weeks I would sing a different song from West Side Story to Richard Bamer in the hall if I was walking behind him, and he just hated it. So again, if you don't know, Richard Bamer was famously like the star of West Side Story.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
And he hated it? Like
No. You got to realize, this is James's actor constantly singing to you the songs from decades that you've performed in the hallway when you're just trying to be left alone.
You see, like, okay, I think I'd handle it a little bit differently, but I can kind of see it.
He didn't like it a lot, but once in a while I just had to, because as I was growing up, my parents played musicals nonstop on the stereo. He, Richard, would turn around really slowly and say, I check if James is working in the morning. And I brace myself for these moments, which I just thought was really cute.
Yes, that is pretty
We
adorable.
all brace ourselves whenever James appears on Twin Peaks.
And thankfully, hey, I have not experienced West Side Story before, but I will maybe have a chance in the theater.
That's a new one. That's not the same thing.
I know it's not the same
Not
thing.
a replacement.
Honestly, but the thing is that it's not really a replacement seeing like footage of it. You kind of have to be there in order to get the full experience. Maybe that's just me with a bit of bias onto that. But like sitting amongst other people looking upon the stage for West Side Story.
Are you saying you wouldn't do like a film adaptation? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, no. I mean, like, did you mean like Ben was like on stage in a
He
live
was in the
performance? Oh, the movie. Well, then
No,
that-
I guess
clearly wrong.
I don't know why I assumed you knew this. You said you like musicals, so I
I
just
do
kind of
like
assumed.
musicals, so I assumed that was
Yeah.
like the live action musical.
No. Richard Beymer starred in the movie adaptation from the 60s of West Side Story.
Well, now we have to watch both.
And not opposite, but like one of the other main actors was the actor who played Jacoby.
Okay.
Those two are like really big deals in it. So one of the things that's kind of fun about Twin Peaks is it reunited those two cast members. So no, like in addition to Sunset Boulevard, and we previously watched Wizard of Oz, I think West Side Story would be in the discussion for like a related movie.
Okay.
I'm also going to check out the noir film Laura next year probably, because that's a relevant film as well.
A film named Laura is relevant, you say?
There's some plot details.
Okay.
I thought I mentioned it on pod once, maybe I didn't. Who knows?
But now it's here.
Yeah. I think Lookback 1, I think I brought up Laura. So last thing I have before we can go to some questions again is another production error. This one's from episode 19, and I don't want to give you any context. I just want to let this linger if you want to do
Please.
something with this.
Please.
So you know how very famously in Fire Walk With Me, Teresa Banks' chest rose as though she was not dead in the morgue? You know about that? Remember that?
Yeah, I remember.
Dougie Milford's corpse is seen blinking.
I mean, that might be a problem.
We never caught that, but that's really noticeable. If I'm sure it's there. I believe the citation there. Yeah, that's from the Twin Peaks wiki. Mm-hmm. I never caught it. Now I'm going to be looking for it next time I watch episode 19.
Like, I just assume, like, the character, when they're dead, they can just, like, rest and, like, close their eyes and just, like, lay there. But no, that might be, what is worse when playing a dead body?
I would
Breathing
say
or
the
blinking?
blinking. I honestly would. So, whatever you want to do with that,
Yes. Now, as far as Dougie went, whether he is alive or dead, that truly was a powerful character journey. But thankfully, one of our listeners did send us a nice question.
Where do you keep coming up with these questions? How are they sending these to you?
They are sending it to me the most proper way, into my own brain. So thank you very much, Unplugged Professor, for sending us this next question. Which character journey did you enjoy the most? And character journey can mean all sorts of things. Like, maybe you might think Cooper into insanity, Leo into a lion, or Hank into useless. What?
It's my least favorite character journey.
What is your favorite, though?
I have given you 5.5 answers.
Uh-huh.
So, my actual answer if I had to pick one favorite is Ben Horn.
Okay.
I feel like that's not really that much of a surprise, but I will explain briefly, I guess, why. I feel like he is a character that goes through a significant amount of change in the narrative.
Okay.
He's a very dynamic and layered character with conflicting motivations the whole way through, and he substantially changes throughout. And I feel like those changes were a lot of times clearly dictated by his environment, and a lot of his motivations, while being unclear sometimes of his actual end goals, they make sense in like when you look back at them. And I just think he's consistently entertaining and interesting. A lot of characters like will have overall strong moments, but then like fizzle for an arc. I enjoyed every arc of Ben Horn, and he was a main character the entire show. Okay. There are a few Twin Peaks characters as constant as Ben Horn. Even Catherine wasn't there the whole time. But I truly enjoyed him. I know there's some people who don't like the Civil War era as much for Ben, or maybe they don't like his carrot days, but I happen to enjoy those as well. So for me, I would say Ben Horn as my legitimate answer.
Okay.
There are some runner-ups, though. Dale Cooper, second one. I think that overall his character arc running in the background of the entire series is very strong. I think the devastating note that season 2 ends on with him feels like such a powerful move against, I guess you would say, what people might hope for that character. It was a very bold choice, but I think it really, really worked. Mm-hmm. I think that moment with Jean Reno about Cooper bringing in his own form of darkness really, it leaves a breadcrumb trail to follow that allows you to dig into his character in a lot of fun, interesting ways. And I just overall think he's a really fun character moment to moment. But even just in terms of the character journey, I think you see him go through different stages as well.
Okay.
Third, and a similar note, Bobby Briggs. Again, dynamic, changes throughout the show, consistent presence. I do think Bobby, though, had some weaker elements. I think the moment where he's like with Audrey for a few episodes with the Ben Horn stuff, that didn't quite, it wasn't quite as good. I don't think it was like outright bad, but I definitely think it was the weakest part for Bobby for me. But I do think he's one that is consistently improved by Fire Walk with Me and The Diary, which I assume are part of this question. I assume those would also count.
No, include as much as you'd like.
That is kind of a cop-out answer, I admit. I put the Palmer family because I didn't know if I wanted to put Laura, Leland, and Sarah separately, but all three of them. Laura's whole story isn't really much more revealed until The Diary and Fire Walk with Me.
Yeah.
But I think it takes a character who was largely a background, like, plot mechanism and really makes her human and also, like, incredibly complex.
Okay.
So, I mean, Laura's got more development than the vast majority of characters when you consider the book and movie.
Yeah.
So Laura's character journey, Leland, all the levels of even trying to figure out what is Leland, what is Bob. I think that's really compelling and interesting. And then Sarah Palmer, similarly, a character who didn't get a lot of screen time, but the moments with her are very interesting. And again, the journey she goes through, kind of suffering quietly in the background.
Okay.
And then my last answer, just kind of rounding it out, maybe an oddball one, I don't know, Harry Truman.
Okay.
He's someone that, when you do isolate his experiences, kind of for the same reasons you mentioned why you think in The Return he might not be in law enforcement anymore, he goes through a lot of stuff in this show.
He does.
And his attachments to Josie and Cooper and where those end up bringing him. It's that moment in the last episode where he's just waiting for Cooper to come back, and he's waiting there for like a full day, and Andy's just trying to ask if he wants some food, and you could just see how despondent Truman is, just how his mind is so much trying to find out how to help his friend, and just he's in this moment, this trance-like state.
Yeah, it was only thanks to like a thread of a moment that he even like joined back into the force after what happened to him. I think that we brought up before, like when there's points where Truman would even question Cooper, we were wondering, oh, well, where is this a breaking point? No, instead, Truman, when he reached his breaking point, oh, did he break? And
the moment where he's at his darkest after Josie dies, and he's kind of slipping into the alcohol, sort of temper, violent sort of impulsiveness. Again, seeing that character who's been shown to be such a upstanding member of the cast morally and such a symbol of kind of order within the society, seeing the personal toll of Josie on him, I think it brings a lot of reality to an otherwise very confusing character of Josie. A very, like, when she was alive, we didn't know whose side she was on. When she was dead, we didn't know what plane of existence she's in, if she's even dead or if she's a doorknob.
Yeah.
So for me, having Truman be kind of the representation of the real effects of her, I don't know, it's just interesting. So yeah, Ben Hur is my actual answer, but I have a lot of runner-ups.
Very well.
What about you?
I'm confident with my answer.
Okay.
But I don't know if this is a cop-out or anything like that. My favorite character journey is a journey that ends up in the same place by the end.
Okay.
And that is, maybe even a worse place. That's for Ed.
Okay.
Between like Ed and Norma's overall romance, at the end of the day, when things are written down into its simplest bit of nature, Ed did a lot of morally questionable all the way to bad things in pursuit of the things that he wanted.
Mm-hmm.
That's all the way back in high school, and that is up to the character that we see up to this point. But what I love about the story is the overall murkiness of every step of the way of the situation, all the way up to the end.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll end up looking at it, and even if, I imagine, like, this is me possibly speaking out for multiple people, and I know that there are other people that may say no to this, and I respect, like, these
I'm ready to say
valid.
no to.
But you look at it, and it's looking at this guy, and you feel bad for literally him living a life that he does not want. And when he tries to reach out, there's nothing to really work out for him. There's nothing to work out for Norma. I mean, luckily Norma, it seems Hank is going away. It seems at the very least she'll have that bit of freedom. But the way that Norma describes Ed's and hers relationship with other people, and how they handle other people, Ed's not going to move away from it. Ed's not going to force anything out of it. He's going to sit by Nadine's side, sing sweetly to her. He's going to care. But I think that that's going to be the very pacifying, passive life he'll live. And ultimately, I think that he's one of the characters left the most unhappy at the end.
And that's your favorite character journey?
It's my favorite character journey because not only does it just kind of like feel so crushing at the end, the character kind of ended up with something that some may argue was kind of deserved, and he's got to face the consequences. But it's powerful enough to say things aren't so simple. None of this is simple. And I think that, that's why it's going to stick out to me the most.
Yeah, I respect that. Ed is not a character I've, especially over my repeated viewings, including this most recent one, he's not exactly a character I've been that attached to or that interested in. I think I generally am on the lower end of appreciating Ed and Norma and their individual characters and relationships. As compared to most fans, I think I'm generally more on the lower side.
Okay.
But even then, as I say that, that's just a personal subjective thing. I don't have any concrete reasons that I would dislike Ed and Norma's characters or relationship in seasons 1 and 2. I think that the characters, as they're presented, I think what you've said about them and the interest you have in them and the things that you see that are either emotionally or intellectually stirring or both, they're valid. Totally valid. So I think that's a good choice. If you had said something like Little Nicky, I would have reached over this table and slapped you. And
It's a long table, too.
I wouldn't have got up. I recently watched the second Space Jam movie.
Yeah.
You know, and spoilers for Space Jam 1 in 1997. But at the end of Space Jam, Michael Jordan has to make that dunk, and his arms extend all the way across to make that dunk.
Yep.
My arms would have done that all the way across the table to strangle you. And it would have been just as victorious, and the Looney Tunes also would have been there for it.
If there's a point in which, listener, I don't appear on the podcast, just assume Kalil grew arms.
For legal reasons,
3
please
times
don't
the size.
assume this. All right. Hey, you know what I got arms for? Trivia. I got all the arms for trivia.
One moment. Was that both questions?
Yeah.
Favorite character journey, who would have been a good killer?
I did the page thing.
I'm going to
Never
stretch
mind.
my arms across the table,
So do you
slap you. Anyway. I thank you for joining me onto the heavy subjects that accompany things such as the journey. I think that Twin Peaks is very nice in the sense that you're not going to come out with happy interaction. So on a lighter note, we know that Leland Palmer was the killer that Bob took to be his host.
Right.
Is there any other characters, if it was not Leland, you think would be a good killer?
So
This is the lighter question, I know, but just to clarify,
yeah, I was gonna ask.
this does not mean, like, it can mean, like, you can explore, like, Bob or another parasitic creature attaches to another person and they would be a killer. Or it's just for their own reasons and it's taken serious into the narrative. Go into supernatural, go into less than natural. I just want you to tell me who would be I was going to say fascinating, and I will anyway. Fascinating killer option.
You know, it's kind of strange for how much media I enjoy that does have like a killer aspect. Like, I'm a big fan of the video game series Danganronpa. I don't often speculate about characters becoming killers or murderers very often.
So what you're saying is that Hifumi being the big bad.
Not going to say anything for spoilers, but it's very funny if you know. But yeah, no, I generally don't think of it like that. And when I was looking over the cast again for this question, I was going to, depend on how you clarified your question, I was going to maybe go one way or the other. But when I was looking at the names of characters, I'm like, I just really don't know. Like, I don't know if I'd want these people to randomly kill other people. I mean, there's characters I think had not the greatest character arc, but I don't think murder would have improved it. My joke answer would be Dougie Milford, because I like the idea that Dougie has killed someone, but he's already dead anyway, so, like, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
And Dougie Milford just got the last laugh. Like, that he secretly had a trail of bodies behind him. But, you know, that's kind of... And then he blinks at the end when he's in the morgue, so I don't know. Not in the morgue, but I'm assuming in the deathbed, literally. My more serious answer, I guess, would be Hank Jennings, in the sense that my undeveloped idea in my head for what I might have wanted as a possibility after Leland's reveal, I would want a few episodes where Leland is still possessed by Bob and the other characters don't know it, but we as the viewer do. We only got a couple like that. I would have wanted more. But then I was kind of interested in what could have been more of a Bookhouse Boys arc.
Okay.
I think that there could have been potential if Bob was going to switch hosts in the show. I think it would have been interesting to have it be one of the Bookhouse Boys, a sort of darkness infiltrating their ranks.
Okay. And
Hank Jennings being either the one possessed or red herring for it. Someone who you might think it is, but it isn't.
Okay.
That would also bring back Joey Paulson as a character. It would give James something to do that isn't being in a relationship with Donna or going off in the Evelyn arc. I think James being completely separated from women for just a moment and just having an element of storyline with him and Ed and Joey Paulson and the other members of the Bookhouse Boys trying to work within their own ranks and figure out what's going on, that'd be good.
Okay.
So yeah, either Hank as an actual killer or as a red herring would be a notable way to go.
My options, I'll admit, are not good. I will fully admit that these are not good choices.
Okay, but you do believe in them.
I believe in them because I personally enjoy them.
Okay.
So, one is that I almost kind of wish there was something far less personal when it came to the deaths.
Okay.
In which, like, this person was lost, but only because of the evil that men do, just for their own purposes. So having someone in, like, a higher position. At first I was thinking to myself, like, if it was something that could be arranged by someone as powerful as Benjamin Horn. But no, instead I'm going to take the left route and look at the Renault family.
Okay.
The Renault family, which is basically a crime family, and them having to coldly deal with what they have to do in order to further their own personal benefit.
So you would have wanted one of them to be possessed by Bob?
I don't think this would be a possession route, no.
Because Jean Renault's already killed someone.
Jean Renault has already killed someone, but just having, like, this trail being led back and maybe some mild influence, but overall it's just, again, a cold killer act in which someone would have to, like, at one point, one way or another, ask themselves, why? Just why?
So you would want Jean Renault to kill Blackie, but then also kill, like, another character in Twin Peaks?
I'd say that it doesn't matter who exactly it's pointed at. I assume that Laura Palmer is dead, and that is the killer. Like, if it was just, like, Jean Renault, who just, like, hardly even knew her, or even...
Oh, you're saying Laura's killer.
Like, any of the deaths connected, yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to understand about your question. So you're saying if someone who was killed, like Laura or Maddie...
Yes.
Changing their killer?
Who the revealed of the killer.
That's not my answer.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I don't mean Hank Jennings killed one of those people. I thought you meant who would be a good new killer.
I mean, I still enjoyed your answer thoroughly,
Okay, yeah.
so I accept
I just
this.
didn't understand your question then.
My apologies.
No, I would never change Laura Palmer's killer. I think that it being Leland was the completely right choice. I wouldn't change Maddie's killer. Jacques will keep the same. I mean, again, 3 for 3. Let Leland have him.
Yeah.
Blackie, yeah, Jean Renault. I wouldn't change any of the killers.
Okay, very well. I, again, like this Elseworld sort of flirtation, just because I wonder what it would do for the overall thing. Because again, I accept that my options would be full dynamic shifts.
Okay, so you said
this will not be the
Jean
same
Renault
thing.
killing Laura.
More so, again, the Renault family.
Okay.
It is something in which it's the cold action of men doing evil, if you will.
I think
evil that
Jacques
men do.
killing Laura would have very different connotations than Jean or Bernard, just based on Jacques' familiarity.
Yeah.
That would change the dynamic in a different way.
It really depends on how much involvement or even like care Jacques does and how much you even believe he would even care.
Right.
So I do like an idea in which it's just the action of the evil that men do, that if you put them into the table and ask them why, it's just business, baby.
Okay, what's your other one?
My other one, horrible, horrible cliche. But whether knowingly or not, I like the idea of someone like Cooper coming into town, finding this place absolutely ideal, and working on these murders. Whether he knows it or not, I would like a point where it would be revealed that Cooper was directly involved, either cleaning up this utopia in order to be like, no, this is perfect for me, and I'm working on these other items, but also recontextualizing moments like for investigation, either A, throwing sort of like bogus methods in front of people's faces to throw them off a trail, or B, even messing with crime scenes personally, in which like through rewatching, as that sort of gets revealed and rediscovered, you look back through these methods and being like, yeah, no.
So are you thinking when you say clean up, like he would have been killing Jacques in the hospital, for example?
Potentially. I think
Because
that
like Blackie and Jacques would be examples of
Yeah.
he could be doing some vigilante side stuff going on.
Yeah.
Laura, I think it's a little harder to make the case that he would know that she's an evil he has to kill.
It's overall like he's following these overall trails. Maybe it's just involved in areas that he's overall interested in, looks through. Deer Meadow just didn't work out so well. They ended up not liking it.
Do either of
moving
these
on.
possibilities you like more than Leland being the killer?
I don't think so. I think that they're fun ideas, and I would love to explore the Elseworld because I think that there's just fun potential with them. But I think that they made some pretty solid choices with things like Leland because this is very personal.
One thing also your question reminded me of that I don't think I mentioned ever before, maybe I did, is that when there were all those fake scripts like circulating and there was the mystery over who is the killer.
Wow, Bernard? Really? He came back?
What I'm getting at, though, is that there was an alternate version of Maddie's death that was taken with a different actor. Have I brought this up before?
Not at all.
So who do you think they would have, David Lynch being the primary target here, who do you think they would have chosen to kill Maddie, be implicated as Laura's killer, if it got leaked?
James.
James?
James is the one most involved with Maddie, has most of the spoken lines with Maddie. So if there had to be someone that would be like taken off to the side, or even like Maddie would be more vulnerable to, it'd be very bold to put someone like Donna in that position. But I think, no, it would make the most sense I think that James is closer than Donna to Maddie.
And no, it was Ben Horn.
Benjamin Horn.
So there was an alternate version. This is, again, it's to the status of legendary rumor, but there's enough people who have mentioned this that I'm confident it probably did happen.
Okay.
Where it was a shot version of Maddie's death, once with Leland, and then also with Frank Silva as Bob, because obviously they spliced together the footage. And then there'd been a third version of it with Benjamin Horn being the killer that had been recorded as like almost like a backup if something got leaked. Now, I think it was more of a red herring that Ben would be the killer. I don't think like that was something they would have done if the Bob Leland thing had leaked.
Okay.
But it does raise the question, if that is the case, that Ben had been the other likely candidate. I think that in general would be a much weaker character for Ben if that had been the route they had gone. And I think it also would have been a much weaker route for Leland had that been the route they had gone. It's a lot of what ifs, but you asked who would have been a good killer if not Leland. Well, there is footage, arguably at one point, of Benjamin being the killer.
Which
It's never surfaced, though. That's where I kind of wonder if it's a legend.
Isn't that grand? But yeah, that's why I know that maybe strange for me to say, but the way that like what ifs can be like very off branching as far as my mind goes, that's why I usually stick with the overall media itself.
No, I like what ifs. I just think this is one where it's really hard for me to find a what if more compelling.
Okay.
You know, because recently on our YouTube channel, I made a video about the anime series Utena, and that one had a what if as the main premise of the video. So I do get the appeal in doing that. I just think it's so hard for me to imagine something even on a competing level with Leland being the killer. Because everything after like worked that in so perfectly. And also even just thinking of where the characters were prior to the reveal, it did so much for Leland as a character. And it added so many layers of tragedy to what happened that I think there's just nothing that could have been as good. And yet when you looked at like polls from the time, people generally did not expect that. You know, this was at a time where people were still suspecting Leo.
I mean, I still suspect Leo, but I know the answer. But that's just because it's Leo.
Like Leo Johnson, I'm going to stumble haphazardly through the plastic wall and bring you trivia.
If you guys haven't noticed the format yet.
In case you haven't. So this is from episode 21 and onward. So we're getting toward the end of the series at this point. Mark Frost says that if he had to do season 2 over again, he would have started the Wyndham Earl storyline right after Leland's death, or maybe have a jump ahead in time within the show. What do you think of that?
How long of a gap is it between Wyndham Earl
One
and...
Jean Renault.
One whole Jean Renault.
Because that's the main arc that had began before Leland, that resumed after Leland. And then soon after Jean Renault is gone is where we start seeing the Wyndham Earl stuff pop up more.
Now, overall, I think that Jean Renault needed his time.
Yeah.
I think that there had to be things Jean Renault brought up to Cooper that would question Cooper's resolve before his greatest challenge. This is an example of the Black Lodge being in the real world. And I think, yes, I'm very, very thankful that that came around. Now, mind you, maybe things would have been skipped or jumped around inside the future. I don't know how far in the future are we talking. Are we talking just like a few months?
Jump ahead in time.
A few weeks in Twin Peaks time? Is it going to be 25 years? And so that one is far too broad for even like me to not go crazy with. But considering like going straight to Wyndham Earl, maybe flirt with it. Maybe like have like mention of him in the background, but don't take Jean Renault out.
I still feel like the main thing I would move earlier would be Annie. If I had to pick one thing to move earlier, introduce Annie like even 2 episodes earlier, because that relationship I think mattered so much.
Yeah. And
John Justice Wheeler also, like if I had another thing to move forward, I'd move him. But I think Annie's more of the priority considering where the narrative goes. You know, like the season 2 last moment.
I'm kind of curious overall when you consider like characters that were involved around the Jean Renault portion.
Yeah.
If we could move Annie sooner.
Yeah.
I mean, how involved inside of the position is Denise? Like, how intricate is Denise to overall Twin Peaks and the general functions of the FBI?
Denise functionally was more of a FBI connection who could vouch for Cooper in a moment where Cooper was being placed under suspicion, and someone who could work with Cooper to take down Jean Renault. Yeah. In that capacity, outside the FBI connection, could have been replaced by anyone in the Bookhouse Boys or in the police department.
I think that
you could easily swap out Denise for Hawk.
I think having that line kind of softens the blow a little bit with, say, for example, the overall questioning of Cooper and how he is struggling. I think making Cooper more alone in those moments in which like he is fully involved with law enforcement in Twin Peaks, and only by toppling over people such as the Mountie with his double agent ways. No, I think that there can be... I think I prefer the idea of, instead of Denise being around, bring in someone like Annie, if you will, sooner.
And this is also where if we brought Audrey in as a disciple, this is also where that could happen too.
Yeah.
Because noticeably, when Denise is around, Audrey meets Denise, and her first reaction is, there's female agents in the FBI? So, like, this is kind of a moment where I think if you were to bring in Denise, you would also use that as an opening for Audrey to become closer to Cooper in a non-romantic capacity. So I like Denise. I think that Denise, while there are some things we question about the tone of the character and how the character is handled, was so ahead of its time in terms of like potentially transgender representation, or at the very least, gender nonconformity. If we look at it more as cross-dressing, however you want to interpret it.
Yeah.
I don't want to take it away because I do think it's like really important for what it did for a lot of people, like seeing that kind of representation in a show as big as Twin Peaks was.
That's fair.
And I think that, again, you could use it so nicely to pivot into Audrey.
Yeah.
Seeing a female FBI agent. I would want to keep Denise. I mean, I would almost look at, there was that one episode where Lucy had her sister around, never showed up again. What was that about?
It's to show the continuity that she had a baby. And that's why Lucy had to leave for a little bit.
Even MT Wentz, like having Norma's mom in there, like I didn't mind it, but like, imagine if instead of MT Wentz, Annie came then. I don't know. Like, you'd have to change things so you could, you have to figure out what to do with, you have to figure out what to do with Ernie. But, once you figured out what to do with Ernie, it could work.
It could potentially work. I still do enjoy Norma's mother just because of just the cold relationship she has, even outside from her family. Really
it's good, but if it came down to that and bringing Annie in, I'd bring Annie in. Like, that's the thing. Like, I don't mind it. It's just I think the Annie arc needed a few extra episodes. Again, I think these are drastic moves, though, because I don't even know if it needed that many extra episodes. Throw in 2 more episodes, it probably would have been fine. I'm not sure anything needed to really be cut to do this, to be honest with you. I don't even think anything needed to go. Just decrease the screen time on certain things.
Okay.
I don't know. That's just me, though.
I mean, like, you being just you continues to flirt with my concept of let's let Audrey be an agent. But
just you and I letting Audrey flirt with being an agent, not with Cooper.
I mean, she's already shown prowess, say, for example, trying to find ways of interrogating individuals, as well as just slowly uncovering mystery and even, like, pushing yourselves to great dangers. Yeah.
Do you think with all this theorizing then that, like, where do you think Audrey's going to be if she's in The Return?
In The Return? I mean,
like, 1, do you think she's going to be in it? And then 2, what would you do with her?
I think that she will be in it if she survived the bank incident.
Okay.
That's the big thing.
That's the big elephant bank on the room.
The big elephant explosion in the room.
Yes.
But I really would imagine she still continues along the lines with Benjamin Horn. I think that the Horn family is strong enough that unless that there was an influence like Cooper off to the sides to push her in another direction, I don't see any reason why she'd overall walk away. It was overall her choices to chain herself to the bank vault, I imagine, to continue her own personal actions. These were overall her choices to continue on her dad's work, and it didn't seem like there was other alternatives to her motivations. So,
okay. Drastically pivoting back to things involving Wyndham Earle and the trivia here. The actor behind him, Kenneth Walsh, apparently would make requests for costumes. So, like, one day he decided to be a fat biker, and then they would just, like, do that. Welsh said, quote, David Lynch was hardly involved at all, except from a distance. He would have approval of things. He disapproved for what I was wearing at the beginning when Diane Keaton directed. He said, Wyndham should be all in black all the time. And Mark Frost was in and out. Bob Engels, aka Robert Engels, mostly was very involved. So by the time that Wyndham Earle showed up physically, David Lynch was basically not around other than just to say no to some things. And then Mark Frost was almost entirely, like, he was just coming in and out as well. Where this is where you get people like Robert Engels, Harley Payton, being the bigger figures, really, for season 2.
Yeah.
And it is a curious thing, then, the idea that Wyndham Earle should be always in black all the time. Clearly, David Lynch did not get his way with that, because Wyndham Earle was constantly playing dress-up. What do you think of David Lynch's version of Wyndham Earle, then? Always in all black, all the time. Always looking like an FBI agent.
Wandering around in a black horse costume.
Well, I mean, that just wouldn't have happened.
I mean, it is all black in that case.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It definitely leads up to a lot of what I imagine the representation of Wyndham Earle to be, and especially with his constant push into this things of the Dugpas, the Black Lodge, etc. And perhaps it would make thematic sense, even if you were to say in the contradicting sense of he only wears the clothes, but he doesn't really play the part all too well by the end. Though I think that having Wyndham Earle be not only questionable, but just a pure agent of chaos
Yeah.
is much more
it's just more fun.
It's much more fun.
Like, you wouldn't have had the log lady moment, like where he dresses up like the log lady and decks Bobby.
With his triangle wood.
Which is not the kind you could buy from the Twin Peaks store, my merchandise idea. No, I like the idea that maybe like 1 in 500 logs would be triangle cut. So you just get it in the mail and it'd be oddly triangular. Also continuing on the theme of David Lynch's absence at moments, Diane Keaton, who at the time wanted to learn more about directing, recalls that she didn't have much contact with David Lynch regarding the episode she was making, and that he told her to do whatever you want, and, quote, goodbye, here, you have any ideas? Do it. Which, I don't know what the tone he said it in. When I read it, I kind of have a little bit of a menacing, mocking tone.
Yep.
Maybe he said it really politely. But there's almost a dark side, I think, in the whole... Earlier, it was this kind of hands-off, like, yeah, if you have an idea, go for it. But by the time the end of the show goes, it almost takes on a darker connotation of, whatever, go do the thing. You got something? Do it. It feels simultaneously freeing, but also careless. And I think it could be read both ways. And again, I don't mean to assume something that I wasn't there for, but it definitely, I could read this and be like, Lynch wasn't involved enough. Mm-hmm. And then for him later to say that season 2 went bad, it's like, then you should have said something. That's where, again, I wonder, did he just feel like after the killer was revealed that he didn't need to bother anymore? That's kind of what it feels like, is he just crossed his arms and walked away.
I think that can be definitely interpreted, but I think that there's enough that he's already shown to have with interactions with writers as well as actors that kind of like getting the passive information, I think he does accept freedom up to a point with people, but also can recognize, yeah, I really don't like what ended up. I don't think that he'll always make things that he'll be necessarily fully proud of, but he'll still make it the way that he needs to make it.
Also on the same note, the actor who played Thomas Eckert, David Warner, he also said that he didn't know much about the show or the character going in. Mm-hmm. He also seems to recall that Lynch wasn't involved in the production.
Okay.
So again, there's just this sort of consistent trend among a lot of people noting Lynch's absence. And I feel like partly I'm just always compelled to bring this up because I keep seeing so many people talk about like Twin Peaks as though it's all Lynch, and it's just like, that isn't correct. And I think Lynch himself would kind of be offended because he doesn't like all of Twin Peaks. Like, so I feel like labeling that is just not correct. And I don't mean to come out and say it against anyone in particular, but it's always seemed to be a thing that pops up about how Twin Peaks is just pure Lynch. Like, I'll see a clip on YouTube and it'll be about a scene from Twin Peaks and someone will comment about how, it's just pure Lynch. And it wasn't an episode that Lynch was involved in. Mm-hmm. He didn't write, direct, produce anything. He wasn't even there. He's probably over at Wild at Heart making that movie. So I don't know. Oh, now to something more clear-cut. Josie. A much more easy to understand, grounded situation. So Joan Chen, the actor who plays Josie, said a few words about how the character of Josie originally was going to be Italian and was going to be played by Isabel Rossellini, who had previously worked with Lynch on Blue Velvet, and as well as had been personally close to Lynch at the time, or at least before. I'm not sure if they had a falling out around then or when. But Joan Chen said, quote, I didn't have much input into Josie's character, honestly. I realized there was the same kind of element like Blue Velvet, that outsider in this little town. She was an unknown. She was mysterious, but I didn't reach out to Mark Frost as they were going along to have any input of my own. We didn't know where our characters were going until we got the script and went to shoot. I slowly began to realize that because I wasn't Italian, I wish they had just kept writing her as if she was. That would have been interesting. So I think it's interesting to note that Joan Chen wishes she was playing an Italian character, despite not being Italian. That would have definitely created a different vibe.
I mean, we already had a different vibe.
We already had Catherine.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
With Piper Laurie pretending to be Japanese. This would be the less offensive version, I guess.
I mean, like, as far as, like, if Josie were to play an Italian already, I think that there may have been, I don't know, less dissonance.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, obviously, like, there are Asian Italians out there.
Right.
So, it's not saying that it's out of the ballpark.
Right. That's completely possible. it is also notable considering how much of the Hong Kong plot later came into things, like how
It'd
much
be Italy now.
Yeah, I mean, really though, if you just change the locations, how much would really change?
Nothing.
So I think it would have been possible. I just don't see it as like when she says she wishes she would have kept writing it as Italian. I'm almost wondering what would be gained by the character being Italian. I don't think either way really mattered that much for the end of the day. I don't know.
Maybe it's like another layer of outsider, if you will.
Possibly. Michael Onkean, the actor who plays Harry, admits that he would purposefully mess up scenes with Joan Chen just so he could keep redoing them with her. Which, considering the scenes that he had
dang it.
with her,
Why? This is creepy.
it's a little weird, unless she's into it too, in which case you're still wasting the camera person's time.
Yeah.
Everyone just got to watch you keep making out with each other. Like, just save that for later.
Buddy.
That's my advice to this person 25 years ago. Over 25 years ago.
I hope that he followed it in the past.
On the topic of Josie's fate, of course, the elephant in the room. We've said the elephant in the room so many
There's
times.
so many elephants in this room.
It's become a consistent trend. It's getting cramped in here, guys. There's so many elephants. Mark Frost said, this is again, straight from the elephant's mouth, Mark Frost, quote, "I think that was something David and I talked about, and he had the notion that she, Josie, should be lost in another realm, but imprisoned in a way that it shouldn't be a physical as much as a metaphorical prison.
Okay.
We had decided at the end of her arc that we didn't want to do another melodramatic death. We wanted something that had some mythological feel. And the next thing you know, she was a drawer pull." Does that explain everything for you, Professor?
No. Not a thing. Zero things, really.
I feel like Todd Holland keeps showing up in the trivia, but another thing with Todd Holland, the director of episode 11 and 20, he said, "I called Leslie Glotter up one night after an episode aired and said, 'What's the deal with Josie turning into a knob on the nightstand?' And she just said, 'I have no idea. That's what it said in the script, so that's what I shot.' It made no sense to me at the time I watched it, but you would get those things in scripts and you just had to shoot them as it is. It was the only time I've ever done that. No other show has ever required that kind of secrecy." Which reminded me a lot of the stuff we did in research with Utsuna, the anime, and how Ikahara would just hand things to his people. And Ikahara was a big fan of Lynch, so I feel like they have a similar style in that regard.
Okay.
But yeah, the idea that it was just in the script, so even the director of the episode doesn't have any clue why she was shooting this. This is just what she was told to shoot. So even the directors don't have all the answers with these things. What do you think of that?
There is just the level of I suppose I myself have not been involved in large productions such as Twin Peaks or any level of production that comes to things like media, but it seems like a little bit of a roulette wheel on what's going to happen on shift today.
Yeah, we just get this neat little product on Blu-ray that we can watch 25 years later and just assume that everything was on purpose for a reason. And we can just all pretend that it was all the masterful vision of David Lynch that he all wrote in advance and all had time to plan out.
Yep.
Everything was already like planned out from the beginning by one person, singular vision.
Instead, it is it's like you took like your dinner from the Double R, just placed it into the back seat without even caring where the cups were, and then you drove, knocking everything over into a mush.
And
it does come together. But at the same time, you have to question, is the flavor supposed to be like this?
Too many cooks will spoil the broth.
I mean, it only took like a cook and named Toad and a driver.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on, who's driving a vehicle and how much you trust the driver to get to the destination you want to go. And I would say there's no one I trust more to get me to the destination I want to go than a certain pilot named John Justice Wheeler.
Tell me about Justice.
So Billy Zane, classic actor of Titanic fame and Kingdom Hearts fame.
Yeah, you didn't Kingdom Hearts, I don't think that Eckard was a part of, but you didn't introduce Eckard with Titanic.
Eckard wasn't in Titanic, was he?
Yeah, no, he was one of the bad guys in it.
Was he? I forgot he was in the Titanic.
He played a character called Spicer Lovejoy.
Love Carl? Love Carl's back?
No, it's Spicer Lovejoy. This is an entirely different love family.
That's a fantastic name, but I either didn't know or completely forgot this information.
No, you just it is officially on the James Cameron Titanic.fandom.com where you find his whole filmography and nothing talking about his character. But there are scenes where Billy Zane and Spicer Lovejoy are standing next to each other. I think they're cohorts. I haven't seen the film itself.
Yes, their characters never met in Twin Peaks.
No, it
I don't
It's
think.
crime. Maybe. Ooh. There's a crime somewhere.
Billy Zane, speaking of crimes, quote, "At that time, I was pretty well known as the go-to guy for sociopathic behavior on film. David and Mark Frost brilliantly cast against type. You had a show that was really filled with eccentric people for the most part, crazy to some degree, and they cast the guy who was known as crazy as the most wholesome in the show, which I thought was very clever and humorous and ironic. I welcomed it. I love that there was this Gary Cooper-like sweetness to John Justice. He flies on his jet to save an endangered species, and for his goodness, he gets the great privilege of deflowering Audrey in a plane. It was extraordinary." Quote, Billy Zane.
So Billy Zane does know that his character was working with Benjamin Horne, right?
Yeah, but apparently he still thinks he's a entity of goodness.
Like, maybe that's the case. Maybe Benjamin Horne does have good
the angel on
connection.
Benjamin Horne's shoulder is still working for him, and he's an angel.
Sure.
That angel has a name. John Justice Wheeler.
Sure, with rental
The devil has a name, too. Jerry Horne. Who, again,
Rest in
might be
peace,
dead.
Jerry Horne, killed by the cook. Died like that.
Well, I mean, apparently Sherilyn Fenn also will vouch for Billy Zane and his character.
Why?
Quote, "Billy's a really nice person. He's a cutie. He's funny. He's a sweet person. But it wasn't right." Never mind, she won't vouch. I misread the... I didn't read far enough in here.
You need to pre-read your stuff for
She
your
said,
quotes.
"Hey, I do it fresh for the audience, all right?" Quote, "That storyline just didn't work. Those characters didn't work for me. I didn't like it at all. Heather Graham and Cooper didn't work. It was stupid. The whole thing was just a whitewash." So
Brutal.
see, again, Sherilyn Fenn had really strong feelings that the Cooper-Audrey thing should have happened for their characters.
Okay.
And I kind of wonder if our proposal that Audrey and Cooper being together but not romantically, how she would have felt about that. I'm curious if she would have felt like that was good or not. I could just imagine, though, her upset feelings that her character kind of did fizzle out in the second half of season 2.
Yeah.
Like, once she came out of her little coma from One-Eyed Jacks, she kind of just got shafted to, like, the background.
Bye.
Which isn't really fair for a character who greatly, I would say, contributed to the popularity of Twin Peaks in the first place. Mm-hmm. But I don't know if it had to be the only way. I don't know if everything has to be blamed for that. But I don't know. In the Pine Weasel episode, right before the take where John Justice Wheeler kisses Audrey, the news had announced that the U.S. was entering the Gulf War. So when they said action, Billy Zane says that the kiss, quote, "had an urgency that was from another time. The kiss held a promise of peace. So when we held fast to each other in that moment, and it was in form of the beautiful desperation. We didn't know what the future would hold or what that meant. It was par for the course. It was par for the course for the experience, which was cemented in some kind of mad, romantic, tragic blur." Is that better or worse than James and Evelyn's actors saying how much they like to smooch each other? They didn't have any romantic war sympathies with it.
No, this is an area of poeticness. It's like, okay. But you're kind of like, look at the guy and you kind of have to turn your head.
Yeah?
Yeah, you took a lot out of it. But at the same time, friend.
I mean, imagine you're acting and you have to go kiss someone and then you're found out they're entering a war. Uncertainty's on the brink. Would you not put more passion into that kiss?
I would put more passion into it if there was more passion between John Justice Wheeler and Audrey.
Ooh. It's a sick burn.
It is.
That Sherilyn Fenn would agree with. By the way, completely unrelated to anything involving this guy, James Foley, the episode 24 director, wanted someone in a scene to have a blue suitcase, but someone let him know that David Lynch did not want the color blue to appear in the series, so he couldn't have the blue suitcase.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Like,
now, I can't imagine it never shows up, but it's sparingly used. Like I mentioned before that Maddie in episode 14 had that like blue rose like robe. That's one of the most pointed examples of blue.
so it makes you wonder, like as far as like the color blue, is that like very important for David Lynch, the color blue
Yes.
in that respect?
Blue and red are David Lynch's colors.
So why didn't he dye the lake? Jokes aside, though, no, I can't think of many blue instances other than water.
Major
And then later,
Briggs' suit is like a
electricity.
navy blue,
Yeah, it's kind
a
of.
dark.
Oh, and
form of
guess
that.
what? Yeah, with the character who happens to have a blue rose
Yeah.
false inside of his home. Yeah.
So anyway, blue's important. I wouldn't be surprised for Lynch to be like, do whatever you want with your characters. I don't care about what happens to the story, but don't put the blue suitcase. That wouldn't surprise me.
Where would the blue suitcase go? And why blue? What?
I don't
what is
know.
The purpose?
I don't
Kalil,
know.
Find the answers.
I've done enough, Professor.
Yeah,
you could do some work around here too.
I can't. You tell me not to.
That's fair. That's completely fair. Maybe the show would have been saved if that blue suitcase had been properly utilized. But unfortunately, we don't live in that timeline. On February 16th, 1991, ABC announced an indefinite hiatus upon the airing of episode 23, leaving the immediate future of the show uncertain. ABC executive Philip Segal disclosed that Twin Peaks came very close to cancellation, and ABC was very frustrated. This hiatus was, of course, to be eventually ended. We did get a finale, but the hiatus was met with backlash from dedicated Twin Peaks fans, and a group calling themselves Citizens Opposed to the Offing of Peaks, abbreviated COOP, barraged ABC executives to prove there was passionate demand for the show to continue. And whether it's by their efforts or by some unknown supernatural force in the energy waves of the air, it came back. So, do you have any more questions sent to you via brainwaves by Unplugged Professor?
I mean, if there is anyone who was once a part of Coop and wants to talk about how that sort of event went with them, please email us at snakeeyedreams@gmail.com or go ahead and give us a Twitter over at snakeeyedreams1, the numeral 1.
Give us one Twitter, please.
One on Twitter. I'll take more, but maybe at least one.
Anyway, questions from Professor. Go.
No, we're framing like I know how to transition here. But wherever you're at in the world, just know that we're glad to provide you with the peak Twin Peaks experience here. And I know
there's a lot of peaks. We're not the only ones.
I know I've talked about him a lot throughout this whole podcast, but I think that this is a great opportunity for us to have a special guest. Please come in, Unplugged Professor. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm very glad to be here. So, Unplugged Professor. Yes, Unplugged Professor.
I'm not going to entertain this illusion. He literally just spun in his chair like 30 degrees in a direction and then just said the same thing in the same voice.
Now, honestly, like I believe that as far as this side of the table goes, we are known as the more loving individuals as part of this podcast. Oh, I've completely heard that, and I agree with that sentiment.
You know how you do like character voices or something to differentiate?
Despite the criticism from my other co-host who can't really appreciate the company of a gracious guest, Unplugged Professor, why don't you present us with a few more of your wonderful questions? Why, thank you, Unplugged Professor. Thank you very much. So, I, as the Unplugged Professor, I'm going to ask forward to you. Throughout Twin Peaks, there's a lot of death. Is that too far to say?
No, that's about right.
What death amongst all of the dead bodies do you feel stands out the most? Maddie, please go on.
It's the most memorable death.
Why?
Because it's so graphic.
So, overall, it's just the overall scenes with overall Leland dancing about,
it's the killing scene. Like,
killing scene?
Laura's death is, it's obviously very graphic in Fire Walk With Me, but Fire Walk With Me tonally was already so dark and so brutal that I think it doesn't have the same effect as Maddie's death coming kind of out of nowhere and just being so dark for something that was airing on like CBS.
Okay.
It's still like one of the most kind of harrowing scenes of a murder in a TV show. It's not the most graphic or bloodiest, but it's the situation and kind of the way it's being portrayed in the acting. Having Bob kind of like inhaling her scent as he's like making out with her and brutalizing. It's a lot.
Yeah.
And I think it's done on someone who literally Maddie hadn't been that implicated in anything that bad. She'd been dragged around by Donna and James and doing things, but Maddie by no means, I mean, no one deserves this, but Maddie did not deserve this. So I think it's the total violence of it, the unnecessary nature of it. The fact that, again, it was Cooper failing to really prevent it. Maddie's the most standout death in the series.
All right. Fantastic.
So far, at least. I can't say about the return, but
yeah,
for sure in seasons 1 and 2.
Okay.
Other runner-ups, I will say Josie, for the sake that hers was just so mysterious, if you even want to call it a death. A similar note in terms of unclarity is Ben. If Benjamin Horne died at the fireplace, then it's obviously super abrupt, which if Ben is dead, right? If he's dead, the way the show would just quickly dispatch a main character just like that.
Did he appear after the fireplace scene? I'm pretty sure.
No, we never said he appeared. We just talked about Audrey. You think Audrey's reactions would be different if earlier that same day her dad died.
Okay.
I don't think we ever for sure found evidence that he was alive.
Okay.
Again, I obviously know what happens after either way, but for the sake of what we saw, I don't think it's been confirmed either way.
Okay.
And then I'd also give a nod then to Harold, the sort of mysterious circumstances that brings up. And Jean Reno, primarily because Jean Reno's death was one that Cooper was responsible for.
Yes.
That Cooper took a life, and that's not something that Cooper does in the show otherwise.
Yes.
It's the only time Cooper ever kills anyone in the show, right?
Yeah, I believe that is the case. It's where Cooper was set into the result of force.
Yeah.
And it's almost becomes it's shot in a strange light that's different from a lot of the show, where it almost feels like almost poetic, but in a more fairy tale light, if you will. This is something in which was killed off, and there's something being more revealed by the death itself.
Sure.
Like, it seems like it is a much more symbolic death than I can say about some others, which would be more character-driven deaths.
So what was your favorite?
I think John Reno. I think, like, literally that hit the nail on the head from where he had. It's something that feels very unique and maybe even is the closest push to something of a soap opera element on it, but it's John Reno from beginning to end is someone that is heavily charismatic, that you can kind of hear his voice off in the distance whenever you think of something like
That's
that.
just you, Professor.
That's just me.
You hear Jean Reno's voice
Well,
in
let
your
me
head.
check. Is it just me? No, it's me too. Yeah, no, I get it. So yes, that's 2 against 1.
Why are you
Cleo.
doing this bit? Why did you decide to do this bit? This was not planned.
It is 3 halves, Kalil. So
While you're here, Professor, any other questions you want to ask?
yeah, I do. I think I do, because when we think of death, we also have to consider things such as Andrew Packard.
When I think of death as a general concept,
Del
that's the
Mibbler.
first thing I think of.
Del Mibbler, Audrey Horne, Pete Martell.
Okay.
Like, we consider death here because we don't know how many are dead. This is a body count that says
The glasses flew across the street to the tree. I keep repeating that as the piece of evidence.
It's very mysterious. And the most mysterious part about this, I would argue,
yeah.
is an absence of one character.
Okay.
A distinct absence. And this character is someone I would hardly ever call absent from what antics that she's willing to pull. And that character, of course, is Catherine. In general, or not in general, you can go into specifics if you want. What happened with Catherine? Catherine is a character where from the beginning, we see enough of a give and take in which that she's willing to do, what she's willing to say to people, and even question on her overall moralities. Catherine, who ended up being victorious against Benjamin Horne, getting everything that she wanted overall. Catherine, who has been hiding her brother over time, who has been able to successfully keep, like, her agenda hidden by saying she lived off of tuna in the middle of the woods. Catherine, who is willing to speak her mind in all sorts of ways, but you just don't know where it should land, where she's mocking and where she's genuine. Catherine, who had the subtitle woman at one point, and then
She did. She
was
certainly
completely absent at this crowning achievement for the Packards, going against the Eckerd. What happened?
I feel like my answer is going to be kind of boring. If I understand your question, it's a pretty broad one. I think that my genuine response would be that there are some characters between the different writers and different directors, especially on the writer side, though, where I don't think they knew what to do with them.
Okay.
And I think that especially rang true in elements later in season 2. Again, I like later season 2. I overall think it's good. It's not bad. But there are certain characters that were iffy in how they were presented. I think the problem with Catherine came from 2 directions. One is that she won. The moment Catherine beat Ben, I think it kind of took away the central conflict that Catherine had up till that point. Catherine's whole shtick was being Ben's opponent, Ben's adversary, and vice versa. Whereas Ben got the whole Civil War arc and then the redemption carrot arc, Catherine never had something as tangible for herself. And that goes into the second point, is that instead of Ben, she became mostly someone to play off of Josie. And then Josie turned into a drawer knob. And so I feel like in terms of the female characters in the Martell plotline, Josie usurped her. Like, Josie became the more mysterious, more shadowy figure than Catherine herself. And as a result of it, like, Catherine got some great moments with Josie, with Pete, even with Andrew toward the end there. But I still feel like she was being upstaged. Not in the acting department. I mean, again, Piper Laurie was doing a great job. But I think that her character was never able to recover fully from the Tojimura arc, where she disappeared for a good number of episodes, at least disappeared as Catherine. And then when she came back, she beat Ben, Josie took the spotlight, and then Andrew Packard kind of took the spotlight away from her too.
Okay.
So I don't think there's a grand narrative reason, or at least enough evidence to believe that, given what we've seen. More just that they didn't really know what to do with Catherine as much, and she became a secondary character in Josie's story and a secondary character in the Andrew Packard versus Thomas Eckert storyline.
Okay. All right.
Does that make sense?
No, that makes great sense. Now, if you'll allow me,
I will.
I'm insane.
Yes.
And I think that Catherine won, especially at the end. Let's take a little bit of a look back, if you will, and I will keep using this. Catherine, at the point of sweet, sweet victory, she's still working alongside with Andrew Packard during the time, especially when Thomas Eckert sort of appears around. And she's the one presented with the box from Thomas Eckert specifically. Like, that's like something that has been passed on. For however much Thomas Eckert might have against Catherine, I don't know. It seems that primarily the sport was between Thomas Eckert and Andrew Packard. So I don't know what sort of things was just unspoken between these two characters. It seemed Thomas Eckert was surprised to see Andrew Packard alive. It seems that came through with a shock. And I don't know if you know this, Kalil, but puzzle boxes in which you have to, like, get to the intricacies this far and have arranged, I don't think Twin Peaks has a place in which really processes them. I don't know how well shipping gets straight to them. This seems like something that was generally pre-planned. If this is the case, you have then a strange series of puzzles that are put all together in this intricate way for whatever Thomas Eckert wants to do. I don't have enough motivation to believe that Thomas Eckert is just going to kill it off just because it's the nature of the sport. If anything, if that is the case, I've argued before, that would just be in the box then. Thomas Eckert is able to bury a trail behind him enough that if he keeps on, like, lengthening the journey, that's only going to give more points for him to be caught. That's how much I would argue, especially renting out a box in an overall bank, unless that bank was to have very little trace afterwards that even documents would be taken down. That might be a case. I think that the way that Catherine speaks to Andrew Packard by the end of it, in which there's a show of tentative trust between the two of them, that either A, she's able to switch things out and she's shown enough intelligence to be able to play with people's ideas in order to give herself an advantage to possibly blow up any loose ends on her end, or B, there's enough intelligence that I could argue that perhaps she can play dumb enough to solve the box ahead of time and still do the same plots, because I do not believe that Thomas Eckert was the one who set, like, the bomb through, because what does Thomas Eckert gain other than a few additional bodies and a little bit of an extra mess? I mean,
last laugh.
He doesn't seem to be someone who... He seems more of a romantic business partner than he does someone who feels the last laugh is fully there. I mean, the last laugh in the end would probably be gaining Josie and then going off away, and then maybe blowing him up as a result. But again, after that, what then? Maybe I just don't understand Thomas Eckert enough, but I feel that Catherine gains way more than Thomas, because at the end of the road, whether or not like Catherine ended up like getting to the deposit box first and gaining what was from there and then swapping it out and getting rid of someone else who wants the advantageous end of that, the weird dialogue between Catherine and Andrew, the fact that Pete follows Andrew and Catherine's nowhere to be seen, yet we've seen them together enough. It seems like already it's out of the bag. Catherine's absence makes her much more of a suspicious character if the combination of these prior scenes.
So a few things.
Yes.
First of all, during that whole entire scene that was just unfolding in this podcast, the Unplugged Professor had his hands folded with his fingers intersecting in like a business pose. Like he was like offering me a business proposal, which I thought was very funny. But it shows his seriousness in what he's saying. A question for you then. So if she took whatever was in the safety deposit box first and then planted a bomb for Andrew Packard.
Or if she had enough insight that
she's the one who put the bomb in the first place. Either way, what does she gain then from killing Andrew Packard?
Well, overall, all the dirty laundry is ended up finished with overall Eckert. She literally has a man that has been presumed dead for so long inside of her home that if ever spoken up, that might give more credence to things being suspicious on her end of activity. Like Andrew Packard just suddenly reappears again. That's already a heavily suspicious thing. And if people look into what Catherine's been up to, thanks to this appearance, because I'm sure there may be an investigation to follow, that'd be bad. Thirdly, it's just having people that are at your level being so close around you is enough of a liability that the conversation between her as well as her brother and the way they sort of treat each other is like, no, absolutely, we love each other. I think that there is a game of chess that she needed to remove the other side's queen or king, if you will.
Do you believe that Pete then was an accident in this, or was that he part of the risk she knew going in that Pete could get killed from this?
Pete still is implied in a lot of her crimes and even is heavily involved, laughing away. She was not friendly with Pete for the longest time. And to say that she could go back to not being much around Pete, if anything, it'll take away some of the overall migraines and headaches that she already has.
Okay.
Because she's willing to, when getting an edge, do what she needs to. No matter what deception needs to be taken, she's come out on top, and there are very cold but calculated reasons for that.
Okay, and then one more question I want to tease out. This one's kind of to challenge your ideas.
Go for it.
If one of her goals would be to get rid of Andrew Packard because people finding out that he's alive, I'm alive, would potentially like draw suspicion on her and her activities, then why would she send Andrew Packard into the town to go to this bank? Because on his way to the bank, or possibly even just someone goes to the bank and catches him there before the bank explodes, isn't that kind of a risk to send him into town to kill him when you could just get rid of him at the sawmill?
Because that be at the sawmill. That's what place that she's implied. He's going off to a bank to open up a safety deposit box that overall seems to be belonging to someone, or the records themselves can be destroyed enough. He is going off to a neutral place, a place in which Andrew Packard would want to go, be willing to go, and even open up those risks because he's having his victory lap in the moment.
But again, what if someone sees him on the way to the bank?
If someone sees him, she has plausible deniability. If it's in the sawmill, that's her sawmill. Why hadn't you seen him? If he's just like walking his way over, it's like, oh, Andrew Packard, where the hell did you come from? Why would Andrew Packard even answer like fully the question other than maybe like be like with Del Mibbler and just sort of tease the thought? Just like,
I'm just saying though, let's say Big Ed is in town.
Yeah.
He just came from the bank and he sees Andrew Packard walking into the bank.
Neutral zone. If he sees him inside the sawmill, that's suspicious.
But one of your suspicions, though, is that she would kill Andrew to avoid suspicion. Wouldn't the fact that Andrew Packard's alive and then got blown up also make people suspicious about Catherine?
Who's left alive to talk at that point? Since Pete went with them, and if we assume Pete to be dead, being around the blast radius, who is able to, at this point of investigation, look into it? Oh, wait, you guys have some extra food? Literally, Catherine could say, no, we have a lot of guests. I own the sawmill. I have this fully prepared. Is it going to go over to Benjamin Horn? Benjamin Horn talking is going to imply him in so much, and he's going to be thrown under the dust. At that point, they're going to have to be like deep covert and have whatever reason to be like, Catherine, we're so suspicious of you. I don't know why, but we're so suspicious of you. We're dusting this place for prints. And even then, I imagine that she would be okay with doing some house cleaning to.
I'm sure Josie kept the place nice and clean anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. I think you survived my round of questioning. I think your theory still holds. What I will say is that I don't think there's enough in seasons 1 and 2 and what we've experienced to go either way in what you're saying.
Very well.
And that means that either it's going to be something that'll be elaborated on later, or it will never be elaborated on, or it'll be disproven.
Yeah.
And I will not tell you which of those three it is.
I look forward to whatever opportunities come ahead, but the fact that I got to have a fun time thinking about this is, again, a testament to how impactful Catherine is. Someone who is willing to go as far as become a boxy Japanese man.
Which she probably shouldn't have done, actually.
No.
That probably would be very bad.
No, that's very bad, but she's not doing things that are very good either.
Speaking of things taking a turn for the worst, sinking Nielsen ratings and creative frustrations created distress on the set of Twin Peaks. I'm back to trivia, by the way, which select interview participants indicated had stemmed from the physical absence of Mark Frost and David Lynch and a growing overall apathy among cast and crew. Michael Parks, the genre no actor, never worked with David Lynch. Just saw him coming out of the bathroom once, where Lynch told him he liked Parks' work. Parks thanked him, and that was it. That was all they ever exchanged. Tony Krantz, a former TV agent, said, quote, "The show I was trying to get David to come back into had long since disappeared from his subconscious in the way that it was during the beginning. It was pure David Lynch. It was of him with Mark. Mark was critical to the process and they were partners. But in the second season, it was a bunch of writers who were trying to do something quirky and funny and weird, but it was coming from the outside in as opposed to the inside out, and the American public felt it." Tony Krantz continues, quote, "David and I would have lunch together. The second season was clearly spiraling out of control, and David and Mark were not really talking to each other. David felt alienated from his own show. I brought the two of them together with me for dinner, and I literally made them hold hands. And I said, guys, you need to do this show together. This is magic with you guys together. Separately, it is not working. By that time, it was too late." Ken Scherer, former chief operating officer of Lynch Frost Productions, said, quote, "We knew people were watching this show in mass numbers. We knew it from our fan mail, and I wish the internet had existed then, because if social media was around, we would still be on the air. But we couldn't prove to this rigid network structure that kids were watching it in dorms, that people were having house parties, and the numbers lied beneath the Nielsen ratings. By the way, with the Nielsen ratings today, we'd be a home run. But then it was unacceptable." Any thoughts on all that? I mean, I feel like it's a lot of things that we've talked about being a little more substantiated.
We're lucky to be, and also in some portions unlucky, to be in the age of information in which it's much more easier to sort of gauge fandoms, if you will. I thoroughly do not know how fandoms work so far in like larger scopes around the years before the internet was a big booming place.
This is pre-GeoCities.
Yeah. So at that point, it's... I don't think that the person is wrong in what they're saying, in which like the Twin Peaks could have continued, would have been much bigger. It's just the overall question of if it was, should it have been?
Yeah.
I think that there's enough compact here with the overall stories that, yeah, we could probably continue them along for quite some time and explore other characters, and maybe like we could finish different bits of stories. But the fact that some stories are lost amongst the chaos that happens amongst this town, and the way that Twin Peaks did end at this point, I don't know if it would have the same cultural impact for people who look back at Twin Peaks and say, this was a time.
I think one of the potential conclusions we could reach from all this trivia and our discussion on it so far has been that, and perhaps it's an obvious realization, but it's so very rare to find someone who you agree with 100% of the time when it comes to art and storytelling.
Okay.
In the sense that we can look at someone like Kyle MacLachlan and say that sometimes he had some great ideas for the character, and sometimes we preferred the way things went when he didn't get what he wanted. We can look at someone like David Lynch and be like, yeah, he had some great ideas, but he also would have done this that I might not have liked. And accepting that all of these different creators have that element to them where it's okay to dislike some of Mark Frost's decisions, some of David Lynch's decisions, some of the actors' decisions, while also praising other ones. If David Lynch and Mark Frost never went away from Twin Peaks, we probably wouldn't have had a lot of the things that we got. We probably wouldn't have the Evelyn arc that you like so much. We probably wouldn't have gotten Dick Tremaine as we know him. Probably wouldn't have gotten Nadine as we know her. Ben Horn's whole redemption Civil War saga probably wouldn't have happened. Not to mention the way that the White and Black Lodge developed. Wyndham Earl, the way he developed, that's marked so much by Lynch and Frost being absent. We never would have had the killer revealed. Like Lynch, if he had got his way, he never wanted to reveal the killer. There are still plenty of people who think he was right, who think that it should never have been revealed, maybe the last episode or never. And I disagree in the sense that one of my favorite moments in all of television I've ever seen is the episode where Leland kills Maddie and it's revealed.
I think that it's kind of impressive then. Like, say, for example, he does not like this. There's a lot of things that he does not like. He has a very firm opinion on season 2. Would there be a world with Fire Walk With Me then?
Yeah. So that's the
because
thing
that
is
is like thoroughly embracing it, and I can kind of respect that even disliking it, he did end up embracing that end. They could have been like mysterious throughout the whole movie, but I think that there had been so much lost with the overall pulling, twisting, and turning of Leland Palmer.
I agree. And that's, again, like, how do you look at all these different scenarios? This is where I'll sympathize with you. I'll sympathize with the devil. To quote another Rolling Stones song.
Wait, me or that guy?
You, both of you.
Okay.
Together. The two heads of the devil. No, I sympathize with you because I know that you're not as big of a fan of some hypothetical situations, and I get why, in the sense that, at least from my understanding of why, is that if we change even just one thing, the butterfly effects are so enormous. If we change this or that about Twin Peaks, Fire Walk With Me might not exist.
It's something which I recognize in my own mindset. The further that I go down it, if I accept it as, what if we got this? It distorts the image of something in which I feel is being tempered against my imagination. And though people will disagree with me, I feel that that can be unfair at times, because there's so much that goes into art like this, so many minds, so many individuals, that an ideal self of something like this is that, an ideal. It is a dream within a dream.
And yet, working within this sort of semi-contradictory way, I still reassert the value of offering those criticisms and offering those what-ifs, because I think it helps the discourse. I think it helps the fandom. I think that being able to criticize things that you didn't like as much, and then other people having rebuttals and going that back and forth, it draws out things. That's how you find weird discoveries and people notice things from different perspectives. You kind of need that back and forth of liking and disliking something. Like, for example, the Cooper Audrey thing. It's allowing that discussion to have happened and hash it out in both directions, that I think or not more than just both, multiple directions. I think it allows for new ideas and new interpretations to exist. So, again, I think that there's a value in it, even if we want to be mindful that if we do change these things, it could take away other things we love, and that it's never that simple. And that, again, just saying, oh, if Lynch had never left, if Frost had never left, Twin Peaks would be perfect. You'd lose things. You lose things in all these exchanges. You gain and you lose. And I think having time to talk about this show in that sort of way with a friend, I find very valuable.
Excellent.
By the way, totally unrelated, Tim Hunter, the episode director of episode 28, said that he made Wyndham Earl's teeth black to pay homage to Ozu Mizoguchi's minimalist films, like Tokyo Story, which he had just watched prior to directing the episode.
Ha!
So apparently it's a reference to Japanese filmmaker Ozu Mizoguchi. I cannot verify that one. I haven't seen any of his work, including Tokyo Story, but I'm going to assume that that's a thing he does. Which we're over here like, oh, it affects the Black Lodge. And
it might. Like,
it
we
might.
don't know the purposes or the overall
Yeah.
tone that goes through. I think that seeing the media and hopefully being on the same mindset could, like, lead that. But again, that is something which is already going into the wild outskirts of Twin Peaks.
More from Sherilyn Fenn and her frustrations. This is, again, Audrey's actor. Quote, the pinnacle of frustration for me was when they had a beauty show or something and all the girls were dressed up. Mm-hmm. The whole show was starting to feel like it had lost its way. It wasn't character motivated. It was, let's get the girls in a fashion show. I just remember reading it and going, no. It was the only time I ever went to David and Mark and said, there's no way. They said, but we have to have you there. Can you make an announcement for your dad's business? And I said, fine. That's why I wasn't up there. It was dumb. I hated the whole second season. So, there's a voice of opinion right there from Sherilyn Fenn.
Yep.
Again, I gotta respect, even if I don't always agree with her, I gotta respect her outspokenness because she is one of the easiest cast members to track in terms of where they stand. She's not gonna give us sort of like, oh, it was fun, I had a good... She's gonna be like, this was crap, this was awful, it could have been amazing. I kind of respect the hard line of it.
Yeah.
Even if, like, it is extreme to simply say, like, I hated the second season.
Yeah.
But consider, again, what Audrey was doing in the second season, and consider being the actor for Audrey after season one, I can see where there's a little bit of that sense of, like, my character didn't get stuff done right with her. And extending that beyond her own character, too. And I could see why she might dislike the Twin Peaks fashion show, for example.
Yeah.
Because it could definitely seem, in a certain light, to be very much straying from the goals of the show.
Maybe straying from the goals of the show, but it's kind of like that little concept of, I'm fine with, like, the general fashion show that Dick Tremaine was running with the horrible fashion that kind of went down the walkway, but that's because there's all sorts of individuals. Whenever it comes to things such as just these direct pageants, it's not in my wheelhouse, and it can seem compelling to the Dick Tremaines of the world. So, though I do respect those who do partake onto them and do have a passion for them.
I just think Sherilyn Fenn's stance makes sense.
Yeah.
I may not always agree with it, but it makes sense to me. The actor for Nadine, Wendy Robbie, has a pretty meaty quote here, I'm just going to say, and then give you time to think if there's anything you want to say in reply to it. Okay. I really enjoyed this quote, and I figured I'd just keep the whole thing. The lovely fantasy that Nadine got to play in the second season was like a little gift or reward for her, and that was fun. Then, of course, it all had to be taken away from her at the end when she comes back. She knows what she's lost in that last moment. That was doing her honor, and that was all David Lynch. Because if you read that scene on the page, it's funny. But he allowed her the tragedy that was due. The pain of that grief. She knows what she's lost, and she can't live in her own fantasy anymore. That was David. I couldn't be anything but grateful. Nadine looms large in my career. I was just a small part of the series, but if you put it all together over that amount of time, it was a huge role, and I was allowed to create. She loomed large just to be playing a character for that long, but I do know that especially the first season, it had to carry underneath it the pain of Nadine. I had to carry that to do her justice. I've never played a character that hurts so much as she does. She lived in her own private firestorm of madness. It's one of my favorite quotes from an actor in the show.
No, honestly, as opposed towards, like, John Justice Wheeler kissy moments, I genuinely find, and this is my subjective take, but I genuinely find this heavily poetic. I
think she got her character.
I think that she did. And this is the most horrifying part, is that just imagine being this character and, again, living that aspect of a dream and then seeing things come to an end to realize that Nadine had to wake up.
And it's just so interesting hearing the motivations behind other actors, because two of my favorites would be Harold and Nadine, and seeing how much the actors got into their roles. And Catherine Coulson, the log lady, would also get really into her role as well and care deeply about her position in Twin Peaks. But then you have, like, Michael Parks as Jean Renault just wanting to do a cool accent. Like, that seemed to be his main motivation. It's just so interesting how sometimes you'll have characters who are, like, deeply invested in their character, and some who are just, like, doing it as a side thing, and they can both pull off wonderful performances in different ways.
This is a series of multiple levels of Motley Crues.
You know that band?
Oh, I just know the phrase. I didn't know it was a band.
Well then, okay, moving on. Under the direction of David Lynch, the shooting script was largely ignored. They rewrote scenes on the spot as they filmed them. The cast reports that they were all on edge, eagerly asking Lynch what's next as he worked off an outline in his head and less off the actual script Frost and Payton and the others had worked on. Mark Frost said, quote, "I've never questioned David's vision at any point in the process because his instincts are extraordinary. We knew it was going to be the last one, possibly of all time, and I think I remember saying, do whatever you want to do here. Use this as a map, not a set of directions." And he did. And when you've got a talent as singular as David, you don't question that. That would make no sense whatsoever. Windham Earls actor Kenneth Walsh says at one point David Lynch had told him to forget what had been written in the script and instead push Annie's face into the glass window and scream, "Eight rainbow trout," and hold the flashlight over his face and then hers when she speaks. It was not in the script originally. Welsh describes the filming of the last episode as whimsical and a lot of fun. Philip Segal, former ABC programming director, said, "I just laughed at it because it laughed at us," referring to ABC. "It made a mockery of us. It made a mockery of the television viewing audience when you think about it. It was so ridiculous. There was a part of me that thought it was brilliant and refreshing because it broke the rules and was so avant-garde. And there's a part of me and part of the network that felt betrayed and felt this wonderful opportunity to keep something brilliant alive had just been destroyed by its creators." Harley Payton, quote, "My memory is that I came into work and I basically said to Mark, look, this is how this should end. It's got to be Cooper gets out of the lodge, and Mark completes the sentence and says, Cooper looks in the mirror and sees Bob. And we said, yeah, that's got to be it."
Oh.
Big if true, right? If Harley Payton's memory is correct, that Harley Payton and Mark Frost just had that sort of psychic link in that moment.
I mean, we could say that that's the fun thing. Is like, do we read this as the psychic link that was going to be the end of the sentence? Or is it the point that Mark Frost finished the sentence and then Harley Payton was like, yeah, and just like
Right.
was like carried away with the idea?
Because those are two, I think it was two of the three that are principally known for the script, and then Lynch would then rework it, rehash it, improv, and do weird things with the script afterward.
Mm-hmm.
So the next thing I want to talk about are some of the changes that were made from the script that we know of to the end product.
Okay.
This is courtesy of the Twin Peaks Wiki, and there's quite a bit here I'm going to highlight. If at any point you want to jump in, feel free.
Okay.
So the credited writers for this episode are Mark Frost, Harley Payton, and Robert Engels. Holy trinity of season 2, right? And Twin Peaks in general outside of Lynch. However, David Lynch revised their script significantly without the credit. He isn't credited technically, but he did do it.
Okay.
Maintaining the episode's general structure, but altering much of the dialogue in many scenes, Lynch also added more characters to the episode, some of whom had not been seen in the series for some time. The Log Lady and Ronette Pulaski were not in the original script. He added the Log Lady and Ronette to the last episode, which I find very significant, especially for Ronette,
Yes.
as mentioned before. In the original script, Doc Hayward shoves Ben during their altercation, who then strikes his head against a coffee table, not the fireplace.
Oh.
And it's at that point that Dr. Hayward is nervous, distraught, and he rushes to Ben's aid to help him and apologizes. In the shot version, he is not
wailing,
apologizing.
like yelling.
It just ends on the dark note of Ben in agony on the floor, possibly dead, and Doc Hayward freaking out.
Yeah.
But not helping or apologizing. That's a pretty notable tone difference.
Mm-hmm.
In the script, Hawk and Major Briggs find Leo Johnson in Windham Earl's cabin. That's already a big thing right there.
Yeah.
Leo instinctively begins to speak when he sees them, which sets off the spider trap set by Earl. Lynch replaced this with the scene in the Double R Diner featuring Bobby, Shelley, Major Briggs, Mrs. Briggs, Dr. Jacoby, and Sarah Palmer, and Heidi, the German waitress. So again, Heidi wasn't in the script originally. I don't think Sarah Palmer was. And that scene where I'm in the Black Lodge at Dale Cooper with Jacoby and Sarah Palmer with Major Briggs wasn't in there. With the exception of Major Briggs, none of these characters appear in the original script. In the filmed episode, Leo is only seen briefly from footage from the previous episode, leaving his fate unresolved. If we go by the script being canon, Mark Frost, Harley Payton, and Robert Engels were going to have Leo set off the trap.
Who do
and
you
die.
think would go hungry faster? Leo Johnson or a tarantula?
What? I don't know.
Like, again, he's holding it up. He's got to, like, keep his consciousness for however long and hold it in with his teeth. Who would die first?
Depends on how much they ate prior. Had either of them been freshly fed prior to the situation?
Knowing Wyndham Earle, it's anyone's game.
Yeah, I think that would be the main factor. What do you think of the idea, though, that in the original script written by those three, Leo was for sure dead, and then in the final product, it was left unclear if Leo dies?
I think that it does a lot, especially with how Leo acts towards the end. Trying to save someone like Briggs in that moment for what passion is left inside of him and just leaving him there. I think it's much more powerful not knowing. I think that if I found out and saw it, it'd be like, oh, well, Leo's dead. He was kind of a dick.
I think to me it matters given the tone of that last episode. It ruins so many people and it leaves so many things unresolved that I think it just fits the tone of the last episode. I love the way it cuts, though, to Leo for that split second.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know if you agree or not, but to me there's a huge difference between nothing with Leo and that split second that Lynch still chose to include.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, I'm sure Leo's having a blast right now. And then it just hard cuts to Leo struggling for like a second and then goes back.
Again, I think that the mystery ends up outweighing answers in this case.
Even
if an answer does happen, like in The Return, there's a 25-year gap. I think that that's appropriate enough that you can still feel that impact from the original series.
In the script, Pete Martell does not accompany Andrew Packard into the bank. Instead, Catherine rushes into the bank just before Andrew accidentally sets off the bomb. Catherine does not appear at all in the final version, and the original script, Pete's only appearance is in the sheriff's station at the beginning of the episode. So, again, canon or not, the original script version that, again, those other three had developed would have Catherine in the bank at the moment of the explosion, seemingly to try to prevent it. She rushes into the bank.
Okay.
But we didn't get that.
It doesn't exist. It was shifted and changed, and that leads into all sorts of creative opportunities.
It makes you wonder why Lynch changed it. Why did he put Pete there instead? Makes you wonder.
Makes me wonder. Hey, are we of the same mind? Hey, David Lynch, are you on my side? Please.
In the script at the lodge's entrance, Sheriff Truman, okay, I gotta let you just, for a moment, just like let go of all your expectations right now.
Okay.
I'm about to say something wild.
Okay.
There is no context given on the wiki for this.
I'm going to let go of my expectations, but I can't say the same for that guy.
I'm going to spoil and say I still have no clue. Knowing the return, I still have no clue what this means. In the script, at the lodge's entrance, Sheriff Truman sees a vision of a dark woman wearing a chainmail, holding a sword and shield.
No,
I have no clue what this is reference to. It is not a thing I am aware of in anything else.
The Bookhouse Boys.
Okay. Why is she in chainmail holding a sword and shield?
Well, for one, this overall, I will be going deeper into things such as Welcome to Twin Peaks very soon. But if I could show my hand a little bit, the circle of trees, though it is a different list of trees, still regardless, a circle of trees found out here not only sort of harkens to the Bookhouse Boys, in which like they literally have like a tree with a sword onto their patch, rituals that are done outside of here with the Bookhouse Boys. But we can also say for the knights and King Arthur around a table, most notably, Sycamore, this Christian iconography, having something of a sudden appearance of a warrior, potentially a holy warrior, in this overall chainmail bearing a sword, mixing both Bookhouse iconography as well as the Christian iconography used. I believe that that's just a presence or a sign, either A, calling to action, or B, something for Truman to sort of consider in his own moment of having to defend what's about to come.
Well, Lynch considered it and decided not to keep it.
Okay.
Do you like that decision?
I mean, I don't know. Like, is this like a new character?
Imagine everything else in the episode is exactly the same.
Yes.
But when Harry Truman is just waiting for Cooper, at one point he sees a vision of a woman wearing chainmail with a sword and shield. Nothing else changes. How do you feel about that?
I feel like if it had existed enough, it would have taken away from like the malaise that we see Truman being in. And I think that the snappiness of it matters enough that having a strange moment sort of like breaking up into that, it kind of pushes a interaction that what does Truman do here from now? And if he does nothing, what does that say about Truman?
I ultimately agree in the sense that I think Truman just sitting and waiting and just waiting and just waiting and just waiting and there's nothing else going on, I think matters.
Yes.
Even though I would love to see how this would be executed, I'd love to see how Lynch would do this. And then I would love to see that parallel universe where fans are just constantly speculating about that. Because if there's no context, they just do that, fans would go running wild with that image.
I think that the most sad part about this is that if it is like this is the day of and script things are being changed, that means that there's potentially a new character, someone who came up onto set and is like, yeah, oh boy, I get to work today. I get to be part of Twin Peaks. And he's like, no. What?
That'd be very funny. And sad.
No.
And sad.
Yes, sad. I'll accept sad.
The sequences in the Black Lodge are almost entirely different from the original script. Wyndham Earle has much more dialogue in the original script. There was no backwards talking. Laura Palmer only appeared for an instant and doesn't speak in the original script. The Black Lodge singer, the man from their place, the giant, the waiter, Maddie, and Leland were not in the script. Wyndham Earle's fate is less abrupt, too. He would have ended up shackled to a dentist chair with Bob as the torturer. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Lynch chose the right things in every single one of those categories. I think Lynch choosing to have Wyndham Earle with the fire out of his head, with the weird screaming and Bob, was much better than the dentist chair thing.
No.
As funny as the dentist chair thing is, I feel like it's a meme sound. It sounds kind of silly.
Someone rented a dentist chair that did nothing other than sit in storage.
Also, I can't imagine no Maddie, no Leland, and then none of the spirits.
I can see why. Here's my argument.
None of these spirits, though.
I can see why, because the thing is that what we got was so much thrown at us at once.
Mm-hmm.
It's pure chaos in the Red Room. Everything is going wild enough inside this journey, and having someone like Dale Cooper wandering around near silently, it is a series of feelings that kind of transcends being on paper. There's a level of insight that I'm thoroughly impressed
And this is where I think if you're going to credit Lynch with anything, this is a moment of pure Lynch. This is Lynch. I think he just saw the script and was like, no.
As far as
we're doing it this way.
On paper, I think that these individuals are very talented on what they've done. I'm not going to discredit that. But this seems to be leveling on the mysterious end, in which it's more of the quiet mysterious. There's still strange things going on, but it's paced out enough from what it sounds like for the characters we consider being inside there, that it becomes more tense with the silence of it.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes I can come across as critical of Lynch, and this is where, again, I'll celebrate him a little bit, is that if you watch this Red Room stuff and it really sinks its teeth into you, it's hard to find a director who's able to do that the way Lynch does. Lynch is able to channel these sort of feelings in a way that is hard to find with other filmmakers. Mm-hmm. When it comes to creating the sense of dread or intensity or just complete non-comprehension from relatively mundane things. He's able to just imbue so much chaotic uncertainty with so simple things. Mm-hmm. And it's quite effective. For those again, it's effective too. Mm-hmm. If you watch this and you just think, oh, that's weird, and that's all you feel, then Lynch is probably not going to do it for you. Mm-hmm. But I think if it clicks with you, that kind of emotional storytelling, spiritual storytelling, it's hard to find someone up there with Lynch. And that's where, again, I'll give him that credit.
Good.
The revelation at the end of the episode, where Cooper is now presumably inhabited by Bob, or however you want to interpret that, is more subtle in the original script. In the original version, Cooper squeezes the toothpaste onto his toothbrush, looks to the mirror and smiles.
Oh, dentist chair. Using
You could do something with that.
You could do something with that.
Looks to the mirror and smiles, and Bob's reflection is smiling back, and the episode ends. In the Lynch version, Cooper squeezes the toothpaste, sees the Bob reflection, smashes his in the mirror, and says, "How's Annie?" repeatedly.
It's much more bold.
It's much more bold, and I think it's also more open to interpretation, because when he smashes his head in the mirror, it leaves that doubt at least in my mind, of was that smashing of the mirror some part of Cooper trying to fight back?
No, this is outright confirming. Nope, this is a wild ride throughout. That Let me rephrase this because now I'm going into the pure end of emotion. If it ends quickly and we just stop, if you will, as soon as the reflection goes, plenty to play with the imagination, but overall is a very light ending. I think that also reflects on what happens in the Red Room in the original script.
Mm-hmm.
But to take the head and bash it against it, there's hardly any sort of question that Bob is fully present there.
Yeah.
It's, even if we say maybe Coop is fighting back and he's striking against it, this is not a usual Coop reaction.
Right.
This is, as he quickly topples onto the floor in Fire Walk with Me. Missing pieces, thank you. This is not a usual reaction. Even when he speaks so stale to
Stale Dale.
to both Truman as well as Doc Hayward, everything becomes not what it seems. And I think that taking the bolder approach makes for a better feel for...
It's such a mic drop ending.
It is. No, it's not a mic drop. That's a mic throw. The mic hits it, and it bounced a few times.
And then the way, instead of the credits being normal on just the still image, it's the coffee with Laura's image reflected in the coffee.
Yeah.
So good. Now that we've kind of gone through all of this, you've mentioned before some potential expectations you might have for what character threads or story threads would be brought back in the return. Are there any other things you want to say about your expectations for either the David Lynch films, the Secret History Twin Peaks / Final Dossier, or The Return? Anything else? Just so that the listeners know your headspace and they can laugh at you later about it.
And there's one thing that I'm prepared for going forward, even just mildly looking and flipping through the pages of additional Twin Peaks content and readying myself for The Return. My headspace is that I'm going to be thoroughly lost, but in the best way.
Okay.
I'm going to look at a situation. I'm going to do my best to dissect it, but I think I'm going to go into crazier levels than I have between Maddie and Laura.
And why do you think that is?
From what I've understood from these bold moves done by, say, for example, David Lynch, for what I am seeing from the general writing patterns of people such as Mark Frost, is that on David Lynch's side, it's going to be what is going to be making sense emotionally, because I think that a lot of what David Lynch does handles itself in that emotional realm. I think that a lot of what we saw in the final episode is not going to be most tangibly expressed through, yes, A equals B because of C, but a wild equation that you're only going to be able to feel out and come out with all sorts of wild speculation. With Mark Frost, I've seen enough that there's going to be plenty to chew on as far as the layers go, and even a little bit into Secret History on how it sort of flirts with things of the past that I'll be able to put some of the pieces together, but I feel that I'll be overall lost in the ideas of the lore, that it's going to be a labyrinth that will be a labyrinth for its own entertainment. It is something that I do not feel he is going to be, and I could be wrong, but I feel like he's not going in for the sake of answers, but more so expanding on the questions.
Lynch you're referring to.
No, actually, Mark Frost.
Mark Frost.
Yes.
The thing with The Return is that, directing-wise, it is 18 episodes of only Lynch directing. In terms of the writing, is where it gets a little bit confusing. Lynch and Frost collaborated on the original drafts of the script. They did a lot of stuff over Skype, actually. And then Mark Frost got his 2 books, which I still suspect might have been 1 at one point, because the second one is much shorter.
Okay.
And then Lynch, released The Return. I still do wonder and still suspect that The Return is far more Lynch in the writing than Frost.
For what he's willing to do, especially with these 3 people who have been taking up the helm for a lot and twisting enough of the script, I'd be surprised if how much of the original Skype conversation there was, I believe that there might be leads onto it. I think that there's respect between these two enough to say, no, these are some great ideas. I'm going to put in my feelings now into this.
Yeah.
And this is the product that comes through.
I think Lynch had his own MO. His own modus operandi.
Yes. Again, I think that I can get lost into the details brought in by Mark Frost, but I'll be lost in the emotion with David Lynch. And I think that playing that little balancing game inside of my own head, I'm thoroughly excited for what my mind may outlandishly deliver. Maybe it'll be clear cut, guys. Maybe I'm gonna be able to find the answer to Twin Peaks. But I doubt it.
Okay. I do have a wonderful and strange question of the week.
Okay, so, but in the meantime, I suppose it's best to say, this is between you and me, of course, so I think that's best that we say goodbye to my guest, the Unplugged Professor. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to being on the show, and I look forward to checking out more of your content over at the YouTube page of Snake Eye Dreams, over on the Spotify page of Snake Eye Dreams, on the Google playlist of Snake Eye Dreams, and the Twitter of Snake Eye Dreams. Otherwise, thank you very much, and have a good night. Thank you very much. Good job. You did good. This is all for you. All right, I believe I'm mentally ready.
My wonderful and strange question of the week is, I went through a lot of trivia today in this episode.
Yes, you did.
What piece of information did you learn or kind of gauge realizations? What piece of trivia struck you the most today? Now, granted, something might resonate more in a week from now, but in this moment, which thing?
In this moment of this podcast that in the recording before editing things down is nearing 5 hours.
We did do this in 2 sittings.
We did do this in 2 sittings. That is
hopefully so seamless you couldn't even tell. And listeners, we know this is a long episode. I said to the professor, like in advance, like, this is one where it's just going to be long, and I'm okay with that. I feel like if you stuck it out for this 5 hours, like, honest to goodness, like, thank you for being our number one favorite people on this planet.
Yes, number one favorite people.
More than our family and friends.
Aww.
More than all the gods and all the devils.
Okay, I'll accept that one.
Okay, cool. More than your cat Stella.
She's within earshot. I do not want to say anything positive or negative for fear of our own well-beings.
But no, sincerely, we made this thinking that, yeah, if you want a long piece of Twin Peaks media to put on the background while you're cooking, while you're cleaning, while you're driving, this is what it's for. In the future, I don't think we'll have too many 5-hour episodes. Watch me, like, completely be wrong.
I look forward to our book talks, our little book conversations.
But Ian, thank you for. I didn't want to be. I was going to be sarcastic, like putting up with us, but at this point, thank you for listening.
Thank you. Genuinely, it's such a treat to do this on a bi-weekly basis whenever uploading, but also whenever we get a chance to sit down and just talk a lot. I am an advocate for longer things, so genuinely, Kalil, this has been an amazing time. I am very thankful because I have loved this whole entire endeavor, and I would probably do it again twice as long, and you would die.
And at this point, like, we're a relatively small podcast, and there's a lot of great Twin Peaks podcasts out there. And we don't make like a profit off of this at the moment. We're just kind of doing it as a passion project. So I would say for myself, and Professor, you're free to say if you agree or disagree. For me, the most satisfying, or at very least one of the most satisfying, but probably the most satisfying part of doing this podcast is hearing questions, comments, and feedback from audience members.
Audience members, including the Unplugged Professor, but especially those that we ended up hearing through. And I do see that overall. I hope that it shows that we do very much check out the comments. We love checking out any sort of email responses.
May not always know what to say, but we are listening.
We are. So
we greatly appreciate that. And again, just because this window of questions is over doesn't mean you should hold back. If you ever got anything you want to say, please say it at our faces or emails.
No, overall, I've really enjoyed the interactions and just the expanded dialogue that we've gotten from insights as well as curiosities from you guys. So thank you so much.
And hopefully there's something for you in the coming weeks. I know that a lot of people want us to get to the return all in due time, but hopefully with the Lynch films and the side content, we can encourage you to check out some things that maybe you haven't checked out ever, or at least in a while. That's kind of one of my hopes, because like I have never read My Life, My Tapes or Diane, This podcast is giving
You
me
can't
a
read
reason.
Diane. It's on cassette. And
It's
also
listening
audiobook.
reading, you know.
Yeah.
My point is, though, is that I hope that just like it's encouraging me to check it out for the first time, and check, obviously, the professor's first time checking it out, I hope that some of you might also take this as an opportunity to try out some new Twin Peaks things.
Explore the things. Like, we've said only so much, and we've been wrong multiple times in the past. So I'd say that if you are willing to have enough of a fun adventure joining us along for this podcast, if you have the opportunity and the means to do so, I would say absolutely treat yourself to some of the hidden corners, if you will, some of the extra bits
The
that
hidden corners with a tasty pot saw.
where you may not be able to see what things should be or what they seem to be, but there's some very genuinely fantastic things out there that I'm very glad that we are exploring.
It's like the bottom of the gummy worm bag when it gets like heated and all the gummy worms start melting together into like one chunky goo. It may not be the prettiest thing, still delicious. Assuming it's a vegetarian gummy worm. No gelatin product.
So whether or not you enjoy the Twin Peaks goo at the bottom of the bag or this podcast that is goo at the bottom of the bag, Kalil, you had a question.
Oh, yeah. I
believe
bought you a lot of time to think about your answer.
Oh, you did. So
Sure, you were thinking about it. What piece of trivia struck you the most today?
again, probably just because on the bias of just most recent memory, I'll fully accept that. It is the amount of passion that I've seen in some characters, especially in individuals such as Nadine, like the passion put behind by some of the actors and what they are willing to throw into the character and how much thought was thrown into that same character. The boldness of some people, such as John Renault's actor, saying this character has this, because I know for a fact I'm very much a yes and person whenever it comes to things such as acting. And when someone tells me something is like, oh, let's try it out. It might be a new fun idea. But to have people be bold enough to say, no, this is how this should go, I'm thoroughly impressed on, though I don't know how many people it might be appropriate to be impressed on that. And lastly, the willingness of some individuals, especially David Lynch in the last episode, to remold things into something that I believe becomes a greater whole. Whether the gamble of it all could have been worth it in the moment or be emotionally taxing to people. I am very happy with what Twin Peaks became with these elements. I don't even want to say despite these elements because, again, it's a gamble. It is thoroughly engaging yourself in a moment in a medium, and through the efforts of so many, we see what sort of comes out of it at the end of the day, post-editing, post these risks, post whatever efforts are either used or not used. And here we are with this tapestry that, inconsistent at times, flawed at times, I still find beautiful. Very beautiful.
Thank you, Professor. So, to end this episode, I have an idea. I have a suggestion.
Very well.
I would like to do a rendition of Mersey Dotes with you. The Leland, famous performance of Leland.
Now, are you saying that you want us to sing it around the same time at the same tempo? What do you want from this?
I feel like you're more musically inclined. What do you think would be best?
I'm
looking at those first four, like the main four lines right now.
I am musically inclined in the respect that I enjoy making sounds with my mouth. If you want to hear someone sing as if they are enjoying karaoke in their spare time after a few drinks, I am excited to do so.
I have no singing talent or experience whatsoever. I think we should try to sing them at the same time and see how bad this can go. Oh,
Mersey dotes and dozy dotes and little lambsy divey, a kiddly davy davy to one you.
Oh,
Yes, Mersey dotes and dozy dotes and little diddly lambly, a kiddly divey to one you. Here we go.
Wouldn't you?
I would.